Oh, good morning, Smite 2 fans, and welcome into the North American Open Bracket, week number 2 here in the Founder Series and the road to Las Vegas. I'm J-Mac. I'm joined by Wormy today as we get ready to hop into a second day of exciting action here for the Open Bracket. Yesterday, we got to watch through EMEA and kind of see the results. Afterwards, we got to see a little bit of a draft show in air quotes, where we kind of got to see which teams are going to be playing against each other in the Swiss stage. We'll have something very similar to that at the end of the day today for North America. Say similar, it's pretty much the exact same thing, but our top 16 North American teams. And I think that's the important thing to remind folks out there, is that everybody is playing for those top 16 spots to go to the Swiss stage. And if you are unable to make it into that top 16, whether it be because you're a little late to try to jump into play, or if you just didn't quite have enough, points to make it into that way, then there is another open bracket happening at the same time the Swiss is going on. But because we're in North America, we had one great, exciting week of play already. We can talk about some of the teams that we want to look forward to seeing this week and some of the teams to really kind of keep your eyes out for. One of them being our number one team, who just had a roster adjustment yesterday. Wrong You now joining the squad for Scrumptious over in that number one seed. But a couple of other ones to really keep your eyes out to. Team name with 5 M's is another one of those big powerhouse teams with Cherry, Scream, but with 5 M's, Benny Q, PBM, Cyclone Spin, and then Food Drive for Globe, I think is the one that probably interested me the most, because this is a team full of a ton of SCC players, SOC players who never had that chance to really make it up to that top level of play back in the Smite 1 era, but came out swinging last week. Not only made it to the top 4, ended up being the second seed coming out of this. So, Lermy, I think if there's anybody out there who wants to see a team prove themselves, I think that this Food Drive for Globe is the one to really be looking out for.
Yeah, for sure. I was very impressed with their performance last week as well. And even though it didn't go so well for them in the end, they still put up quite a performance. So I am really excited to see how they run it back, especially on the new patch of CA2 with a lot of awesome changes.
Just gotta give credit at least to team name here for the 11th seed in employment
Very true.
larpers. The amount of employment jokes that has popped up over the timeline, whether it be just because like somebody was the first to hit like 6K or something like that in ranked before the elite ranked reset came through, or
Mhm.
the first people who are rushing to that rank 10, getting all the way up to
Yeah, I
I'm
respect that.
it has been so funny seeing some of those ones, and also just had players who have a lot of time to be able to do those. Some of them big streamers as well. I know SK Peso is one who's been hitting the grind on stream for quite some time.
Mhm.
So I'm excited to see what those guys are capable of in that 11th seed as well. It should be an interesting day of play, and there's going to be a lot of names that you may or may not be familiar with. Some players that have been at the top level of performance in the previous era of Smite and now into Smite 2. I think another thing that people are going to be looking forward to is Cowabunga, seeing these guys, come
Yes,
back
for
and
sure.
swing strong. Unfortunate circumstances for them last week, but now back and ready to go once more.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how they bring it this week. It was, an unfortunate situation that happened with them, but of course they are back and better than ever. So I am really excited to see, what they've got to bring, because of course, like we were talking about before, it's a new patch. There's lots of new things to talk about, lots of buffs, lots of nerfs that came through for various characters. I know there's a lot of prioritization of different characters than we saw last week as well, which is going to be the important thing when it comes to picks and bans. Of course, Amaterasu is now available. Thanatos and Nuon not available this weekend, unfortunately, but of course, can't help but talk about Sundering Arc. That has been kind of the meta defining relic for a lot of players, and of course, Bacchus got kind of destroyed this past week with a bunch of nerfs. So he is, not as good as he was before, but still pretty viable when it comes to solo support wherever you want to throw him.
Yeah, and I think that actually opens up a really interesting discussion point, because when we came into the weekly show, the Smite Too Long Didn't Watch, by the way,
Yeah.
go to youtube.com/Smite Pro if you want to watch that. We kind of talked about Sun during Arc and talked about Bacchus, because those are kind of the two biggest like nerfs that were coming into
Mhm.
this one. And the question that came up was, how viable are these two items going to be? Is Sundering Arc still going to be the go-to? Having 2-3 per team, is it going to drop down to really only your support's going to pick it up? And how about Bacchus? Where's he going to start landing in the list? Bacchus kind of fell away from being that necessity first pick. We were
Mhm.
seeing some second, some third picks. There were some teams that did still want to go with it. You look over in the EU side or the EMEA side, and like Variety wants to slam that god every single game, every single time. And we were seeing multiple Sundering Arcs on every single team just about yesterday. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
interesting to see that. But before we talk a little bit more about the meta, let's talk about the bracket available for you guys
Mhm.
today. We are in our second week of play here for North America in the Founder Series Stage 1. Now, one thing that you'll notice at the very, very top, Scrumptious are going to be awaiting a matchup. There is still one other matchup that's going to be happening just before the Scrumptious match for themselves. But every other team ripe and ready to go here in the round of 32. 5 total rounds of play for some of these teams out here today. All best of ones until that grand finals matchup, which will be a best of 3 and then a third place match as well, which does hold some weight to it too, because that third place match as a difference between the third and fourth place when it comes to your seeding points. And again, to reiterate, you need to be in the top 16 if you want to make it into the Swiss stage. Now, because it's only 2 weeks of play and because points are extremely valuable at that top end, getting a win or even to some degree placing in that top 4 this week gets you a really good shot, if not almost guarantees you a spot in that top 16 position to be able to make it to the Swiss stage of play. So if you didn't get a chance to play out last week for some of the teams that are jumping in this week, now's your opportunity to prove yourself, get up into that one of those top spots and have the potential to end up making it to the top 16. Or if you're a returning team from last week, trying to get some extra points for yourself now in order to get yourself into those top seeds and try and get to that Swiss stage. But if you don't make it to the Swiss stage, again, no fears. At the same time the Swiss stage is happening, there's going to be a new open bracket that's going to be available for both EMEA, NA, and there's also going to be starting next week the LATAM, Brazil, and APAC open brackets that are all going to be happening at the exact same time, broadcasted on different and various channels as well. So make sure you're keeping your eyes out for that, but make sure you're still tuning in here today because we've got a lot of great matchups to be looking forward to.
Yeah, definitely. The most important thing to consider is that nobody is out of it at this point. There's still a lot of chances again to earn those points and jump up that leaderboard when it comes to those top 16 teams.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a fun day, and I kind of
Oh
want to
yeah.
go back in talking about the Sunder and Bacchus. So
Mhm.
Sundering arc, obviously, it's level 1 through 9. Took a pretty big hit comparatively. It was almost like
Yeah.
425 damage, something like that, at that rank 1. Cut essentially in half coming into this patch, but still having that same kind of power spike at that
Mhm.
level 10 plus. Seems to have made it to where, okay, the invade meta might not be as potent as it was in the first week of play, but the necessity and level of degree to this that this item is still holding relevancy for teams. I mean, like I said in yesterday's EMEA Larmy, we were seeing almost every single team was picking up at minimum 2 sundering arcs,
Yeah.
and there are even some that were picking up 3.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, honestly. It really is that level 10 power spike that matters the most when it comes to that relic. So I do think that, it's still very, very valuable to have. And like you were saying, 2, 3, I would not be surprised to see, your support's getting a little bit slowed down by it. And you were talking about the invade meta a little bit. I mean, especially in these festive ones, a lot of teams are going to play, at least a little bit respectful because, you never know how the beginning of the game is going to turn out. You don't want your game to snowball out of your favor because of a bad invade. So, we have been seeing a little bit of poking and prodding when it comes to getting into enemy jungles, but nobody really, going super ham with it unless they're feeling real confident.
Well, we are ready to go for our first match of the day. It's going to be one of my favorite team names in Garf's Goblins going up against Odyssey here in the round of 32. As we get into the picks and bans, we kind of talked a little bit about Bacchus, how he got a pretty heavy nerf in his first and second
Mhm.
ability. Definitely reduced the amount of damage he's doing from his scaling. The Chug now has a bit of
Oh,
a
yeah.
timer on it for that actual in-hand enhanced basic attack afterwards, but it doesn't seem to have knocked him out entirely. And I think that is one thing that Trelly and I kind of talked about was how Bacchus is still good, maybe just not as good. And it's mostly just comes down to where a team's going to put that kind of level of priority. We saw a lot of Bacchus
Mhm.
in solo lane yesterday with EMEA. Do you think, Lermy, that kind of holds still a strong point for Bacchus, or do you think that maybe with those changes to his nerfs, throwing him over into the support role maybe a little bit more often?
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely see some support Bacchus. I do think that solo is a little bit risky depending on your matchup because, of course, Amaterasu's in, baby. You got to be concerned about that silence because Bacchus is clear, is really dependent on the NFL to the gods. And if that does get interrupted for any reason, you're going to have a hard time over in solo. So it's kind of a pretty solid counter matchup to get that Ama. And of course, Ama's, I would say, like, upper mid priority. She's pretty decent, but she's not going to be your first picks like this Jing Wei is. And again, not surprised to see Jing Wei in this slot. She is one of the best ADCs available at this point, and the bans don't surprise me either. Really, originally I was very shocked to see how prioritized Odin was. But then the more and more that I saw him get played, I was like, yeah, that makes sense why Odin is so highly valued by these players.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing Odin support for a little bit, but it really feels like the Odin solo lane is kind of where he's found his home,
Mhm.
but still having that flexibility option, similar to the Fenrir, who is kind of a three-role god right now. And I would
Yeah.
say that Amaterasu has that similar, if not maybe even higher level of flexibility. We've seen, support Amaterasu has kind of been a thing for, even back in Smite 1's era.
Yeah,
Solo
that's
lane
like way back.
Amaterasu is kind of like the place to stay. But we've been seeing some mid Ama, we've seen some jungle Ama in games, whether it be casual or ranked. So I'm curious to see where Odyssey lands this pick alongside with the Neath. Jingwei and Baka seems to kind of just be I want to call it the dynamic duo, but it's kind of
Mhm.
the dynamic top two pick that we've been seeing pretty frequently. And now when you throw a Ymir into the mix, seems that we do have some flex chance for either this Ymir or this Bacchus to go over to the solo lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's also not impossible to see the Ymir go to the jungle either, even though it's not the most, frequent thing that we see at this point in the stage, but I do think that it's not a bad choice. Ares, though, is
Hmm.
going to be a pretty fun selection to see. I always love to see a good Ares player pop off, so I'm excited to see if those chains are hitting, if we're getting any good no escapes, that's going to be really fun. But we've also got some additional flex coming out of Odyssey between Neath and Soul. Really, either of them could go in any direction. We have seen a little bit more crit Soul than we've seen, it Soul. So I do think that Soul's probably the more likely to be in the dual lane, but really, her or Neath would make sense.
Yeah, the insult was something I believe we saw yesterday, and in the
Hmm.
earlier stages of the game, worked pretty well. You get a ton of damage that pops through, but maybe it's just because the kind of team that was built around it, the insult didn't work out
Not into
as well because you
Athens.
didn't have that consistent level of damage. The constantly, it's
Yeah.
really easy to throw out, 800 damage in a stellar burst and 1,000 damage on a supernova. But then you got to wait the 90 seconds for the supernova, and you got to wait the 10 or 12 seconds for that next big stellar burst. And your in hands aren't going to be as hitting as if you say we were to go the crit Freya that or the crit soul, sorry, that we're much more familiar with, which is the here's 800 damage, 800 damage, 800 damage. It's a whole lot
Yeah.
easier to do that 2,400 plus in a matter of seconds whenever you have just those in hands available to you. So curious to see where we'll kind of see the soul put the priority in build with a Neath. Probably to imagine that one goes over to the dual lane alongside this Ares. Athena drafted up, and this opens up, I think, a more fun discussion and kind of thought that I'd like to get your opinion on is where do you think that with Amaterasu, Ares, Athena, where do these three gods kind of fit in the roles? Is this one where you're sticking Athena in the jungle? Are you throwing Amaterasu in the jungle? Where's your kind of preference with these picks?
I would probably take a gander that Odyssey is going to be putting Athena in the jungle. That's like the best clear, I guess, out of those three in terms of like how you're going to be able to affect your ganking and things like that. Alma is a great character for lane, not so great at ganks unless she's got her ultimate. So I do think that it makes the most sense to throw her over in the soul lane. She's got a pretty favorable matchup into Bacchus in case he's over there. Ymir, not so much, but I do think that either of them would be fine there. Yeah, I guess my vote's going for jungle when it comes to this Athena. I don't really think Ares is going anywhere crazy. We've seen Ares solo, we've seen Ares jungle in the past, and even in Smite 1. I'd be a little shocked if he went to solo in this matchup.
Okay, so we'll kind of keep the thoughts and the eyes as to exactly how this Athena plays out because we did see the Athena jungle yesterday in EMEA, but it was a very tanky Athena jungle. This was not your I'm
Mhm.
gonna build to essentially do a taunt reach, one shot kind of style of build. It was a very very much a I am an Athena, therefore I am a tank. It doesn't matter if I'm in the jungle, I am still going to be a tank, and it kind of left it to where the mid and carry were just the only like primary damage dealers. It worked out again really well in the early stages of the game, but is the late game inconsistent levels of threat and damage that maybe kind of hindered that. But I think a lot of that again does come down to how the soul builds more than anything else. On the side of Garth's Goblins, I mean, this feels like a pretty standard composition. The only real big flex would be if this Bacchus or this Ymir goes into the solo lane. We've been seeing a lot more of the Bacchus. Do you think that compared to Ymir, maybe the safer bets is to put the Bacchus over in solo? Or do you think that Ymir maybe has some better potency over there?
I think it can go either way. Ymir is okay over there, but I would be worried about the Bacchus' matchup into Amma, assuming that it is Amma over there. And I think in general, it's going to be a bit difficult to get a whole lot done when it comes to, this composition from the goblins, just because I am like super excited to see this Ares, right? Because Ares counters Susano in a lot of ways. That's like the one big thing that I'm looking out
Hmm.
for is like, is this Ares going to be able to manage the Susano, or is there going to be a lot of concern with the Susano slipping and sliding around that back line? You really have to keep eyes on him. Ares can manage it, but he's got to be really, really good at hitting those chains to be able to do it. But there's just so many characters on the side of the goblins that do not have CC immunity. If they get grabbed by the no escape, that's about to be a humongous combo for him.
We'll have to see if Garth's Goblins can play around this Ares, or is Odyssey going to be able to come out on top. We've got game number 1, our first match of the day, ready to roll. As I said, it's Garth's Goblins versus Odyssey here in the round of 32. Again, it's J-Mac and Lermy. An all-important Doug on the Observer Spectator, giving us our eyes into the battleground. We see a little bit of a potential invade going on here. King Baba piloting the Ares, seeing if they can maybe get something going, seeing if they can find a straggler here in the jungle. I'm not sure if they spotted the Ymir fully, or if this is just get some ward vision down, kind of get some vision control in the jungle. We saw this a little bit with EMEA, where teams would rotate around the map in a death ball style of play throughout the early, before all these minions spawn, but it would mostly just to be to drop ward vision down. Specifically, wards around the red buff and the speed buff tend to have been the most important ones we were seeing very commonly.
Yeah, I mean, the start's going to really depend on what buffs you're getting in the middle line of play, right? Because if you're seeing a red buff there, a speed buff there, that's going to be a lot more important than this blue and purple that we've got. Of course, those are still good buffs to have, and you always want to rank up your infamy, but it is going to be not as important to see a lot of pressure there immediately off the bat. But Ma here is actually going to be going for a sneaky little invade. I really hope here that Garfield's able to spot them out, and maybe they'll get some rotation over from the Hecate, but it looks like we are going to be getting the red invade, and that's going to go down pretty quickly thanks to the clear.
I'm going to grab that one, a Sundering Arc in hand for 3 members of Odyssey, 2 on the opposite side for Garth's Goblins. And that's going to allow these invades that Odyssey is starting to pull out. Early wave pressure kind of goes even between the 2 teams of this duo lane. Decent poke can really come from either of them as well. But I'm curious to see kind of how this Amaterasu builds. We've been seeing kind of a fairly consistent startup of builds. We've been seeing trying to get as much intelligence as possible, but also trying to be as tanky as you can with how much she scales with her intelligence for her passive stances. We may have to hold that thought. Big damage from the Spell Eater from Dest, but not quite enough to go for that kill, or get that kill, I should say, on the Secure. But this might just open up the door for an invade now. Lord Garfield gonna go and try to take this blue buff away. Don't have a Sunder to secure this one, and actually don't think that they were fully able to there. Nice little play from the Amaterasu to go around the corner and try and secure that one for themselves, but not going to quite be able to do so just yet.
Yeah, we'll have to see over here in this dual lane, though, as we've got some chains onto the Ymir. Good damage, but I don't think much is going to come from it here. Unfortunate Stellar Burst into the bush, but they've got to be careful because there's a lot of damage coming through, and the jungler is here to bring the first blood as well.
Dual lane, Drunk Diplomat able to pick up a kill, now using the flames just to try and keep himself alive for a little bit longer on the air as King Bop watches his dual lane partner fall down. Rexwardo down for the first blood in the dual lane, but as mentioned, Sun Prodigy picks up the actual first blood on the map, getting a kill up against their opposition in the Athena. And Lord Garfield, one good hit away from taking down Ma, just waiting for those cooldowns, waiting to see if they can commit for it, but with the minions dying just under the tower, it seems that Lord Garfield will have to let their food go this time.
Yeah, unfortunate there that the cooldowns were not ready. That was one dead Amaterasu otherwise. And you'll have to see some pressure there into the counter matchup. That's pretty solid in terms of what you're getting done there for Garfield. I wouldn't be surprised here, though, if he does opt into the Mystical Mail. We've been seeing that quite a lot in solo lane, just to help supplement the clear. You know, Bacchus is not famous for his good clear. His clear is all right, you'd say. But, you know, he might need some help there towards the mid game, especially as more int is started to be bought up for the Amaterasu.
So 1 kill in the dual lane. Gotta say King Bop has been very clean with his chains so far this game, multiple times now, hitting those 2 or even 3 chain combos on the enemy. Has been putting some good pressure in the dual lane. Didn't help on being able to save out the teammate earlier, but still trying to keep up some pressure. 2 kills on the board for Garth's Goblins. Does put them at about an 800 gold lead, and Sun Prodigy looking for more. Purple buff about to respawn. If he can get some backup from the rest of the team, might not even need them. Good wall, though, is going to stop this Ares in his tracks, and Sun Prodigy starts it up with Kill Cam Kenny to pick up a 2nd kill in the dual lane, 3rd overall in the game, and that purple buff is going to get stolen away by Garth's Goblins.
Doing some good damage here. Nice up
Oh.
down into the auto cancel. That was nasty from this solo lane Bacchus. Able to pick up a solo kill onto the Amaterasu.
Great look to start the game. Will end up losing the blue buff just because of the rotation from Odyssey to try and take that one away. 4 kills, though, on the board for Guards Goblins is going to be great for them. Losing out on a blue buff. Maybe we'll call it a little consolation prize for Odyssey at the time. Unable to save the lives of their teammates, but able to at least get something out of a desperate situation. Guards Goblins off to a hot start. Sun Prodigy already 2-0 on the Susano is not a spot that I think any team wants to be in.
No, certainly not. There is the unfortunate circumstance that their red did also get invaded. You happen to see that because Amaterasu was able to grab that the first go around, so they've got to eventually pick up on their red timer again, or Garps Goblins is going to be losing out on a lot of levels of their infamy, and that's not ideal for a buff as powerful as the red.
And the red buff and the speed buff, probably the two most important ones. Speed buff for your jungler just to make sure you got that constant movement speed, but as you're talking about, this red buff, just so powerful for the extra damage that you're given, whether it be for your in-hands or your abilities. Sun Prodigy getting active, backflip right into the open, the gates, and it's a great start for Dest and Sun Prodigy in the mid lane, getting a pick onto Freya. Maybe a return kill on the solo lane. Gank coming in from the Athena is going to make sure that Ma is able to pick up a return kill up against their opposition. So finally on the board for Odyssey, but it's now cost them 5 lives in order to get to that point. Sun Prodigy staying active on the map on the Susano.
Yeah, certainly has. I mean, we did see Rabbit use the ult there, and Rabbit also coming into the mid lane to see if they can get some work done on this mid laner. Dest is healthy enough, though, to not be too concerned about it. Oh my god, very close, but the Neath ult is going to seal the deal. Actually, even before the Neath ult comes through, they dive to the minions, and Rabbit actually ends up taking that one.
And the minions do still hit pretty hard this early in the game. Sun Prodigy hunting to see if they could find a pick before they are able to go back to base. Instead, they'll just take a consolation prize of Freya. Another death onto this Neath mid. Sun Prodigy may have been late to find the last second pick on Rabid, but just in time to grab another one. We even saw that Gold Fury started up by Rexwardo and King Bop, but as soon as Sun Prodigy poked his head around the corner, both of them immediately pull away from the objective.
Yeah, that was just really unfortunate timing. They were within arm's reach of being able to help, but just a little too distracted trying to get that Gold Fury. And of course, Gold Fury is a crazy important objective in Smite 2, considering it eventually unfolds into the Ancient Fury. Nice secure there from Garf's Goblins to get that red on the Jingwei. Might be a form of battling here between the two teams, but it looks like they just want to disengage. Not too much to fight over at this point. Prodigy's speed buff is coming up. They're not too worried about picking a fight at this point, considering they are about 2k up at this point, which is not bad for 7 minutes in.
And 2k starts on Prodigy, lazy backing a bit, but gets the call out for the rest of his team and turns it right back against Rabbit. Another kill for Sun Prodigy, 4-0-1, maybe a little bit more. Open the gate, hits Freya, pulls him right back in. Spell Leader is good, a little bit more damage, and it's Kill Cam Kenny with the ice carpet around the wall to secure that kill, and that opens up the objective. Vision is there for Odyssey to know this is happening, and then this comes down to a game of secure. Can they keep the Ares away from this pick? Can they prevent this Ares from getting to the objective? Sun Prodigy will do just that, so they drop the objective on the side of Gar's Goblins in favor of kills. Can they find the last shot of damage? Yes, they can. Rabid goes down once more, spawned in, ulted back to the party, and is sent to a coffin once more.
Yeah, that was tough. I was about to say, Rabbit's got Defender of Olympus, was going to come back in and hopefully, you know, find some triumph there, but unfortunately straight back to the grayscale screen. Not what you like to be seeing here, starting off for this Athena jungle, especially when your direct opponent has 5 kills in 8 minutes. That is very unfortunate in the early game for this Athena, but theoretically, you know, they'll be able to clean it up, and it looks like Garf's Goblins is able to make it to their red timer, but they've got to out-secure this Ama. Might be a little bit difficult with the fully charged shield, and they do not secure it. Another point of infamy towards Odyssey in the red.
And not a single red buff going the way of Garf's Goblins. They're going to be missing out on that damage later, but I don't think that Sun Prod necessarily cares about that. Teleports in
Oh my god, not
And
again.
another open the gate. It's a magnet on the back of Freya. Every single one of these open the gates been directed at this mid laner, and every single one of them has pulled them back in. Just cannot catch a break in the mid lane. Lord Garfield takes the dazzling offensive, but tanks the damage fairly well. In fact, it's Maw taking even more damage just from the tower. Sun Prod not done with their onslaught, moves all the way over to the dual lane, and now trying to kill against King Bop and Rexwardo. 2 more kills over for Garth's Goblins. It might just be 3. Sunder used by Lord Garfield. It's a solo kill on the Maw. Garth's Goblins now 14 kills up. Started up this Gold Fury with a 5k gold lead. And add a little bit further to that, 6,000 up now for Garth's Goblins.
Yeah, this is looking tough here for Odyssey. They're going to have to really start to play around these objectives and not pick a lot of fights otherwise, because all these random fights that they're picking, you know, there are things there to fight over, sure. However, it's not really going their way, and they are seeing several miscellaneous picks across the board, whether that be the Neath unfortunately getting grabbed by Open the Gates and various things. And I mean, you can't really be getting soloed in the solo lane, which unfortunately has happened to Maw twice at this point. Gotta be cleaning up those rotations altogether, and hopefully they'll be able to bring it back when the Pyromancer spawns in just a few minutes.
Pyromancer, a new objective on the map, being able to pick up that runic bomb. If you played Smite 1, you'll be familiar with the Pyromancer. It does essentially the exact same thing as far as its reward. You kill it, you get a runic bomb, you can deal some extra damage to those objectives, to those structures. It's an important buff to really want to contest for. And now with that final camp dropped over on the right side mid, you'll now see the timer pop up there for the old friend in the Pyromancer. Be 4 minutes before we see it spawn onto the map. Garth's Goblins aren't going to give 4 minutes to the enemy team. Open the gate once more. It is like clockwork for Des. As soon as they see that backflip goes in, drops that open the gates, pulls them right back in, and punishes them for their mobility. Xingwei ultimate use, double airstrike, trying to dash out if they can. Throws the persistent gust at their foot in case of any continued pursuers. But all the while this is happening in dual lane, while 3 people are trying to bat down a tier 1 tower, Garth's Goblins have cleared out not just a kill in mid, but both of the towers.
Yeah, that is just simply the strength of the Naga buff. No escape coming out from the Ares. Not going to be able to get more than a beads at a Drunk Diplomat. And honestly, considering how safe Jingwei is, I'm not surprised. Oh, Prodigy going for it.
See if they can get the damage. Has to beads to get the chain cleanse off of them. Neath ultimate from Freya. Not nearly enough damage. Hardly any damage at all, really, on Sun Prodigy. Silva live, goes back in, finds the pull, finds the double swipe from the Storm Kata. And it's another kill, 8 in a row for the jungler of Garth's Goblins. Death's in a little bit of danger with the Athena and Neath tracking them down, but throws out the Spell Eater, drops the damage immediately after, and they're trying to go for the solo kill. Ultimate is going to swap places of who's right on top. He's actually going to teleport out. Des is playing this fantastically. One more auto would have been able to get the kill, but instead it's Lord Garfield to be the janitor. Cleans up the last bit of HP on both. Double kill for the solo laner, and fantastic play and positioning by the mid laner Des.
Yeah, that was an amazing rotation there from the solo lane. Gets the solo kill and grabs 2 more in mid. Why, thank you. Yes, I will be taking those and being on my way. Now we're really just seeing the strength of Bacchus. Even post-nerfs, still doing a great job at maintaining pressure in this lane and really going ham when it comes to those player versus player engagements.
Des on the Sakate has really been the one that's probably impressed me the most. Yeah. Mostly just because it's that discipline of, I'm not going to use my ultimate, essentially, until I see Freya use that backflip. The second that Neath backflip goes off, it is just a snap. Okay, cool. I know exactly how far you're going to go. Here's your landing point. You have about half a second after you land to make any kind of movement. And it's just been positioning these ults perfectly to pull them back every single time. Maw, I don't know if the Warhorn is the hill that you want to die on. Or Garfield going to get taunted back on Neath ultimate on the way. Belch gets stunned out. Dazzling offensive. Not doing a whole lot. Garfield is fine for now. Uses the Intoxicate. Protecting that Warhorn with their life nearly. It will get transferred over, but all this time, Garth's Goblins are just farming across the map. Fury is back up. Nobody really in position on Odyssey to try and take this one away unless you see a sneaky steal by Rexwardo on the Soul, but unlikely with Sun Prodigy on the hunt. As soon as Rexwardo walks around, full comboed by Sun Prod and a Gold Fury for Garth's Goblins again to extend their lead. Larmy, we're 12,000 gold up.
Yeah, that is just an unfortunate mismanagement of resources when it comes to ultimates, when it comes to positioning across the board. You can't be triple ulting over in solo when the Gold Fury is coming up. You really do need to make sure that you're at that fight, especially when you're getting this far behind. I mean, nothing's going to stop a Lucky Sunder from stealing that away. If you're more on time than your opponents in sundering off, that's not a bad place to be. However, they just didn't have the resources, didn't have the manpower to get in there and make that happen. So again, unfortunately, going to lose a lot of gold for an unfortunate mistake.
Queen Naga will be dropped down by Garth's Goblins. Fire Giant is set to respawn here very short, or set to spawn in, I should say. Respawn with how far the gold has ballooned out of control. It feels like we're at the point where it should be a respawn for Fire Giant, but no, it's for a first spawning of Fire Giant in just about 20 seconds. Pyromancer that is also on the map. Odyssey, again, you have to take a look at the resources in hand. It's technically 2,000 damage of a Sunder compared to, well, I can't call it a full 3,000. One, because King Bop is dead, but also because King Bop hasn't hit that level 10, doesn't have the upgraded, in quotes, version of that Sundering Arc just yet, not able to do that full 1k value. I don't even think anybody will be able to try and get in there and steal Fire Giant or Pyromancer away, because Lord Garfield is just walking at the enemy team. He's not even trying to do damage. He's not trying to like hard CC. He's just strolling around the back of the jungle. Rapid walks in to try and contest the Fire Giant, but has lost their life for it. Big damage from Death and a killing blow from Sun Prodigy. And it might just be a case where Garth's Goblins don't even go for the objective. They could just go for the kills and maybe even just go for the game. Ma taken down by Sun Prodigy. Rexwardo hit by the belly flop and damage from Death. And that will be a killing blow and a deicide to follow. Garth's Goblins wipe off the entirety of Odyssey off the map.
Yeah, it was scary before, but now this is really scary. Going 5 for 0 in a team fight around Fire Giant as well. I mean, there's just no chance for a steal, right? They're going to just clean this up and run down left, run down mid. I mean, that Phoenix is already exposed, and considering they've got the Naga buff, that might just be a free Phoenix, honestly. It's really concerning here. Odyssey's getting backed into a corner.
Odyssey playing at such a deficit at this point. When you're looking at 5 digits, that's already saying, okay, you're essentially nearly a full item down on every single person. But we're getting close to approaching the 20k mark. I mean, we're sitting at 16, almost 17,000 up. We're going beyond 1 item down. We're hitting 1, 2 items down for some players in some of these positions. I mean, you look at King Bop only has the Eye of Providence and the Spirit Room. Killcam Kenny full item up, and one of those being that Stone of Binding. The rest of the team, I mean, it's just such a, essentially at this point, an insurmountable lead that it feels like the only way Odyssey could get back in is if Garth's Goblins just throw the game.
Yeah, it is going to be tough from here. There has to be some kind of mess up here from Garth's Goblins to really see anything crazy, but ooh, a little close there for Rex. Almost getting caught out by Prodigy. Going to be able to get away there with the Disapparate, but yeah, this tower is essentially forfeit. No reason to fight on these tier 2s if you're Odyssey. Oh, but they might be able to get some good damage here onto Garfield. Going to depend who gets pulled.
Nobody out from the open the gate, but it's at least Death going in. Picks up 1, nearly picks up a second one without the Sun Prodigy. It'll claim the kill onto King Bop, and Prodigy's not done. God. Freya's a target and nearly picks off another just with the damage of Typhoon. Instead, it's a backstopped on Rabid and another kill for Garth's Goblins. What looked like it could have been dire for Lord Garfield. They are not concerned one bit because the rest of the team just said, okay, whatever, we don't need this tower over here. Instead, let's go bail out our solo laner and end this game. Only Maw left alive, and they are not going to go for the defense. 2 more on the respawn, but Titan is low, and Titan is down. In the round of 32, it's Garth's Goblins on top.
Yeah, round of 32 and 32 kills in this game for Garth's Goblins. Incredible performances across the board, really, but gotta give a shout to Prodigy here for going 13-0-9. Really, really impressive performance from the Susanoo. Was having very successful ganks, played around all of his buffs pretty well, and also showed up to the objectives when he needed to be there.
Yeah, Sun Prodigy. I mean, if you look at the comparison just at the chart alone right there, we had 4 full items for Sun Prodigy. Opposite side, only 2 items and a couple of tier 1s, tier 2s in the jungle. I mean, this is just dangerous spots to be more than anything else. But because that game went a little bit quick, Laura, what do you say we just hop into another one? We got a second game still going on right now, so we might as well just hop right back into the action. It's the Employment Larpers, again, one of my favorite teams, going against Kitty Party. And at the moment, Employment Larpers a little bit behind, 5,000, 4,000 gold down against Kitty Party. And you look at the allocation of that one, most of that is coming off the back of slightly small Andrew, the Loki, sitting at 6-0-4.
Ooh, unfortunate mistime of the beats there, and it's going to get pulled right into the open the gates and into 4 people. That's a dead Cardanos, if you ask me.
Yeah, Bacon is going to go down. 4 members of Kitty Party surrounding the Cardanos, and with a Pyromancer spawned in, Kitty Party gonna go ahead and grab that objective with no contest. And they may just be going straight to the Fire Giant, starting this one up. There is potential for a steal. That's only if Minkstinkus can guarantee that all of their Sunders are down and just be able to out-damage them at this point, because no Sunder available to the Amaterasu. See if they can grab this one out. Silent's going to be there using the ultimate. Wait,
no way!
With the dazzling offensive. Who cares about the Sunders on the enemy team? Who cares about the players? It's all coming up Minkstinkus this day. Employment Larpers able to steal away the Fire Giant.
What a huge steal. Kitty Party's trying to get a little bit of revenge here for the steal, able to take down the Susanoo, and now they're really just going to go for the tower here. That's really all they can do as we get a bit of split pushing from Soul in mid, but what an incredible steal there from Minkstinkus. Able to stop a couple backs here is going to be SK Peso, but might just regret that. Nobody's on the way, just here to waste some time, it seems.
Ooh, open the gate used to transport SK Peso slightly forward just to their own death. I mean, a great play by Minkstinkus to steal away the objective, but nearly everybody has lost that Fire Giant buff that got it, and just about to make it, everybody has lost. Once this Soul goes down, Delny just going to chase out, uses the Belch. It's a little bit mistimed, but belly flopping a couple autos after will remove any Fire Giant buff that was on Employment Larpers off of the map. Kitty Party with a nice turnaround, a bit of an unfortunate moment for them at Fire, but it does not seem to have slowed them down one bit.
Yeah, Fire Giant who? Speaking of big objectives on the map, we do have the Ancient Fury spawning up on the left-hand side. Going to be a bit concerning if no one from Employment Larpers is able to get there. It's going to be a very close one here. A couple Sunders available. We just had SK Peso, try to get in there with the Sunder, but taken down very quickly. Ancient Fury still pulled, though.
Don't let it happen again. Minkstinkus does have a Sunder this time, even easier to steal if they were to get in. But Kitty Party going to play that one perfectly. Gets the Ancient Fury. It can now begin their siege. Send a couple players over to mid, a couple players to the duo lane, and split their efforts just a bit and somewhat force Employment Larpers to answer in kind. Most of the grouping here around this mid and right side of the map. So nobody really going to be able to stop Donut Doug on the Neath. Got to mention Donut Doug, though. 707 on the Neath. We jumped in and immediately kind of started. I put my eyes towards slightly small Andrew on the Loki with 6-0-4, but even Doug has been having a great game on this Neath. And on this Soul, literally nowhere to run. You try and run forward to your tower, there's a Neath. You try and run behind, there's a Loki. And now even in your jungle, you're not safe. Open the gates, gonna pull them right back in. Supernova's not a safety measure for Brendar. They get taken down by Kitty Party inside of their own jungle. Both tier 2 towers in mid and left fall down. And we head over to the left side. Phoenix, where the bulk of the siege is. All 5 members of Kitty Party grouped up, and that Ancient Fury still in play. That Phoenix cannot fight back, and Employment Larpers cannot either, with a couple of players on critical HP, one in the grayscale. Not much they can do to mount this defense.
Yeah, Ancient Fury is just so powerful, and they really did need to contest that a bit more. But unfortunately, here they are going to have to just try to pick these fights against the enemy team with no real help from their Phoenixes. They're doing an all right job, all things considered.
Well, this Loki trying to sneak out. Can slightly small Andrew do so? Jukes a little bit towards the left and actually fakes out Codester, not able to locate the Loki. Should be spotted on the wave at the very least. The mid Phoenix does go down. Bacon falls along with it. He opened the gate off the mark this time by Jangaru. But just take a look at how Gamma's positioning all the way aggressively and will get punished for that. Delny may just lose their life as well. Big damage towards the pockets, but not quite enough to fall. The kill, it's going to be, does Mink Stinkus want to continue this chase to try and grab one of these low HP targets? Seems they're stopped by the minion wave, and that might just be the end of the chase. Kitty Party get a couple of objectives. They lose one life in the process.
Yeah, a couple might be an understatement here, J-Mac. The tier 1s were up in mid and duo lane. There's no Phoenixes in those lanes any longer. What a humongous gold swing here for Kitty Party. I mean, you can see it in the charts. They're now 10k up, and they are probably very happy about that. Fire Giant's going to be on the way shortly, and honestly, I don't even know if Employment Larpers can do much about it. They've got 2 Phoenixes down on the opposite side of the map that they're going to have to worry about, and those minions, bro, they swing. So you do have to be worried about those ending up on your Titan, and just considering now that this lead has gone up into the 5 digits, it's going to be tough item-wise, too, to fight into it.
Kitty Party gonna go ahead and grab this Pyromancer real quick. Add a Runic Bomb to their pockets. And one will go in for Delny, I believe, to grab that one for himself. 2 Sunders versus 2 Sunders. One still on cooldown for about 24 seconds on the side of Employment Larpers at the SK Pesos on the Ares. That's even a matter of, are they able to get into the Fire Giant pit? And how much time do they even have to stick around and try and defend against these waves? You can see one already really starting to stack up on the left side. Meanwhile, that Codester in the mid, it's going to be Employment Larpers to start up the Fire Giant. This is a risky play and one that might just be able to bring them back in the game if they're able to pull it off. But it doesn't seem that everybody's on the same page. All 5 members of Employment Larpers showing up to try and defend this one. Typhoon hits over the wall, but immediately it's a necessity out by the Loki. It's 1 kill in the pocket for Kitty Party. Mink Sneak is down for 50 seconds, and they don't have the time on Employment Larpers to continue sticking around this jungle. The minion waves are going to start pushing forward, and Kitty Party know this, so they're going to rush in to try and chase out these kills. They might not even need a Fire Giant. They can find even just one more. They can start sieging towards this Titan. Great wall by Gamma. Slows down SK Peso, but they weren't grouped up to try and get any follow-up after, so Kitty Party will fall back and head to the Fire Giant.
Yeah, I honestly am a bit shocked that SK Peso wanted to start up the Fire Giant themselves in that last one. I was more so expecting the counter engage, but slightly small Andrew here lurking around trying to find the enemies as they're attempting to get in here for this Fire Giant. No luck there from Codester. Almost gets one, but not quite.
Is getting chased out by Jangaru, and slightly small Andrew open the gate, gets at least a little bit away from thy Codester. Forced to use the relic just to try and stay alive. And slightly small Andrew is not going to let Codester leave for free. Uses that stealth and invisibility to chase out, assassinate well off the mark. I think they were expecting Codester to try and dash away, but it's just the ultimate game of cat and mouse.
Dang.
It seems, I believe that might have been minion kills on the Titan at that point. So Winions coming out big here in the round of 32 that will find a win for Kitty Party.
Yeah, that is, something you hate to see is when the Winions take it and no one's even there to celebrate it. But you do have to respect those fire minions, guys. They swing on the Titan when it comes down to it. Just a couple of strange engagements around the Fire Giant does not end up in the favor of anybody but Kitty Party. Kitty Party absolutely went crazy. They played really well together around the objective, saving each other's lives, grabbing a bunch of kills, and big shouts there to Andrew for making sure that nobody gets to go back to base to stop those minions.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, that was just the final call. Was, look, we don't need Fire Giant. They need to defend their base, but they still continue to want to step up to this Fire Giant. So if they're not going to go back and defend, we might as well keep them there as long as they can. Even with the missed assassinate at the end there, it's just making sure to keep that Codester continuously running in and keeping their efforts busy at that point. So great plays by the Kitty Party. They're able to move themselves on in the bracket. And just like earlier that we saw Garth's Goblins as well, qualified forward out of the round of 32. There's still some more games and some more action that's happening. Unfortunately, we can't jump into every single one. It'd be great if we could watch every single game going on, whenever we finish one, jump to another, but don't have the efforts and the ability to do so on that one. So getting to watch the ones that we have kind of starts getting us that immediate eye and look into what the meta is established, where in the previous weeks, we were looking at Bacchus being still that number one pick. I would have thought that after his nerfs, we wouldn't have seen him nearly as much, but learn me, just in these 2 games alone so far for NA, solo lane Bacchus is the threat to deal with right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. Of course, Amaterasu just theoretically is a great rival to the Bacchus, but I mean, Bacchus brings a lot of damage and a lot of control too, especially when it comes to that delayed control. It gives you a little bit of space to try to zone people out while it's going off, things of that nature. Still doing very well when it comes to that team fight stage and can handle on its own in the laning stage, which is the most important thing when it comes to solo lane. If you can't hang in the lane, you're going to have a tough time, and Bacchus certainly can.
Well, congrats to Kitty Party and to Garf's Goblins. They've made it their way into the round of 16, but we're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, we've got that round of 16 ready to go.
When I pick up the mic, got powers. When I pick up the mic, it's power. When I pick up the mic, got powers. Pick up the mic, got powers. 4, 3, 2 in the morning. Yeah, I'm still up, you're boring. Life keeps getting better and better, and I'm not stressed, I'm snoring. It'll get messy, get gory. Simpleness not for me. I don't care about football, care about this, that, care if you're acting 40. Like quick call back, can't ignore me. They don't even know my story. Any little sour patch acting salty, flows on point like gourmet. Need a Michelin star like always, like conference call on 4 ways. Man thinks this life is a role play, so they hear about the family drama. There's coldness there, there's karma. There's heat, there's flames, there's lava. Volcanic, what can we do, it gets manic. I know what got powers. Pick up the mic, got powers. Powers. Pick up the mic, got powers. Powers.
Hello and welcome back to the North American Open Bracket, week number 2 here in our Founder Series and Road to Las Vegas. If you want to join the Founder Series and if you want to become a founder yourself for SMITE 2, well, then you can pick yourself up a Founders Edition. And there's 3 tiers of that available to you. So make sure that you go onto your preferred platform, whether you want to get it on Steam, Epic, PlayStation, or Xbox. Go up and pick up a Founders Edition now. Every single one of them comes with full access to the SMITE 2 closed alpha at the time. Every single SMITE 2 god now and forever until the rest of time, as well as a Founders Avatar badge and title and a Cacneve and Ymir skin, plus ×2 Legacy gems on all of the gems that you had from SMITE 1 now into SMITE 2. But if you upgrade that to the Deluxe Founders Edition or the Ultimate Founders Edition, you get even more goodies. With the Deluxe, you get the Night Stalker Neath and Ascension Passes for 11 Alpha Gods. And if you go all the way to the Ultimate, you get the Tier 5 Cross-Gen Fallen Zeus skin. By the way, the Night Stalker Neath also a Cross-Gen skin, so you get that both in SMITE 2 and SMITE 1. You get the Ultimate Edition, Avatar Badge, and title, and 23 Ascension Passes. And if you've already picked one up, let's say you picked up a Founders Edition, you go, man, I'm actually really liking this. I want to go a little bit further. You can upgrade that in-game as well in the store to make sure that you can go up to that next tier, whether you want to go from the Founders to the Deluxe or from the Deluxe to the Ultimate, or even if you just say, hey, the Founders Edition is cool and I want to go all the way to the top, you can pick that one up or upgrade it right now today. So make sure you go and do so. I'm J-Mac. I got Larpers joining me once more as we get ready to jump into the round of 16. We just watched a couple of big matchups in our previous round of 32. That being the Garth's Goblins versus the Odyssey matchup, and then Kitty Party able to find their win over against Employment Larpers. And now moving around at 16, this is where things are going to start getting interesting. Some of those top teams that we were seeing in the previous weeks are getting a little bit closer to their eventual matchups there. We have to take a look at the bracket to see what some of those ones are going to be. Cowabunga has already found a victory in their first round of play, now waiting for their matchup between the winner of the Theater Thugs. I don't know why. I don't know where I inserted an F in there. I should probably read an entire word before I try and say the word. Theater Thugs and the Long Sandwich is still playing out their match. Winner of that will play against Cowabunga. For Garth's Goblins, they'll be playing against Name in Progress. And Kitty Party, after a pretty brutal win in their first round of play, now have to go up against Team But with 5 M's, which is one of our top teams to look out for, as well as Food Drive for Globe, still waiting on their matchup. And when you want to talk about what the quarterfinals matchup potentials look like, Food Drive for Globe, Team with 5 M's as a quarterfinal is going to be intense. Cowabunga popping up against either Garth's Goblins or Name in Progress can also be one, depending on how Cowabunga is able to perform in their matchup. You even looked at the top of the bracket. I'm looking at Borch versus Mr. Play-by-Play, even just in this matchup play. Alfie's still waiting to see who their matchup is going to be between Scrumptious at the very least. So there's a lot of big matchups still in this round, and even more so to come a little bit later. Because remember, all these teams playing to try and get into that Swiss stage of play that's going to be starting up literally next week. Like after the show is done today, we go into a draft show where they're going to have the admins. We're going to have Cooper, we're going to have Vinny, and then we're going to have Goremizer back out there, I assume, unless something has changed and I'm being trolled. Have the 3 of them back out there. We're going to have the little bingo spinner and try and figure out who those immediate matchups are going to be for Swiss. And then a little bit later in the week, we'll actually have the schedule as to which matchups we're going to be watching next weekend. And then while that's going to be happening, there will be the open bracket still going on once more. But it's a fresh open bracket. It's not an extension of this one. So all the points you earn in this open bracket, they don't mean anything after this stage. You'll have to jump into a fresh new 5-week open bracket where we'll still be taking some teams from there to move on into the next round of play. So currently we're in stage 1, and then we'll be moving into stage 2A/2B for EMEA and NA. And then, as mentioned a bit earlier, if you're not in EMEA or NA and you want to still participate, we're going to have LATAM, Brazil, and APAC all going to be having their own open brackets starting at the exact same time. All that starting on the 28th next Saturday. So sure to be an insane amount of SMITE action to be had, and certainly something that we're not even going to be able to fully cover for ourselves. So I want to throw this little fun reminder out there for everybody. If you are going to be broadcasting, whether it be you're streaming your POV of the gameplay you're going to be doing for this weekend, for next weekend, or any weeks to come, whether you're going to be casting those ones, with it be yourself and a buddy, or maybe a full production crew, let us know, because we would love to shout you guys out and get a little love out there to the rest of the community and the casters out there, because it's look, 2 regions of SMITE is already sometimes hard enough to keep up with when we have 30 some odd teams all taking part and we only have time to watch maybe 1 or 2 every single round. Keeping up with 5 regions that are all happening at once is a monumental task that we certainly are not fully capable of doing all on our own. So make sure that if you are getting some of that one, show a little bit of that love there. Now, I talked a little bit earlier about a big matchup that I was kind of looking forward to in this quarterfinal, and luckily
Mhm.
we get to, or not in the quarterfinal,
Ooh.
here in the round of 16, we get to look into. It's picks and bands ready to go with Team with 5Ms versus Kitty Party. So we saw a
Ooh.
little bit of Kitty Party last game, pretty dominant performance out of them, but now they got to go up against Team with 5Ms, who is one of our top teams in the bracket so far, in a pretty powerful roster for themselves. Cherry, Scream, Benny Q, PBM, and Cyclone on the side of Team with 5Ms. And then, just to remind those who didn't get it fully see it with Kitty Party, Sonard, Jisoo, JJ, Priv, and Donut Doug on the side of Kitty Party. So this should be a very fun matchup to watch. And probably no surprise, Larmy, is what we've seen already today and what we saw even just yesterday. Fenrir, Odin, top two gods. Don't want anything to do with them, so take them off the table right away.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that the team, but with 5Ms, wanted to take Fenrir off the board for themselves. I would have thought that Scream would have been happy to take the doggo into the jungle. Even Cherry probably is more than happy to grab that one for the soul lane, but Neath is going to be the top pick here, and that is honestly kind of surprising to me when things like Hekate, Bacchus on the board still, even Susanoo we saw perform pretty well, at least in our first game that we looked into. And of course, our new goddess of the week, Amaterasu, is going to be first picked here for Kitty Party.
I will say, I wonder how far down the priority list Mordred will be for Team with 5Ms. While Mordred himself isn't a crazy out there pick, he's not one of the top selection gods right now. It feels that Team but with 5Ms really does enjoy this god, maybe because of that level 1 through 5 where this team likes to get very aggressive, and specifically Scream loves to go for these early invades. Even with Sunder being a little bit worse, I don't imagine we see Scream pump the brakes on trying to go for any kind of invade strategies. Pulled it off a couple of times last week. Now, not to great success. I will have to throw that asterisk in there. Scream was not super successful on the actual invades, but it's just that looming threat that somebody is walking at you. Somebody is going to be trying to go through your jungle. At least at the moment, not going to be on the priority list. It will be once again Ymir and Bacchus locked in for Team but with 5Ms.
Yeah, not surprised. These are probably your top two tanks to look out for between the Ymir and the Bacchus, and we certainly saw them work together quite well in our previous matchups here. But in response, I might be looking for a jungler. Gotta be grabbing the Susanoo, literally right on time for me, by the way. Probably your next best pick there is definitely the Susanoo. So happy to see that Kitty Party goes for it. Will they go for an ADC here? Maybe. They don't really have any concern to worry about supports because there are already two tanks locked in for Team Built with 5M. So they're good to grab this Jingwei. Arguably one of the best, if not the best, ADC pickup in the game.
Yeah, I wonder what the response is going to be to the Jingwei. Typically, Soul has kind of been the answer as a god that can sort of match that level of pressure and that level of damage that Jingwei has to be able to put out there. But we'll have to keep our eyes and see what Team with 5Ms goes in. We're thinking about junglers, so typically when the Fenrir is gone, that means Susanoo and Loki are kind of the next two up, and that will be the selection for Team but with 5Ms. And now we move on to the final pick, which is going to be a Cardanos locked in for themselves. So seeing Kern instead of Soul is what I would imagine to go over to that dual lane. Now, with the way that Cardanos scales, it really feels like intelligence is kind of the stronger path towards him, even though he is a bit of a mixed scaler. But we've also seen just some full intelligence style of Cardanos, but already having a Neath that builds that very similar level. Do you imagine that we just see more of the strength kind of crit style of play come from this Cardanos Larm?
Yeah, I would expect that if you're gonna play with two hunters, one of them does have to be in the crit variety and one of them should be going the int variety. You could mix it up and do it either way, but I would probably say Cardanos is better suited toward the crit kind of mentality, the crit build, you might even say, for that character. So I do think that that's probably more likely what we're gonna see out of that guy. But when it comes to what they're up against, I'm going to have to be looking out for that dual lane. I really want to see if this Athena can grab some pressure. We haven't been seeing too great of a performance from Athena this weekend thus far, but maybe this one will be the one to turn it around.
I've been seeing a lot of the Athena jungle more than anything else. Haven't
Yeah.
seen too much of the Athena support, so I am curious to see kind of the playstyle difference in it. It really kind of feels like the support is oftentimes just the second roaming jungler, except you're a little bit tankier, but a lot of the Athena jungles have just been building tanky anyway. So maybe it's a similar level of play, but now just try and get that pressure out there into the dual lane. But when you have a Jingwei, feels like Jingwei is one of the better clearing hunters right now to kind of throw in that dual lane. You drop down that persistent gust, it does an immense amount of damage to the minions. So we'll see how things pan out. It is Kitty Party versus Team, but with 5 M's. We are ready to jump in to the action. Remember, it is best of 1 for all of these games until grand finals. So you got to put your best foot forward every single game that you play, especially in these earlier rounds. It's J-Mac, it's Lurmy, and it's Doug back here with our round of 16. You can already see that Scream maybe wants to go one of these early invades, these early starts, but waiting around. Not sure if he saw that the Susano had popped in.
I think so.
But just playing very cautiously around, just kind of standing at this midpoint.
Yeah, they're just hanging out for now. Looks like we're not really seeing a death ball from either side of things at this point, which, you know, I think people are more than happy to kind of chill and go for it. But one thing that I do want to point out here is that Cyclone is going to be underneath, and Benny Q has picked up the Kern, which makes me feel like Kern might be the one going into here, actually.
It looks like it may be from both of them going a little bit that direction. Benny Q getting some strength in the build early. Could be a Devos, could be a Transcendence kind of a start. Just kind of depends. We've seen really the flexibility with both of those items for these more carry style of gods. That'll be something to kind of keep track on as the game continues to go. Scream not going to go for an invade. Spotting out Gamma, though. This isn't the usual place you see a support roaming around. It is in the enemy's red buff area. Does have access to Asunder, so can try and take that one away. I don't think that Scream really cares too much. And maybe now with the change to Asunder and the change to priority, feels that the invades of speed buff, while we do still see one from Kitty Party taking away the speed buff on Scream with 5Ms, this priority towards red buff has kind of been the interesting standout for NA so far, Lermy.
Yeah, Scream here getting absolutely robbed. Red buff gone, speed buff gone, and on the other side of things, you know, PBM's doing his best to clear out the enemy's jungle, but Scream here left with basically no farm at this point. He's gonna have to find a lane and sit in it because there's nothing left in that jungle for him to take.
PBM left a single small harpy.
That's rude.
At that back left camp there. I don't even know if he left the single at the other one
he
too.
Did,
but
yeah.
Oh man,
He's leaving it everywhere.
That is like classic support invade brain is just like, yeah, I obviously will get more experience if I kill them both, but I also make it more annoying for them because now they have to go back and clear that, and they see, oh look, there's a minion here. Oh wait, it's just wait. Jengar didn't even clear the minion. He just left it sitting there. That's
no.
You gotta clear it before it spawns back.
Yeah, that is going to be a huge setback there for Kitty Party. They're going to have to discover which buffs have the one minion remaining. So good work there from Mike. And unfortunately does slow down Scream a little bit. But realistically, if you're slowing down the entire enemy team for the cost of one person, you're not too mad about that.
Ooh, Cherry down for first blood. Slightly small Andrew teams up with Soul and Delny to be able to find the first pick of the game for Kitty Party. Meanwhile, Scream just trying to farm their own jungle. Gamma has not gone to the duel. I don't think either of the supports have stepped foot in that duel lane. It has just been this Jingwei and this Neith chilling out there the entire game so far. I mean, we're only 2 minutes in, but the fact that supports don't even care about being over there is so wild.
It is pretty crazy to see them just fighting this jungle, but that's what you have to do against a team as strong as Team, but with 5 Ms. When you're playing against Scream, you gotta be making sure he's getting focused down, because if he starts to get ahead and get a lead, you might see some crazy plays from him because he just is an incredible player. So I appreciate the strategy coming out from Kitty Party to just deny the jungler as much farm as humanly possible.
Oh, Cherry. Oh, if he could have blocked that dash, that might have just been a kill for Cherry in the solo lane. First support to step foot in the dual lane is going to be PBM. Manages to get a freeze onto the Susano, and a clothesline from the Loki will take them down. Scream with a nice kill to put Team Up 5Ms on the board, and maybe a little bit more Ice Carpet. Not quite the distance needed to grab Donut Doug there. Team Up with 5Ms are finally able to answer back on the left side of the map. Cherry, even despite going down for that first blood, has not slowed down one bit in the solo lane.
Yeah, not one bit. They've been just fighting this whole time, but you do see that Gamma is lurking at that blue buff. They might honestly be going for the red instead, but Cherry will not respond to this, it seems. He doesn't even know that it's going on, and honestly, I don't blame him. Haven't seen Gamma this whole match, except for being in the enemy jungle, as Gamma is wont to do. And by all means, I mean, it certainly is working to deny a good deal of this farm, but everything's spawning at the exact same time here. Cherry shows up just a bit too late. And Gamma is still going to be ready with the Sunder in case someone shows up to stop him on that red.
Cyclone spin, rotating over. Gamma actually going to try and maybe steal this red buff away. 2, might even be a third one on the way to stop Mike. Not even sure if he was able to fully secure that red. Open the gate, pulls Mike out of position, sets up for the kill for slightly small Andrew. Kitty Party with 2 on the board. Weren't able to secure that red buff, but able to grab a kill for themselves. But even with these couple of kills, all these wacky invades that have been happening so far, it's not really netting Kitty Party any kind of a lead. We've seen this one support walk to dual lane one time. Outside of that, it has just been them passively farming either in the mid lane, the soul lane, or the jungle.
Yeah, you are sacrificing a lot of your farm in the lanes that you'd be getting, but you are also just funneling it into your laners, which is not the worst thing in the world to do. It certainly is a valid strategy that you can take up into these Smite 2 matches, but we'll have to see here if it starts to convert into kills or not, because we've got Scream lurking in this duo jungle.
Scream wants a kill. Not sure if he knows exactly where Donut Dug is in that grass. Throws out the decoy, which covers most of the grass anyways. And does manage to at least spot him out. Cyclone spin, charging up that ultimate around the corner. Does spot Donut Dug, but Dug a little bit too late to get there to stop that purple buff from going down. Team with 5 Ms. Now with a very slight gold lead, about 800. Gamma. I don't know if we'll ever see Gamma touch the dual lane. I think my mini game right now is seeing how long it takes Gamma to step foot in the dual lane. And I think the only way we're seeing that happen in the first, like, 8 to 10 minutes of this game is probably an ultimate that way.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Scream decides to keep putting the pressure on this Jingwei. I mean, historically, Jingwei, known as a very, very safe god, especially now that we've hit the ultimate, portion of the game where, she's got that ultimate if she wants to get out. It's going to be very difficult, but Cyclone's been aiming out, actually going to be going for this Amaterasu here because Scream has showed up over in solo.
Big ultimate from Scream. And the Neathel to secure the stun to set up for Scream to get the kill. 2 and 2 now on the board for both these two teams kill-wise. Kitty Party mounting an offense towards the Fury. 2 Sunders available to them. Cherry without his for 12 seconds. But still has the opportunity for Mike to come over and slow this one down. Cyclone spin spots everything out. Mike is already in the background. Charges up the ultimate. It's immediately teleported out by Andrew. And an Athena ultimate just to bail out Gamma. But now that leaves the option open for Team with 5 Ms to do Fury.
Yeah, that might be going in the other direction now. That always seems to be the case, doesn't it? Even in Smite 1, transfers over to Smite 2, start the objective, end up losing the objective. And that is going to be a free gold Fury there for Team but with 5 Ms, and they are happy to be sending Scream over here to invade. At that same time, pretty handedly won that fight, forced out Kitty Party, who had to use a bunch of ults defensively. Jangaru didn't even have open the gates at that point.
Should have it whenever the next team fight rolls around. It will be that Transcendent start for Benny Q on the Carnanos mid. I do wonder where we'll see the full build lie out. Typically when you see at least this starter item in the Conduit gem picked up, that does kind of lead to be that mixed intelligence strength style of build. You get as much mana as possible to try and get the most of effective stats, whatnot mathematical nonsense that I'm not going to pretend I know all the numbers for kind of stuff in their builds. Essentially just know that this is going to be an ability blaster Carnanos similar to what we see out of Neat.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see these 2 hunters go for the builds they're going. Neat starting with Book of Thoth going into Transcendence, and the reverse for Benny Q going into Transcendence and then into Book of Thoth. This really is just the very standard mixed hunter build where you go both the stacking items and then start to just throw a little bit of miscellaneous stuff in there. Could see chins, could go into crit, really either works, or full hybrid. Really, there's a lot of options after this point, but this is your standard hunter build.
All right, I am going to call out Mike here just for a moment. PBM has the drops on in their name, but it didn't include the full Twitch name. Like, if you're going to say drops on PBM, at least do the PBM Smite so they know where the drops are on, Mike. Come on, you're falling apart in your content here. Like, you want to keep the streams going. You got to put the full name so people know where to go check you out. Besides just here on the channel, dazzling offensive use defensively under the tier 1 tower. Now we'll at least be able to bail out Delny for the time being, allow them to get back to the safety behind that tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, there are 3 people. This, by the way, this is the closest that Gamma's gotten to the dual lane all game. We're 9 minutes in, and they're finally going to step foot at it at a tier 1 tower dive as they're setting up. Cyclone spin.
Blink.
Able to blink, backflip. Still gets pulled by the Susanoo regardless. All the efforts for naught. As Cyclone spin goes down. Double teleport in from the tanks of Team But With 5 Ms. PBM and Cherio on the way to see if they can find any stragglers. So the Susanoo is already gone and back to base, so not going to come up with any kills this time. An empty-handed rotation from Team But With 5 Ms. Meanwhile, Scream says, okay, well, if you guys are going to go hang out on the left side, I'm going to get some farm here on the right.
Yeah, speaking of farm, tower bounties on the ground. Scream very happy to be picking this up. And Scream, who was put at a huge disadvantage at the beginning of the game, actually ahead of Slightly Small Andrew, or Short Fuse, as you may know him from Smite 1. So honestly, shouts to Scream there for making up that huge deficit at the beginning of the game. Red buff secured on this left-hand side. Terry's still hanging out here. They're more than happy to give Scream some extra farm, and these lanes sure do have a lot of it.
Benny Q gonna go down. Not without at least a little bit of a fight. Doesn't quite have the damage online just yet to survive a 2v1, and certainly doesn't have the sustain to try and last against 2 of them. Cherry able to get a stun.
Ooh.
And the ultimate from Gamma.
Okay.
Questionable as to why the Gamma ult is there, but I guess when you do see the solo laner roaming around the left side jungle, it makes you question who all might still be around this Bacchus.
Yeah. What I am looking at, though, on the map is going to be Gold Fury coming up for the 2nd time this game. And hopefully Kitty Party are going to be able to put up a bit of a better fight this time than they did last time. Scream probably backing to get that reset in to grab their next item. Probably the Tekokagi. Yep, going for that one. And I would imagine up next is going to be hi-rez, but we'll have to see for both of these junglers going a very similar build. A lot of wards picked up for Short Fuse here. Going to see if they're going to plan around this Gold Fury, which is coming up right about now. Who is going to go down first, though? Who's going to be the one to start it up? That is the biggest question for me. And honestly, either side could go for it. The gold deficit is not really that big right now. I would not be surprised to see Kitty Party get active here.
I'd like to see Cherry rotate over from solo lane, because it is technically now all 5 members of Kitty Party on the left side of the map. Cherry, the only one who has not joined the party just yet, is going to head back to base. It'll be a nice little trek from the base all the way to this left side. Taunt on to Scream. Scream does still have access to ultimate if things get a little bit dicey, and do so. Quick assassinate out to escape the dazzling offensive. And even a little jet stream thrown out by the Susanoo. Put a little bit of extra pressure towards Cyclone Spin. Now, this is the advantage for Kitty Party, but they have a pretty low health carry. Neath ultimate out. Try and go towards one. Wild Hunt used by Benny Q, but open the gate. Will only pull back one. Benny Q in a bit of danger, but stands his ground and stands firm to help pick up another kill. 2 down on the side of Kitty Party, while Cherry plays goalkeeper at the top side of the pit for Team But With 5 Ms to pick up the Fury.
And this is just years and years of disciplined, objective play coming in clutch for Team But With 5 Ms. These guys are working together quite well, able to give and take parts as they need to, right? Scream ate a lot of damage at the beginning of that engagement, really before the Gold Fury was even started. And that gave such an advantage for their team because the rest of them could come in and clean it up.
Cyclone Spin. Started off that fight with a bit of an interesting Neath ultimate. Went for a full HP target. Was probably likely aiming for Donut Doug, but just missed slightly off on the cursor, or just wanted to try and scare the enemy team in a different manner. But it works out well for Team But With 5 Ms. Jingwei Dash. I don't think you want to stand a minion Cyclone Spin. Those AoEs are going to go right through the minions and right through you, but
oh no,
backflips away. I don't think Cyclone realizes that this is Susanoo waiting around the corner. Blink out, unravel, turns around for the double root as well. Cyclone is spending a lot of time wasting the time of Kitty Party, and now he's got backup with Scream. Decoy is out. Blink pass. Slightly Small Andrew gets a big kill against Cyclone Spin, and Scream losing the 1v1 against Donut Doug sends him back to the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, gonna have to blink out there for Scream. Mike getting caught on a couple minions. Scream also almost getting the better of that trade, but yeah, that Defender of Olympus seals the deal. Scream goes down. Extra shield on Doug, meaning he's perfectly safe on this left-hand side. And even though Kitty Party did not grab that Gold Fury for themselves. They are not out of this one bit. They are still fighting tooth and nail to make sure that they're showing that they are able to fight against these veterans.
Pyromancer started for team, but with 5 Ms. Nobody on Kitty Party really recognizing or paying attention to this one. It should go down for free. Mike charging up his ultimate. And Sunder, not even necessary, wasn't even available for Mike at the time. So a nice objective for team, but with 5 Ms. And this is kind of where a bit of the veteranship comes in for this team, and these players will hold that. As it opened the gates, does pull Penny back out of the fight and actually sends Jangaru into the middle of the fray, and it's not stuck by a wall from PBM. Does use the relic to try and stay alive a little bit longer, but there's just too many people surrounding the Hakata. Jangaru goes down in the fight, and now the Soul Laners have rotated in just for Cherry to slow down the party in mid. Team, but with 5 Ms on top.
Yeah, that is the tough part about Open the Gates, is even though it can be very helpful for you, it can just as easily hurt you right back. Putting BennyQ back into safety was probably not the intent there from Jangaru, but it is what ended up happening. So tough situation there with the ultimate under the tower there from Jangaru, but they're gonna, bring it around. We're gonna be seeing a lot of great Open the Gates coming forward, I'm sure. However, that ultimate can have some crazy potential, but it also could have some unfortunate non-synergy too.
A little bit of a battle between the solo laners as Scream goes for a bit of extra farm on the left side of the map. Gets a couple of tower bounties and knocks that tier 1 tower nearly down. Jingwei able to fly back in by nature of her passive. Lets her get back pretty quickly to base. So if you take a little too much damage, no worries. Back to base and you're almost halfway back to your lane anyways. So no worries coming that direction. So for this time being, with the Gold Fury still down a few seconds, Pyromancer not available, Fire Giant unlikely to at least be the call for Teambo with 5 Ms. So what is kind of on the mind for this team to work on these next couple of minutes here, Lermy?
Yeah, I mean, Gold Fury respawning really is the next big thing. They do have the Naga buff on BennyQ, so these Nagas going to be able to tank up tower, at least going to give them plenty of tower bounties here, if not just take down the whole tower. That's a lot of gold, but right behind them, they've got to be a little careful for an ambush, but probably not going to happen. I would imagine now after this middle tower, we're probably going to send it over to the Gold Fury and snag that one right up.
It does appear to be a disconnect from Gamma. Unsure the cause of the disconnect there. We'll have to see if Gamma can get himself back into the game. And as I say that, right back in, ready to go. You know what? All it took was a little acknowledgement. And Gamma's back in, but unfortunately for Gamma, he spawns back in.
No.
While team, but with 5 Ms, is going for the Fury. They pick that one up, no problem. Fire Giant could be a call for Kitty Party. Cherry is here, though, and this is a dangerous one. To start up with a Bacchus nearby. Cherry does have access to Sunder. If he can stop the tanks from being able to do this, open the gate, does pull it away, and Gamma is going to help secure the Fire Giant. A great play by Kitty Party as they grab Fire Giant while the Fury was being taken by Teambo with 5 Ms. They don't need Gamma. They said, look, he spawned in at the perfect time to join in and help us get that objective. Meanwhile, Scream going to take it a bit personal and lose his life because of it. BennyQ trades in a 1-for-1. Cherry finds a double stun. Mike with a big ultimate doesn't get the damage he needed for the kill. 1-for-1 trade, objective for objective as well.
Yeah, you definitely are not mad about losing your support when you grab the Fire Giant, but there is a bit to be concerned about here, considering that was the third Gold Fury of the match. And Ancient Fury is right up next. Even though Fire Giant's on 4 members of Kitty Party, I gotta say, at this stage of the game, and there's still 2 tier 1s on the side of Kitty Party and 2 on the other side as well, that might be the bigger objective to look out for. You might want to honestly save up those Fire Giants. Make sure you're not taking any risky plays to have that advantage around the Ancient Fury fight, because depending on who that goes to, that might determine the match, honestly.
Fire Giant, a potent buff right now, just because of the extra damage and specifically as well the protections that you get from having that buff are great for the team fighting. But team with 5 Ms might not really even be concerned with the real team fight. They've been playing a lot more of this split push PvE style of play, especially Scream on this low game. If they can grab an Ancient Fury and Scream is left alone for even 30 seconds in a lane, they could be losing tier 2 towers, maybe even Phoenixes, depending on which lane that Scream has that unchecked access to. Now it'll be a Pyromancer for Kitty Party. Trying to close back some of this lead. Team with 5 Ms was starting to run away with the game for a bit, about 4,000 or 5,000 gold up. Kitty Party starting to close that gap a little bit. Double stun from Mike. Open the gate. Immune by Mike as he goes for the ultimate. Instead, it's a turn and burn. Slightly Small Andrew is down for the count, while 5 players on Team with 5M alive and healthy.
Yeah, they've still got a couple ultimates up their sleeve, but Scream not going to be here. Instead, taking his Titan's Bane over into the solo lane, grab some farm from himself, because even considering the advantage here for Team But with 5M, Scream is behind his direct counterpart, and it was a bit risky there up against this level 17 Amaterasu. Great guess there from the dash. Going to have Scream teleporting out here, and I'm sure nobody's going to be following this guy.
It's the most criminal style of play that you could have against a Loki split push. Honestly, we cooked ourselves here, Larmy, because we gave Loki players an option to split push and bail themselves out to go split push another lane almost immediately. But
yeah,
unfortunate for Scream, no minions there to allow him to do such. Just uses the teleporter to get to the other side of the map and be able to back and head to safety, but has now already rotated to this left side. Remember that Ancient Fury about a minute or so from respawning in, and that is the ultimate goal now for both these two teams. Is having those structures disabled means that you don't have that safety net to fall back to. If a team fight's going bad, normally say, okay, cool, I'll go to tier 1, tier 2 tower, maybe a Phoenix if it's that far back, and surely they're not going to dive me at this point. With Ancient Fury, it's going to turn those structures off. There is no safe haven. That's just a giant brick wall there to stand in the way.
Yeah, certainly. It's hard to fight some fights with no structures at your back. You tend to forget just how helpful those guys are, but clearing out the minions for you, doing some damage to enemies that are aggressing on you, always good to have. But Kitty Party here going to take down that very low health middle tower, and still looking to grab themselves at least some vision advantage here, but all 5 members at least in the vicinity, except for Scream, who is, I would assume, going to be pushing up the mid wave and then flanking this Gold Fury engagement, but the Ancient Fury is getting low, folks. It's gonna be close.
2 Sunders, a runic bomb for both sides, but they may just have to ignore the objective and go for the fight after. Open the gates. Doesn't land in a fight, and Scream is losing his 1v1 matchup. On the right side of the engagement, will have to go back to base, likely just to resustain. Meanwhile, Ancient Fury has been picked up by Cherry, down to half HP on the objective. Kitty Party gonna go ahead and pick this one back up. PBM could stop this one. A well-placed wall might be able to do so, but Gamma able to secure the Gold Fury. They only loses their life during it, but a big objective for Kitty Party. Pulling that one away from Team But with 5Ms and into their favor now can really shift the momentum into the favor of the Chaos team.
Yeah, they might be right, but Cherry's doing a great job of zoning. Doug is off in the left lane, and this is exactly what you like to see from a team that's not securing the Ancient Fury. Just pressuring some other part of the map. Keep them as far away from your objectives and your towers as possible, and try to wait out that Ancient Fury as much as humanly possible. And they're certainly doing exactly what you like to see from a team that's not getting it. They are going to position around this fire giant, but the question is, are they actually going to start it? And it looks like they are going to have 2 Sunders available for this, but Kitty Party knows they're here.
And a runic bomb as well. I think at the very least 1 Sunder plus runic bomb was used from Kitty Party. This could be a nice and easy secure for PVM. They get the fire giant and a kill on the Gamma to boot. Scream goes to the backline with the assassinate, forces out airstrike from the Jing Wei, and a great wall from PVM slows down the disengage from Kitty Party. They are out their support, but the rest of them have been able to bail out of the team fight. So a great response from Team But with 5Ms. They lose the Ancient Fury, but it has not slowed them down. They were able to grab that fire giant and only needed a single Sunder to secure that. This will now be 2 runic bombs in pocket for Team But with 5Ms for this next siege.
Yeah, that is dangerous, right? And especially on the individuals they put it on between Mike and between Scream. I mean, Scream can realistically go to any lane that he wants and grab a tower almost for free on his own at this point. So I could see that happening. And then, of course, if they start to push up to these tier 2s or these Phoenixes at any point, I mean, they've got 2k damage on the board, which is nearly the entire Phoenix health pool. So you're never mad about that. But Ancient Fury still on the board here for Kitty Party. Unfortunately, just have not been able to use it at all yet.
No, that Ancient Fury was mostly a we need to get it away from the enemy team kind of a response. It wasn't a necessity for them to have. It was more of a necessity for them to deny it.
Yes,
from Team But with 5Ms. Yeah, they took
I
that one away. They made sure to drop every resource they had to keep that away from Team But with 5Ms. But team, I don't know if that's even better than saying team, but with 5Ms, they're able to secure the Naga and take down the tier 1 tower on the left side, and will now continue their siege up. It's on Kitty Party to find their response on this offense.
Yeah, Mike is certainly tanky enough to take a couple of tower shots to the dome if he has to. Cherry also more than happy to grab some if he needs to, as he's built relatively tanky, but you've got to be careful here. Doug's not back yet, does have the Jing Wei passive if he wants to fly back in, but that might be a bit concerning. Gamma doing a great job of zoning off the ADCs, has to taunt, and might be concerning around this Phoenix.
Mike uses the ultimate to immune to open the gate. World Weaver in, does some damage. Cherry's all the way in the back line, but he's kind of just distracting the enemy team because left side Phoenix is being hunted. Cherry goes down to slightly small Andrew. Left side Phoenix still alive and healthy. I believe that's both runic bombs used, but not able to take down the Phoenix. The benefit to that runic bomb is if you can see, once you see it drop down by the enemy, you can destroy it, meaning that some of that damage from Teambo with 5Ms has been thwarted by Kitty Party.
Some of it, yeah. Not the middle Phoenix, though. That was all Scream. Scream doing the Loki thing, as he is wont to do when you select that god. You go, you split push, and Cherry did actually a phenomenal job. I know it really seemed like he was in an odd position, but when you're keeping half the team at bay and distracting them for as long as he did, that gave team with 5Ms as much space as they needed to at least grab one Phoenix, which is certainly a solid advantage coming up.
This respawn timer on Cherry is working in favor for Kitty Party because now they can walk back to the newly respawned Ancient Fury. This Fury is going down fast. Mike misses the wall. They're just going to have to give up this Gold Fury, this Ancient Fury once more to Kitty Party. And now Kitty Party hoping they could do a little bit more with it. Ironically, they got the Ancient Fury last time and did more with it after the buff had already worn off. And we saw Donut Doug split pushing the right side of the map. The team with 5Ms, they're not done with their assault. Cherry's respawned, and they've headed straight back to this left Phoenix. In fact, stopping the back of Doug is Scream, who is probably for the first time this game actually grouping up with the rest of the team.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked by this choice, honestly. Really good poke there. Wow, great damage onto Doug, and Benny dashes in for the double kill. Able to get so much space on this Phoenix. That's a third one down, and the Phoenix is too.
Cyclone Spin has taken down the Phoenix. It is now 5 versus 1 at this Titan. An ultimate from the Hecate, not going to pull anybody. A great talisman of purification keeps team with 5Ms from getting pulled in. I say that, but Cherry got a little bit crazy. Try to go in for the actual killing blow at the fountain. Dies, but so does the Titan team. But with 5Ms, advance to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, okay, they kind of called my bluff there, I'm not gonna lie. I was a little confused why they were going for that Phoenix push right there, because they were about to lose Fire Giant. They were, still a bit down, especially after losing that Ancient Fury. But if you're just better, I mean, it will work out for you. And that certainly did for a team with 5Ms. They just ran it down. Great combo between the Neath and the Carno ult to wrap up that game.
Yeah, sometimes it's not a matter of who has Fire Giant, who has Ancient Fury. Sometimes it just comes down to who hits their buttons a little bit better and making sure that they've also not got their relics. I mean, that Neath ultimate into Benny Q's combo just absolutely wipes Donut Doug off of the map as soon as he's even able to have anything going on. So, I mean, just great shot calling there for team, but with 5Ms, and it nets them a spot in the quarterfinals. We are going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, we got quarters ripe and ready to go.
Baby, I'm sorry for the things that didn't mean to worry. Yeah. 되묻지 if I say it in 100 ways. You believe me when I say 미안해. Oh, tell me what's it gonna take. 100 different ways to say I'm sorry. You could be my only one. Let's hit it again. You could be my only one. 'Cause you are the one that's reading me right.
Immortals have invaded my realm, and my children rebel against me. Dark days these are. But my strength shall bring resolution, and my lightning illumination! Zeus!
Bologna.
Anubis!
Kukulkan.
Saturn!
Hello and welcome back into the SMITE Founders Series. More SMITE 2 competitive on the horizon for North America. And if you're looking to get into SMITE 2 action yourself, the best way to do it is on a Star Forge system. You really can't beat them, and they're the best PC in the galaxy. So honestly, what else would you even play SMITE 2 on? And what better way to stop going 0-4 in your solo lane matchups than by upping your frame rate? And Starforge Systems is the way to do it. StarforgeSystems.com/products/smite to grab yourself one today, and you'll have a pretty decent centerpiece to show off too. I've seen it in person. Gorgeous PC. My personal favorite of the side panel there, definitely going to be the Scylla, but I'm always going back and forth between that and Zeus. But in terms of Smite 2 itself and competitive, Trelly, so far today, I think we were both kind of just surprised at the level of confidence that we've seen from some of the people roaming the map the further we're getting. And the further we get into the bracket, I'm wondering if we're going to see more confidence or some more close matchups.
I mean, yeah, you got to expect when watching a squad like Team Name but with 5Ms that there's going to be some swagger about them, right? The way they are playing the map. I saw Mike invading back camps and just leaving the minis, which is just so BM on so many different levels. But I'm hoping, now that we're in the top 8 here, we're going to get even more of that style of gameplay, and of course, maybe a little bit closer as well. This is where the top echelon of these brackets start to really show out, and that's when I want to see some closer games. Number 1 and number 2, some back and forth, man. I want to see those team fights.
Yeah, one thing too for certain, as we do take a look at the bracket up to this point, throughout the first week of Founder Series, now that we're in week 2, what we saw in EMEA, the quarterfinals, the semifinals have been some of the most competitive matchups that we've seen. So you and I get to be the lucky two to have those today as we work our way towards the final grand finals of stage number 1. One big thing too, rosters, right? That's been a big discussion. A lot of changes to rosters, who's kind of showing up on rosters as well. And I don't know, it's so tough, Charlie, because I look at teams like Scrumptious. They've had the big change as well.
Mm-hmm.
They won last week, and for me, it's almost less of a question of individual player skill, but it's just how quick do you get those synergies back online?
I mean, it's that. It's something about Smite players that once they have a good tournament run, once they have a good record, they just want to drop their support. I don't know what it is. It's something historical. Maybe that was low-hanging fruit, but that seems to be the case. So we'll have to see exactly how Scrumptious is able to bounce back or just continue with their streak. I think that they have a very solid roster regardless. But again, We have 7 of our quarterfinal matchups. We still need to figure out that top one.
Yeah, we got to get through the round of 16 first. So let's hop in there and take a look. We just mentioned Scrumptious, so why not look there? Look Within versus Scrumptious, and on paper, quite the matchup. Some names you'd recognize from both the previous weeks of competition as well as the ranked scene. It's Malum, Trelly, and Doug to bring you the action here, getting in right in game, so no picks and bans, but the picks are pretty common compared to what we've seen throughout today, Trelly. So at least we have an idea of how the P's and B's might have gone.
Yeah, I mean, you got Jing Wei, Fenrir, but you're giving up Bacchus, Sol, Neith, Ama. I mean, this is a tough squad to try and deal with, honestly, on both sides, but mostly if you look within. You got to deal with Haddix on the Ama, which is a scary thought, but it does seem like Death Toll Fenrir might be able to stick in lane. You know, you got that sustain to try and match up with Ama early on. That's interesting. And of course, 3 Sunders on the side of Scrumptious. That is what we've been seeing from them more often than not. You got to play extremely safe if you're Loki with Sunder. Like level 1, you're just dead if you get caught out, which is why we see Nog is on the way backside of his own base, because he's not going to be going for any cheeky invades. In fact, no one on Scrumptious seems to be stepping up past that halfway part. So maybe everyone just goes in for their own buff, unless Wrong You decides to get cheeky. I saw the Bacchus step forward, but does not see. He was met with some anger from Brendan Bolts. Oh no! Okay, we got one. We got a live one, right? Now
we got a runner.
Does he
we
get
got a runner.
Buff,
we got a waddler in the form of Bacchus, and Wrong You's definitely looking for it. The purple's going down real slow, but it does go to Zaylin, and now Wrong You finds themselves at half health, gets knocked up, taking a lot. The Belch will help get away, so no first blood, at least quite yet, for Look Within.
Yeah, something that you need to pay attention to for all you viewers at home. Take a look at Alfie. Take a look at Brendan Bolts. Take a look at Haddix. Look at their consumables. Chalice 3 potions. This has been very impactful if you just want to stay in lane and you don't want to die early. But look at Wrong You's consumables, man. He has 2 wards. I didn't even know those existed. And he's got 2 of them. That's
it took
insane.
the changes to see some.
I mean, there was some buffs to wards, and of course, you don't got to worry about cringe ganks, but you might be able to worry about a first blood.
Knocked up and sent on down indeed. First blood it is, and it goes to Zapman for Scrumptious. You know, if you got to pick somebody for first blood, Zapman's always a pretty good choice.
I'd say so, and it's something that a lot of these carries have been going towards is that Phantom Shell start, and when you look at Zaylin, he already used it, right? It was already down. You get an extra health bar for your team fight, you're going to be looking just fine. It seems like that's what happened with Zapman. That extra health bar did come in pretty clutch. And of course, Soul's auto attacks just beat out Jingwei's early. Like, it's not even a contest. Once that heat is stacked up, you're going to have a good time. Katie doing a good bit of damage over towards Nog, but does not have the damage to confirm the kill. And remember, there's a Sunder in pocket, so nothing to really, survive a gank with, whereas Katie does have the blink, which ends up working out.
A lot of low, dangerous feeling health bars. Zaylin just barely got away there from the stellar burst of Zapman, so there's a lot to keep eyes on the further and further that we get. One thing we haven't had too much time to sort of hone in on, and yesterday, for those that watched EMEA, I think you wanted to see this pick at least 4 times throughout the day, but we actually are getting to see a Kerninos mid being piloted by Briz.
Lame. I'm just kidding. You are going into the traditional. It's only lame because it's not the intelligence build, man. I understand the intelligence build has just sort of fallen off the field. But if you're going mid lane, surely you want to have some high intelligence. You want to be a big brain gamer, but not the case here for Briz, just going traditional auto attack. And hey, the crits on CERN do ring true once you get online. Might take a bit. Daddy over in the left lane, possibly looking for Wrong You. And the flop, the bait was perfect, but can they find the kill?
Wrong You already low, Shell's out, not going to help out Brendan Bolts, who goes down. Wrong You with the credit. Katie definitely looked like there was some good setup there for Look Within, and it seemed like all the right stuff was going in motion, but as you called, that flop, the knock-up, did a bit too much to displace Look Within, and it goes really well for Scrumptious and turns into some jungle pressure. They can hop around and wait for the purple to spawn.
Yeah, and that's the annoying thing about being a jungler here, is even if it looks like a perfect gank, if you don't have eyes on the enemy jungler, you can't really step up like that, and that's exactly what happened. That is Susano level 4, roll up to the gank party. You didn't bring your ultimate, and you're not going to be able to find the kill. So Brendan Bolts falls down for the second time this game. And of course, spreading the love out. Both duo laners are able to pick up a kill there, which is quite nice. With that being said, though, I want to see where Nog tries to get active next. Currently, just sitting around that gold camp trying to confirm it for the squad. But I think solo lane's not a bad look. Trying to play through Haddix is never going to be a negative. This Amaterasu, with her extra movement speed, man, can absolutely teleport around the map and make duo lane's life miserable. I'm going to be paying attention to those teleporters because more often than not, the solo laners have been making their rotations towards purple buff using those teleporters. So keep your eyes on it. Make sure you're paying attention just in case you see an Amaterasu or a Fenrir show up at a purple buff. That's the reason. That's how they got there.
Especially around that 5-minute mark when the Gold Fury spawns. A huge emphasis last week on getting Gold Fury as early as possible. The buffs stack up quick on it. The gold is undeniable. That's how a lot of teams have gotten their sneaky wins. Even if the kills weren't in their favor, gold is always seemingly out of control. It's already kind of the case in this scenario, pretty early on for 2,000 gold to be favored for Scrumptious. So watch out for that. And also in the Amaterasu, one point you were making about Ama yesterday, as looks like we are seeing exactly that on the teleporter as Ama goes over to duo. Amaterasu's power spikes hit a bit different, so just watch out for anytime you see Haddix with some items online.
Absolutely. Zap trying to get a little bit of damage. See if they can find another kill. Good wall. Is going to save the day. But again, Haddix shows up and a third death onto Brendan. But Rongu finds his own death. But this fight's not over.
Katie's here. Phantom Shell out to pull back in on Zap. The Saporate will be good enough to get Zap away for now. But look who's here. It's the Fenrir. Gonna cut off Zap at the corner. Potentially. No, Zapman turned at the perfect time. Alfie's got to settle for Haddix, who gets the dash away. Can you catch up to Zapman now? The Ragnarok comes out. Zapman gets bitten and should be brought down. But does that open opportunity for Scrumptious to turn the fight back around? Nog can't get back through to Katie. Gets stuck in way of Alfie. And that damage is good. If Alfie can find the Invis Loki, Brendan bolts off the mark. Nog can turn the corner. Brutalize should be up. Will Nog go down? Yes. Finally. Took a while. So Scrumptious do give 3 kills right back to Look Within, who were looking for anything to get back in.
They just didn't have the cool to have, man. I really thought that Brutalize would have been up as well. But now you have a 2-0 dog. Mystical Mail online. Plenty of tank stats and a good bit of just base damage on this Fenrir. So something to watch out for. But again, both of those solo laners make their presence known in duo early on. Gold Fury is already a talking point and honestly has been for about 2 minutes now. That's usually when these teams are looking to start the polls. And it could happen a lot easier for Look Within just because they have the CERN so close by. And of course, the Fenrir, having a nice tanky Fenrir that is able to not only tank up that objective, but help out with the Ragnarok is going to be a good look. You're giving 2 kills over to the Fen. Haddix helped with that assist to give Zapman his second, but I think the big difference maker there is Zapman fell down. And you don't want to find a death this early on in carry just because you're trying to stack up, you're trying to get your itemization online as quickly as possible so you can pull those objectives. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Zap's building into Berserker Shield, trying to get some of that anti-Fizzdy, because when you're looking at Look Within, you're not worried about Ymir's damage. Everyone else is bringing that physical damage.
It worked in the jungle a lot yesterday in EMEA, where we saw those more hybrid tanky routes, so could work for Souls, certainly. Saporate out early. Brendan Bolt's walking up to Zapman, but there's a lot of red on that left-hand side if you see the Loki and the Bacchus. With Gold Fury being that ever-looming threat, we could potentially see it. Bit of a light 3-on-3 with Loki backing to make it 2v3. Looking at builds, Mystical Mail you mentioned stocks up on that item for sure, but an Eye of Providence for Rongu, getting some extra wardage.
Bro, I mean, with nobody else warding, I guess that's the call. Here comes that Fenrir we were talking about, but Zap seems to be immune. Ragnarok, will it come through? No. Scrumptious gets to live to see another day. That's a big deal, and Nog is here.
Katie might go down and Ethel committed, but no. The Loki disengages and Sasano gets away safely. Look Within have now repositioned, having everybody around, but the fight's still awkward for them. Haddix is here from the side as well. Could have a good look to maybe set up this Gold Fury, and Scrumptious will do just that. Brendan Bolt steps up and the Gold Fury gets let go, but now the engage is onto the Ymir, who might just go down. Not yet. Dazzling Offensive, though, will help secure it on the backflip from Shinto. That's the big one. An airstrike to get away for Jing Wei. So Alfie now leads that front line and any steal potential as Scrumptious are on the gold, and it will be conceded. So some plus gold for Scrumptious. Nog will get that final bit of it. 27,000 to the 24 of Look Within.
I mean, it's just a smart call. Alfie had the only Sunder available, the only real steal chance towards that objective, but is also the most fed on his team and could use that time to go back over to solo lane and try and get back in the game. I think that was the correct call. Very low stakes steal, and your life is worth so much more at the moment here for Alfie. But it was a great call. I do think that Zap was very close to falling down there. The Ragnarok was just not able to find the right target, and the immunity, the Zap raid came through just in time. So because Zap went away, you're not really able to kill Wrong You, just a little bit too tanky.
Yeah, a lot of TKOs on Zap Man so far.
Exactly. I mean, it's still worth it, right? Getting Zap out of lane is smart, trying to slow down that farm, but finding the kill really would have been able to open up a little bit more, and you're definitely not losing gold if Zap goes down there. Nog trying to just defend the queen here as she gets dropped down low. Is there any steal potential for a Loki? Really, you're just dropping your decoy, and it seems like he's just going to keep spamming it to make sure that Look Within doesn't want to commit. It's a low effort steal, but hey, you don't want to drop it. You don't want to do all the work just to lose it.
Nice use of the dash after the knock up there for Zaylin to be safe. Katie will run into Nog. Just some damage traded. Will be all right. A lot of tension on this right-hand side around that Nog. As you mentioned, Nog just didn't want to give anything away for free there. Just wanted to keep a presence up. So watch out for Nog the further we get. Nog, a player that a lot of people were talking about heading into the Founder Series in general. One of the earlier rosters that we saw, kind of a new name that was sort of around, but definitely taking a step up.
A little bit of action towards where Pyromancer is going to go and be soon. And I think that's always a talking point as well, because you got a true carry in mid lane in Briz, but of course Shinto also has some decent burst over the wall as Pyromancer just touched down. I want to see as much action as possible. And another thing we don't talk about much is the fact that Shinto just sends these ults out like basically on cooldown. Like it's not as if he's saving the World Weaver for important ganks. Sometimes he is, but more often than not, he's just letting them fly. You know, seeing if he can get some extra pokes, seeing if he can find a gank anywhere. Does Brendan Bolt take the bait here? Does he walk up into the grass? I think he's just watching. Oh, he might do it. He has no idea, right? I think he's just looking for Pyro.
This is so Ymir coded, you know? Like, there's something about how Ymir walks in that situation with them both just waiting in the bush that feels so lore accurate. Scrumptious do pull the Pyromancer in the face of Brendan Bolt, so there is an ever-aware presence. Sunder is online. Pyro at half health. Riz on the way. The wall to slow things down. Watch for Alfie on the right side as well. Brendan Bolt steps up. The Pyromancer gets let go, but all the damage gets dropped onto the head top of Brendan Bolts and sends him to the gray screen, and Pyromancer goes to Scrumptious, and Look Within. They might not even want to take that fight, but maybe there's some miscomms around it. There's the engage, and health bars aren't looking too great for Look Within. They're getting turned around on, and Nog will bring down Briz. Alfie barely gets the jump away. It looked like there was some miscommunication in that fight.
I mean, Brendan Bolts did nothing. He walled, walked up, and then clicked 0 buttons. And I don't really think it was the CC chain. I think it was more, should I ult, should I freeze, should I sunder? And kind of decided on just spamming them all on death, unfortunately. I don't think that's the biggest issue. The Ymir is 1-5, and the deaths are going to continue. Wrong You ends up dying to take up the tier 1 tower. Brendan, are you going to find another death after the tower drops? He didn't get it. So Brendan can step forward. My goodness, I thought it was going to be kill the tower and turned onto Ymir, but Scrumptious does not want to overstay their welcome, and I think I know why. Gold Fury spawning in any second now. You give up a pick right before that Fury spawns in. Could be disastrous, so Scrumptious decides to go back to base. Definitely a smart call. Not to mention, all the while, Zaylin has just been chilling over in duo lane, hasn't really made that rotation out. Unfortunately, there was no buffs to grab in the meantime, but slowly catching up to the 3-1-3 Zapman is a good look. This Jing Wei is hard carry potential if they can get online.
Saw that a lot. Was it Donut Doug, who we saw a pretty impressive Jing Wei performance on, that was very, very coded the same type. Once items got in line, it was a hard carry Jing Wei that brought his team to victory then. Scrumptious got to watch out for the same exact thing. That Gold Fury is up. Lots of Sunders offline, lots of Sunders online, so going to be a messy one for sure. Haddix rotating early, so it looks like both teams are aware of the threat of Gold Fury getting grabbed.
Still grouping around it though. Remember, tons of vision for Scrumptious. Thanks to Wrong Yu, who's got a Sentry Ward in pocket. And the Fury has started up. Alfie does have Sunder, so does Brendan Bolts. Is there any steal attempt? They're taking it a long time to get in there.
Might have been a bait. Scrumptious does back off the Gold Fury. They go in aggressive. They're looking for Brendan Bolts already, and the same thing as before. Brendan Bolts dies first in the fight, and early on, there'll be no support to help out Look Within. Alfie does step back up, maybe for a light steal attempt. No, it's a full in. The Ragnarok used, but Wrong Yu will get the Gold Fury for Scrumptious. Their gold lead continues to climb. Every time we mention it, it seems to have doubled since the previous. Currently looking good, about to hit that 42,000 mark with 2 Gold Furies now as well. 7-3 as we get closer to 15 minutes. Trelly mentioned that Jingwei might be the way back in. The Fenrir feels like he's been facilitating for Look Within, but Scrumptious feels like everyone's facilitating for everyone.
I mean, it's not easy. That's the thing. Alfie's been trying to play his life as much as possible. Still has the ability to find a pick every once in a while off some good CC immunity, off a good pull. But Brendan Bolts cannot survive, and that's the real issue. This Ymir is not tanky enough. 1 in 6, the target of just about every onslaught that Scrumptious has been able to dish out. And I think
Alfie's in trouble.
Oh, you're actually right. Alfie might finally fall down here. The CC is good, and that should be the confirmed kill. Nog is able to find it. Unfortunate. I was going to say, like, Alfie's playing his life well, but eventually had to fall down there. When you see the Loki that's got Jotun's Teko Kagi online, level 14, he's going to be able to track you down at some point.
And it feels like with that Fenrir down, if there was more objectives up on the map, Scrumptious might be using this to make an aggressive push, but the most they'll get is that tier 1 in solo, at least for the time being, but there's no answer yet either on that solo lane side. That's a pretty decent wave with 3 members of Scrumptious, so Look Within. They've got to make something off of this. There is 3 left, but they've yet to engage on the Zapman. Now the tier 2 has been started and could go down, and it probably will before the Fenrir even gets there, with nothing in response from Look Within.
I mean, you got the Warhorn minions, you got 3, might as well group up and push with it. Look Within trying to do the opposite, but for a tier 1 on the left side of the map. This could be like a Fire Giant pull if they recognize just how much pressure on the right side. Looks like Pyromancer is going to be the call. Not quite as worth, but hey, a Runic Bomb is a Runic Bomb, and Wrong Yu is going to take that one as Alfie does drop a ward onto Fire Giant. That's going to be important, at least to try and figure out if this objective is being snuck. And Look Within, it's not a word. Is snuck a word? I think it is, right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Sneak. You don't sneak, you snuck. Yeah. You don't want Fire Giant being stuck with underneath your nose. That's true. Yes, 100%. I'm committed. It's a word.
Even if it wasn't, I'd have your back. For what that's
I
worth.
appreciate that.
Absolutely was gonna, I'll go down fighting. Scrumptious looking to fight, maybe. Fire Giant, this would be a great fight for them. Look Within have had trouble in the last few team fights. Look for who dies when, if there even is a fight to be had. Look how much blue is on the left-hand side. Only Alfie is by the Fire Giant that is now being pulled by Scrumptious. Haddix is aware and will keep Alfie busy and might not even need to do that. So Fire continuing to be pulled. Alfie going to take that chance, but it's too little too late. Nog will get the fire for Scrumptious, and it feels like that was just another misread by Look Within.
I think that was calculated is my guess. They're like, dude, we're not contesting, and Brendan doesn't want to be 1 in 7, so let's just go to the left side of the map. Alfie seems to continue to go for the same play where he pops Ragnarok, goes in, tries to Sunder in the ult, and then run. Has not been able to outconfirm the combination of Runic Bomb and Sunder from Scrumptious, so no Fire Giant steals here today. But it does seem like tier 2 is on the eyes of Scrumptious. They want to continue this siege. They even have Queen Naga buff as well, so a lot of siege potential for this squad. I'm wondering if they even do decide to go in for the Phoenix before tier 2s, because again, there's a tier 1 over in the left. There's options for them to go for. They're just not interested in. They want the bird, and they have the lead to do this, Mal.
Feels like Scrumptious is speed running. They're already in late game as Look Within is still trying to get through their mid game. That solo side Phoenix is now being sieged. Look Within will step up for an answer and look for any damage they might be able to find. Zapman does have a lot of damage to throw back. should that be the call. The Phoenix does not go down, stays at a few hundred health, and look within, at least for the moment, have some space to set up for their defense, but Scrumptious aren't going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, this Phoenix is going down quite slowly. Alfie stepping forward, trying to find a pull on a wrong U, but the Phoenix is still the target. Alfie doesn't even get to survive, but does Haddix fall down? No, he's alive!
Just too much, and the Phoenix is gone, and Scrumptious are ready to step up after the pick. They don't even have the Loki here, and they're still fighting like this. Nog has been doing the back harpies during all this after leaving the fight. What a siege so far from Scrumptious, and it only continues. Look within, we'll step up to see if there's anything to be had, but there's just not a lot there.
I mean, even if their Phoenix damage is low, their damage against Look Within is high, and they are pushing just about everyone out. No way Left Bird goes down because there's a tier 2 and a tier 1 to go through first, but I'm down for a Gold Fury. Seems like Scrumptious is as well. And as you said, Nog, just looking for farm. Bro is not interested in helping the team in any way, shape, or form. If his team is in left lane, he will be in right. I wonder if he's able to hide in the grass and look for a 1v1, though. You definitely one-shot Briz if he steps up without any help. But it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. I think Alfie's close enough by that he'd be able to help. So, yeah. Loki's going to retreat, not take any 1v1s. And just continue the slow bleed out, Malum. If Look Within wanted to create any sort of stop here, I'm guessing it would be next Fire Giant, because if you let Ancient Fury come through, you're just done. You're just done.
Feels like Scrumptious is really good at controlling the overall flow of a map. If you go back and you kind of watch early through mid, there was never a moment where it seemed like Scrumptious was not aware of where everybody was on the map and what was being done. And that's where a lot of that control macro came from. It's turned into this feeling like it's insurmountable type of lead, despite the overall fairly low kill count. And now with 3 Gold Furies online, significant buffs in that regard, and as Trelly mentioned, that Ancient Fury, that just simply turns off the objectives that are left for Look Within. So Scrumptious, I mean, it's abiding their time, but it's definitely the wolf pacing outside the straw house at this point.
And first of all, I forgot that nursery rhyme or that story even existed. Second of all, are they going to blow the house down? I think they are. There's only one more Phoenix left, and they've got a lot of breath to do so. I mean, Zatman alone could solo this bad boy, and it looks like he's going to step forward. Look Within. If you want a defense, now would be the time. But Cheeto's just sending out ults for poke at this point.
They cannot find anything. Look Within. Here comes that siege. And it could have been a brick house. Scrumptious are acting like sledgehammers regardless. Dropping one by one. Alfie will just try to slow it down, but cannot even get away. Haddix with that one. That's 3 dead for Look Within. And Scrumptious, they just got to pick the angle. They want to walk into the throne room at this point and smile for the camera on one side. The Titan siege begins in the throne room. Look Within will throw what they've got left at Scrumptious on the defense, but that's not a whole lot. That Titan will fall, and Scrumptious move on in dominant fashion.
Listen, man, the duo lane played very well for Scrumptious, but I think Shinto had like the perfect mid lane gameplay, and the reason is we didn't see him once. Like, bro is 4-0-5, and he was just like around. You know what I'm saying? He was never out of position. He was always there to deal damage and help out the team, but never really made the highlight plays. It was all just World Weaver. I'm gonna, supply my Soul Reaver, my Bluestone procs, and I'm just going to exist in the back line. And you don't have to worry about peeling for him. Shinto is always where he needs to be, and that is a scary thing to go up against, especially when getting something like Neath, because I think there's probably at least one more mid laner that Shinto would like to play over Neath, and this is like his second pick and still playing so flawlessly is scary stuff. But man, I mean, Scrumptious just bled him out. It didn't really seem like Look Within had a chance to fight back at any given moment in that game.
Well, it didn't. And, that's one of the things of open brackets. Some games are going to be like that. Some games are going to be upsets, but lots of games to check in on. So speaking of that, we got another game to check in on as we keep moving through this bracket on the final day of stage number 1 for North America. Checking in on Borch versus first name Zach. Borch, a very popular team, especially with the kind of surprise pickup of Rat Milk are currently using a substitute in that support role as they do wait for Baskin to return top and to solo. Looks like actually it's a solo sub with Final K playing support today, unlike last weekend as well. Currently 16-11, about a 2,000 gold lead, which, you know, honestly, there's two things jumping out. That's a lot of kills for 12 minutes compared to even the game we just saw. But first name Zach keeping up.
They certainly are. I mean, the lead is not that big. Trying to figure out where that lead's mostly at. You can see Buffoonsky 1 and 2 at the moment. Seems pretty behind over in that solo lane, but PCAT is here on that Neef. Already stacked up the Transcendence, Book of Thoughts, slowly but surely. And of course, Pagon 1 and 5 on Amaterasu mid. Are we shocked? Are we surprised? No, we are not.
You're calling me mean yesterday.
I mean, I'll roast Pagon on troll picks until my last breath. Like, bro's one of the best mid laners I've ever seen, and he goes to Alma and goes 1 and 5, and then he still gets the kill. Whatever, man. I'm done.
Paid actor, 100%.
Yep, 100%.
Buffoon will go down to Sokka in the meantime, but still undeniable perfect timing on that previous kill. Rat Milk looking at Yapper all the way back at the tier 2 and doing plenty of damage for it, but now in a real bad spot. Stuck between an ice wall and a tier 1.
No.
One more shot? No way.
Dude.
Pagon maybe sacrifice for it? Nope, has a dash. That's criminal.
There's no justice in this world after watching Rat Milk dance between 2 towers, take tower shots from both towers, and just run right past Vampora. Unfortunate, unlucky. You'll get him next time. Still 17-12. Pagon finally might be in some trouble. The dash does not get blocked. This is so easy to juke, though. He blinked? What?
That's, you know, the best way to juke sometimes is not a straight line forward, but Vampora will pay for it right back as the Bacchus shows up.
You can't drift with that ult, man. It's like so hard to turn.
It really is. I mean, it's like it's like being on like an ice skating rink with a Helion. It doesn't
like
work.
In the movies when the big tree falls and they run straight ahead instead of going left or right, and you're like, why are you trying to outrun the big tree when you could just step 2 inches to the right? And Pagon could have just blinked right past him, but chose not to. Likes to make things interesting. Say what you want. And that gold lead, as you mentioned earlier, not looking so good. I mean, it's not overwhelming, right? I think first name Zach can certainly find their way back in if they're able to get some kills here. Panda Cat wants to charge the World Weaver. Not going to do that much. I love this call.
Going aggressive. The shells are out. The ult is used for the stun, but Panda Cat's still on a great spot. Does get the damage. The backflip into a Ymir, but he sidesteps almost everything. That would have been criminal, but Panda Cat is put down. Definitely not a respected 1v1, but I guess those don't exist anyway. Now can Sokka get out of there?
Run!
Typhoon. Later.
Ratmo couldn't find him for a second.
You can feel the panic. You see the camera move side to side, like, where'd it go?
There it is. But Buffoonsky in a little bit of trouble here. Vampora's got the damage. The Bacchus doesn't have the flop. And 8th kill. Sorry. For Vampora. Looking real good in the jungle. I've been noticing a lot more of these like sort of hybrid builds in the jungle. And Shield of the Phoenix is certainly going to help with that sustain. Pyromancer started up. Pagon only one here for now. But it looks like Final K and Rat Milk are on the prowl. They want some damage. They want some kills. And first name Zach is not interested. They're going to back up, and Pagon picks this one up.
The call out from Jabber certainly saved a lot there for first name Zach, but still the Pyromancer dance continues as Borch pulled it just for a moment and then stepped back to the Queen Naga, which is in safer territory, deeper on that right-hand blue side of the jungle, and they will get the Queen Naga buff, which will add some minions to their next objective, Siege, which help to a kind of insane amount. It can really be the difference between getting an objective sneakily and easily versus having to send over a full team.
Or just grabbing the Pyromancer once again. First name Zach is decently close by, but Jabber getting zoned by Final K, and the Pyromancer drops. Does Final K have an ultimate here? Does he want to go for it? Looks like with that wall, I'm thinking the answer is no. Just go for the Gold Fury, guys. That's the correct play. But Buffoonsky is here, and he's getting pulled right back.
A lot of fighting this game continues. Mafunski is the one to go down, despite Borch starting the fight in the first place. They do get a return kill on the Jabber, and a tier 1 tower added on to that. Now a pull in onto the Mordred. He does get the blink away for some safety, and should be all right. Keep your eyes on Jingwei as well. It has not rotated quite yet. Tier 1 tower will go down in duo, but will there be a rotation? Will it be too little too late? Ratmilk looking for something, can't find the Bellona as the Eagles rally is used. Now it's a retreat out from Borch. Final K Mez, will he go down? No escape going to be used with the shell to bring the Bellona back, and the Bellona's the one to go down. But now the cavalry's here in the form of Jingwei and pursue the weak, and Borch gets shut down at the tier 2.
Huge ultimate there from Vampora, and you called it out perfectly. Where was Sokka flying in to help clean up the damage? And now Gold Fury is on the eyes of first name Zach. They've got the time to do so, and no one should be able to get here in time. And yeah, it doesn't even seem like that's the call. Even if Ratmilk wanted to go in for a steal, it's heading to right lane, so not going to be the call. Beautiful plays throughout. Man, first name Zach are able to push that gold lead in their favor, and let's be honest, just off of an overstay from Borch, they don't need to be a tier 2 right now when Gold and Fire Giant are available. They just decided to fight, which didn't look to me like the smartest call. And clearly, now that we have hindsight, we know that it wasn't. We'll have to see if Borch is able to bounce back towards another objective play. But continuous farming, I think, is still in their favor. If you look around, just XP-wise, Final K's still up. Ratmilk's about even. Pagon's even. I mean, even levels across the board, except for Buffoonski's a level behind at the moment. So I think this is still anyone's game, but you can't be stepping that far forward. Like, objective play is where we're at. Like, that is the meta. And if you're just going to dive a tier 2 when Gold and Fire up, I think you're overstepping a bit.
Stepping up to the Bellona. Can't fully commit for the kill. A lot of spread fights. Ratmilk engaging onto the Jingwei as well. Sokka might go down, but the Phantom Shell is there to help survive the Typhoon. And now Ratmilk is pretty deep. But Pagon turns the corner and sees a low Jingwei. But can Pagon save Ratmilk in time? The answer to that one's going to be no. Dazzling Offensive does find Nexa. Now the combination damage. Is it there? The blink forward can't find it. The dash in hits the shield. And Nexa says, "Get off of me!" and finds the kill on the Pagon. And Vampora will step up the Panda Cat to chase the Neath away.
There's no one coming to help Handicap for some time. Buffoonski's on the way, but does he even need the help? Yes, Vampora has the heals to survive. Buffoonski, can you stop the back? He's sleeping. He doesn't know where he's at. Unfortunately, he's not going to stop him. And Buffoonski, I'm not going to say it. It's too easy of a joke to make. But he's not able to find he's not able to find him. That's all.
First name Zach. Last week, Borch lost to Food Drive for Globe. Ended up going to the finals to go up against Scrumptious. And that was interesting, but that's a team with names that we have seen in SCC. They worship Baller Storm. They made a big name for themselves in the qualifiers. First name Zach performing like this against Borch. With all the points on the line this far into the bracket today, you really got to remember this name just from the performance up to this point alone, let alone the gold lead. But how does the game end up? That is the most important thing. Do you have that W at the end of it? First name Zach, they're pulling the Fire Giant and seeing if they can do just that. Maybe they even want the fight. They see an opening. Borch all grouped up to the side. Open the gate's not going to bring anybody back. Now the damage committed. Lots going on the Borch. No escape used. Everybody spread out. 2 fights on either side. Sokka does survive with the airstrike, and that delayment of dying might be gigantic as Panda Cat brings down Hexen, but the Jingwei will be able to get away. Can they get back in time? Not likely. Will Ratmilk go down? Very likely. Borch still trading out. Panda Cat will be the next to join the Grayscale army. Another impressive fight for first name Zach, even if it started off a bit whack.
Little bit, but do they have any time to do anything else? Pagon's just going to heal. Steal a red buff in the meantime, is try and sustain. You stick around and go in for the Pyromancer that's spawning in. I think that's the only play first name Zach can go for with the low health bars. And everyone heading back to base. Yeah, you got to just go in for Pyro once it spawns in with Pagon here. Not going to be easy. You do have Final K spawning back in, so he should be able to help defend at the very least. Take a look at that Sunder. Only Buffoonski has one. And Pyromancer is going to be the prize thereafter. Pagon's got a shield. Is it enough to go for a steal? Hold your breath. No, he missed it. But dazzling offensive he's going in.
Does get the stun onto multiple. The Pyro goes down to the Chaos side, meaning first name Zach. Borch could not get the steal away. But what they did, burning a lot, backing everything up, causing a reset for Fire Giant, does away a lot of the problems from the previous Fire fight. And, you know, this point of the game, 22 minutes in, as the gold lead is separate, it's definitely not too big of a gold lead for first name Zach.
No, definitely not. I mean, the fact that they were able to build back up is huge, right? And they're still getting the better end of these trades. Not to mention, you've got Sokka on the Jingwei, who finished up Deathbringer. Nexa finished up the Soul Reaver. Penetration is almost online. Probably an Obsidian Shard coming soon. There's some big power spikes for first name Zach to hit soon. Whereas Borch, they're on the way as well, but it's going to take just a little bit more time. Borch is actually the one starting up Fire Giant here. Everyone but Vampora is in a nose distance, so they should have a little bit of an idea what's going on. This seems like a bait. When Panda Cat stops DPS and just charges up the World Weaver, they want to kill. That's what they're after.
Jabber does step up and gets rooted. The rocket jump can't get away with an own goal, but won't matter, thankfully, for first name Zach. And Borch step back to buy their time more. One of the first true Fire Giant dances I can remember seeing so far in the Founders series. It feels like there's been so much committal to Fire.
They can just hide in the grass for as long as they want. Finally, World Weaver comes through. Little bit of damage instantly. Trying to back up from that, though. Not a lot, to be honest with you. As far as Neatholds go, didn't seem too threatening, but fine, okay. Want some action, and oh my goodness, Bologna getting extremely low. Has to just use the ultimate here.
Exon had to get away. Open the gates, bring back fine, okay. Yet to die, though. There's the flap in. Rat Milk Deep 2. Pursue the weak, gonna find 2. Bring up it in the air, but is there enough damage for it to matter? Not so far, as Rat Milk is killing the backline. Finally, Vampora brings down fine, okay, but will it matter? Was that a bit of a misplay for first name Zach? Borch certainly take advantage. They trade out 2 for 1 with the Fire. Still the big issue at hand, and first name Zach gotta find an answer.
Jabber is here, trying to slow down this Fire Giant. Does have a Sunder. Actually just going to rocket jump away. Doesn't have the time. Doesn't have the place, because it seems like Borch is not committing to Fire Giant just yet. There's some low health bars here, Malum. This could easily be a stop. Bologna is back. So is Jabber. Do they want to go in? No, it's still a bait. Don't commit until you see those health bars drop.
There's so much health on that Fire Giant, but you have to keep your eyes on it. The Sunder's got to be ready to go. Now it's a step away. It was a bait from Borch. They look for the fight. A pull back on the Hexen. The Neathult committed too, but is the damage there? Bologna, really tanky. Going to be okay. So Borch try to get the bait through, try to goad first name Zach into taking the fight. They do not fully fall for it, so nobody ends up with that Fire Giant. The dance and the tension continues as first name Zach are looking for the upset.
I mean, we have to start considering late game team fight now, because if this dance continues, we're going to be getting level 20. We're going to be getting full build. I do think Borch has a very solid dive with Ama, Susano, Bacchus, and Ares. Panda Cat sits in the backline, sends out a big ultimate. That's fantastic. But you're letting Hekate, Jingwei, and the Mordred jungle getting late game as well. And that's some scary stuff. As far as initiation goes, a good wall from Jabber could be all Borch need, or all first name Zach needs to put down Borch. However, initiation is usually what breaks open these FG fights, Malum. And when I look at Ares, Susano, Bacchus, Neathult, Ama, I lean a little bit more towards the picks, and Borch has them in spades, man. It's going to be disgusting if they're able to get online. Freeze, nothing comes from it. In fact, Borch was looking to fight once again. It's first name Zach who are playing a bit defensively here.
That chain could have been an absolute tide shifter for this fight. Fine, okay, we'll still step up aggressive. First name Zach, where are the calls? Nobody's pulled fire quite yet. Everybody is here. Sokka did back, extra item online, Deathbringer online for the Jingwei as well. Borch looking to break this dance, head over to Pyro and see what can be grabbed there. Some poke does find the way to Bologna, but still no full engage. Even if Final K's looking forward and stepping up, will it be there? A lot of damage in turn. Neathult, here we go. Rat Milk looking at the back line. Gonna find Nexa right away, but a big pursue the weak brings up 2. Will the damage back it up? Everybody engages from first name Zach, but they get to find a kill back. Finally, there it is. Onto Baboonski, but is it going to be enough? Attempt to reposition for the Jingwei will not work out quite yet, but there it is. Can it be more. You need more to shut down Borch. Panda Cat, big two-man root. Rat Milk still near. The engage on the Ymir will bring him down. And Borch stand tall and take out 4 of first name Zach.
You sure do, but man, Sokka was still alive there. Had some big crits. Is going to be able to fly back in. What a fight from Borch. I mean, Panda Cat goes huge. I think if you let Sokka free cast a couple more times with those enhanced auto attacks, there may have been some more deaths coming through, but you got to watch out if you're Jingwei. No airstrike for a little bit longer, and you would like to try and defend. Already on the way, and Rat Milk is hunting. Wants to find Sokka immediately, find the kill, going for the objective. And Final Kid's going to start up the Fire Giant. Sokka's nearby. Again, airstrike about 15 seconds away. You don't want to step up and get pulled into an Ares chain without that ultimate. But he's here. He's watching. And here comes the rest of the squad.
All this dancing, here's where that experience pays. Sokka gonna look for it, but Rat Milk takes the 1v1, but the knee vault makes it not even close. An instant deletion of the Jingwei, and first name Zach. Their answers for the Fire Giant are turning few and far between. Fine, okay, we'll get the Fire Giant for Borch. Now they want all that smoke. A pullback on the Hexen will force the Eagles rally to get away, and first name Zach have to retreat. Good news for them, a lot of towers up, but how long will they last? A dazzling offensive through. Pagon still wants to force it. First name Zach will retreat.
Well, this is what I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure if you wait a couple more seconds, airstrike is up and you're not in as much danger. Then Wall, not going to do much for Jabber. They don't really have much follow-up. Let's just grab the tier 2 tower first, get some extra gold in pocket, and then you'd think go back for gold. And I think that is what Borch is going to do. They were scaring me for a second, wanted to go in. Even with a lead, even without Sokka, tanking up Phoenix can be very risky. When you have so many tools like the Queen Naga buff or like Ancient Fury, you definitely don't want to step in right away. You give yourself some time to push up waves, and of course, clear out right lane, because you might lose a tier 2 if you're Borch, just by nature of not clearing out that lane, and they certainly will. That tower is going to go down, so I mean, hey, pretty good for first name Zach getting a free tier 2 just by sitting back. Either way, if that fight goes a little bit differently, we could be looking at a Fire Giant for first name Zach. So they have to play as defensively as possible. Make sure they defend Ancient Fury if it comes back up, and try and play for a defense. Looking at relics, though, I mean, from what I've noticed, it seems like FineOK has been the target. And it's really not easy to blow up this Ares, man. He is extremely tanky.
On the topic of siege defense, now the first name Zach are on the real first back foot that we've seen in at least the last 10 minutes. First name Zach have a lot for it. You've got the Bologna, the Ymir. Akate has really proven herself to be one of the better characters for a siege defense. But is there more to it than that? What's the small thing that could be the turning of the tides on those siege engagements?
If I'm honest, if I'm first name Zach, I'm sitting there and I'm waiting for Pagon to int. Like, he's gonna dive the backline as he's done constantly. It doesn't mean that it's always a bad play. It's just he's full intelligence. Like, he is easy to kill if CC is landed. So I think that's going to be a big breaking point if they are able to just chill and wait for Pagon to overstep, because he will. Doesn't mean he'll die, but he will overstep if you're able to capitalize on it. And also, using all of your damage onto Ares is just scary. Like, with how tanky FineOK is, I don't think, unless he's tanking Phoenix, you're going to be able to just blow him up. So you need to look elsewhere for your damage. And someone's got to eat this ult. That's the other thing. Panda Cat has been consistently just ulting carries, and there it goes again. And Sokka dies off the ult. Oh, man.
The VIP is gone, and Hexen will follow. A double kill for Rat Milk at the Phoenix. A gigantic pursuit of the week. But will that be enough to stop the onslaught? Not so far, as Vampiro will go down to Pagon, and the Phoenix will follow. That's going to be 4 stepping up to the 1 of Nexa. What do you got for the defense? The throne room siege begins, and the answers are limited. One heck of a fight to bring this game to a conclusion, but the backflip will seal the deal, and Borch will move on.
Man, unfortunate. If you're Sokka, the only play you can make there is have someone tank the ult for you, or ult the second you see World Weaver on you, but was not able to get up into the sky. And then it doesn't matter if you hit a 4-man pursuit of the week into and open the gates. You just don't have the damage to find the kills. Unfortunate there, but man, heck of a performance by first name Zach. Remember, when we tuned into this game, they were behind. We watched for a bit. They ended up pulling ahead, and then it was the Fire Giant dance that ends up going in Borch's favor. This was not incredibly one-sided. I think once Fire Giant was gained here for Borch, then they were just able to roll through. But if that fight goes a little bit differently, we could have been singing a different tune. So I'm impressed with what I saw here from first name Zach.
Me too. I say this completely, like as serious as I can. We keep talking about what teams we're going to look for moving forward. What teams are going to be those surprise teams, those names that maybe you even see them fall to the open bracket. But when we get to the last chance qualifiers, further into the stages on the road to Vegas, what teams will show back up and be difference makers? That performance has instantly made first name Zach a team that I'm going to be checking in on, and I'm sure you feel very similar, Trelly. But with that, we've had a couple of games back to back and still plenty more action to go for North America, ending out stage number 1. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
crushing your soul. Color the way you want. Take a check, the march in the mud. Take a sec, one and two, keep connecting your soul. Share the gift of yours. Missing inside through the piece of who you are. It's like a contentment, create who you are. Tapestry of life, heaven.
Hello and welcome on back. More Smite 2 Founders Series action after a couple of insane matchups and almost a ridiculous upset. Mally, Trelly, Anthony Squared, bringing you more action on the day, more Smite 2. And, speaking of Smite 2, if you're trying to get yourself involved and see some Smite 2 action yourself, put exclamation point access in the Twitch chat right now to get yourself into the game and playing on the battleground right this second. Get your base access to the game, so make sure, again, exclamation point access in Twitch chat. Look for that secret code that is in there, and just put that in. You're good to go. But Trelly, as they're playing Smite 2, after games like that, they have a lot they can pick up on. I mean, Ama mid, anybody? Hello?
No, that's not something I want you picking up on if you're watching at home. I'm not even sure it really worked for Pagon, if I'm honest. When we tuned in, he was like 1-5 or something. He ended up like 4-8 or 5-8. So it looked fine, I suppose. But yeah, do as we say, not as the players do. And trust me, there were some good points. There was some bad points. That game was close, as you said, almost an upset. But I do think that Borch was able to lock in towards the end there.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket and see where we're at so far. Because there's not too much left today, but, that's easy to say until you get in game and you've got barn burners and close matchups. And what closer matchup than one we've seen a ton on Founder Series so far. They've ran into each other on things like Smite Prime and community tournaments, but with 5Ms versus Cowabunga in the semi-finals. Could have Borch versus Scrumptious as well on that top side of the bracket, which sets us up for a pretty incredible Grand Finals, third place match, no matter who moves on, be it Funhavers or Scrumptious. There's just a lot on this bracket today, Trelly, that gets me even more excited for the actual Swiss stage, which also on that topic, after the broadcast today, after the games end, stick around as we'll be doing that Swiss draw. But the quality of teams on the way to the Swiss bracket is just out of this world.
I mean, absolutely. And that's the thing. I think because we're playing a lot of Smite 2 over a lot of weeks, there's time for these lower end teams or these middle of the pack teams to jump up exponentially. You're going to get so much better with that level of competition because you get good practice. And that's something that I've been looking forward to as well. Seeing some of these squads that may be placed in like the top 32 or just under the top 16, things like that. And then still being able to jump up later on, not necessarily into Swiss, qualify in later. That's also a possibility. So just because you got knocked out early does not necessarily mean your journey is done. You still have time, even if you don't qualify for Swiss, to try again in that open qualifier later on. So should be some good stuff, no doubt.
Well, if you're taking notes, remember, no Ama mid, but get the notepad out because we're heading into picks and bans for Cowabunga versus Team, but with 5Ms. And you want to talk about teams that really can teach you. These are two teams that come to mind. Team with 5Ns has been showing their scrims a lot of information going on about that. This is going to be a pretty fascinating one.
I think so. I'm curious as to what Cowabunga is going to try and prioritize, just because I think that picks and bans have been very telling in some of these matches. Looks like Kakate is going to be taken away. Not something that Paul is upset about grabbing, but also maybe not something that they are looking for in particular. Maybe they just want to grab Yarkor or something in particular. But Team with 5Ms, they have the choice as well, man. There are so many different gods you could first pick. I think Odin is still at the high end of my priority. Ama's slowly but surely making her way up in that list. But Bacchus, surprisingly, is still there as well. And that's something that we don't talk about a lot, is the fact that Bacchus has risen. He was up the top, he got nerfed, and then he just came right back. Like, it was as if he never left. But of course, Odin is going to be the choice here for Cowabunga. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I would be shocked, though, if we did not see Jingwei or Ama in this conversation. Considering Ymir was grabbed, Neith. Wow. Ymir Neith is going to be the option. They don't want Paul to get his hands on Hecate or Neith. Not a bad look, honestly. I'm sure he still has options, but taking that away is interesting.
The option that comes to my brain first is the Morrigan, a character who we've seen banned away from Paul in previous tournaments as well as last weekend, and obviously a character very synonymous with Paul. So certainly options there, and that's before we even get into conversations of Zeus, who we aren't seeing many Zeus's play blow you up builds, but they're still performing fairly well when they do. Cowabunga do go the route of grabbing Odin, Bacchus, Jingwei, which if you've been watching a lot of Founder Series, that's a pretty it's pretty confident first three to put your bet behind potentially. So we'll see what the answer is from 5Ms.
Considering that Scream's been liking a lot of the Mordred, I wouldn't be surprised if that got locked in here. You're up against Odin Bacchus, though, so Athena is going to be the choice. Again, you could play Ymir or Athena in solo lane. You could also play Athena or Ymir in jungle, for that matter, so I'm going to wait. Loki. That one tells me jungle, so Athena probably over in solo lane if I had to guess. But a lot of global presence, right? You got World Weaver from the Neith, you have Defender of Olympus from Athena, and now, as you called, you've given those options to Paul, and he can use that global presence as well. And Cowabunga is just going to take the Mordred away, just in case. That was an option that Team Both 5Ms went to. And no, they're not doing that. They're going
I did not
to
see that
grab...
coming.
I assume BennyQ takes the Anubis mid, and you just send Cyclone to take the Neith. That's going to be quite an interesting team fight, because you're already getting Odin caged, right? That's scary stuff. Oh my goodness, they're scrapping.
Whoa! Everybody, blood on the floor already. Could be a first blood any possible second. Gonna be Panatom finding it on a Cyclone spin. The rest of 5Ms on the retreat to the tier 1 tower. Run, everybody, run. A stun on the cherry, and the kill goes to Paul. That's gonna be 2 for Cowabunga in almost as many seconds. The game hasn't even started yet.
Yeah, at negative 20 seconds, we got 2 kills. That's gotta be a record, Malum. Panatom still tried to go in for an invade, and everyone heads on back to base. My goodness, man, that is a way to start the game for sure. Assad was waiting for Cherry here, does not have the ability to go for a kill, forces the dash level, which may have already been done. But man, if you want to talk about a great way to start, giving Panatom first blood and Paul a second kill, pre-minion spawn, yeah, Cowabunga's feeling pretty good about that one.
It feels like we've been tiptoeing around a start like that happening and just divulging into full chaos so many times, but to actually see it go down is different. And BennyQ really having a hard time at the hands of the Morrigan, taking a lot of poke in this early wave. So lots to keep our eyes on, and it's always tough, especially with those starts being kind of new to the experience of Smite 2. Haven't even seen them in Smite 1 in a long time. It's tough to get bearings after something like that.
Yeah, because there really is not much strategy to it. It's just an all-out brawl. Like, who's going to group up and do their damage onto one single target? Getting 2 is interesting, though. That is like that. That's like best case scenario, man. You get 2 kills again on the Panatom and Paul before the game starts, and the majority of your team, yeah, everyone got 2 assists as well. That's just the greatest start to a snowball that I've ever seen. And now you got to be BennyQ, and you have to be Cherry when you're just so far behind in lane. That is terrifying for the squad. But if you were able to build out of it, it would be off the back of your jungler. We'll see if Scream's able to get active, help out the team. There's a Loki sitting in the duo lane, waiting to step forward, waiting for an Aurora flop or a dash from Yarkor. There's the dash, and that should be the kill.
Lots of stuns, lots of damage, lots of dead. First kill for 5Ms, maybe even a second.
Diamond.
They really want to roar. One more auto should do it, and there it is. Meanwhile, over in solo, a pickup from the Odin as well. And BennyQ almost bringing down Paul. This is going to be one of those games.
It definitely is. We are going to see high kill counts for sure. It's still going to be very difficult to kill Paul. Like, despite, taking some early damage, he knows how to use his health bar as a reference, and BennyQ, Bird Bomb would do it. Does he juke it? Doesn't even go in. Saw that Scream was on the way and decided against it. And I actually love that play because Panatom is worth, like, way more gold, right? Diving the tower just does not seem risky. Stun could confirm the damage here. Oh, so close.
History repeats itself.
So close, yet so far away. Scream. But with 5Ms, lives to see another day. And dude, we didn't get to comment on it because last time we watched Team Up with 5Ms, it was Laramie and JMac, but Drops On PBM is such a fantastic Steam name. By the way, guys, Mike does have Drops On.
Yeah, just in case you were curious.
Yeah.
Drops On. Drops On during scrims. Drops On during the tournament. That's one of the best. That's been one of the best parts of the new updated names. You know, some of the name changes, you know, you got to learn the new ones, keep up with them, of course, but some are just so good.
Trying to think of like the best way you can advertise your stream, because like you know, there was always like a bit of a assumption about people that put Twitch in their name. They're like, oh, you're cringe, man, you're just advertising your stream. But Drops On, that's like, it's subtle. Oh, hold on, Sod, not going
this
for
is
any
not
subtlety.
subtle.
Just pursuing the weak under the tower. Can you get out though? I do not think so. That tower shot confirms it, and Stream picks up another one. Can you save the blue buff though? Absolutely not. Pantom takes that free of charge right out from under the nose of Screambo with 5Ms. And I'm thinking he wants a red buff as well, or maybe just a solo kill. Like, you're about to get caged. Oh, Assassinate's up though. Hold up.
And has the caustic buff, does use it for escape. Pantom won't fully chase and just hangs out in the cage on the way out. Pantom has been very, very active on this Odin. You know, going back to last weekend, talking about Smite Too Long Didn't Watch, junglers rotating and having some movement around the map has been a big thing. Pantom backing. I thought maybe that'd be a look at BennyQ, but apparently not. But yeah, something big to keep your eyes on. Where are the junglers going, especially Scream? If I'm not mistaken, Scream was the one who really brought it to your attention, Trelly.
Yeah, it certainly was. It's going to be a little bit different on Loki. I think as a Loki player, there are too many items that you absolutely need. Like, for example, you want Heartseeker, you want Crusher, you want Soul Reaper. Like, those are staples in his kit, as well as Hydra. So don't really think you can weasel in the Hussar's wings unless you want to put your damage really far behind. But definitely something that we could look at later on in the game. Remember, whatever they're building, Paul can take it from them, right? First item is going to be that Gem of Focus, usually a World Stone, Chronos Pendant. You're just trying to get as much CDR as possible on the Morgan because you get access to the relic of the person you transform into. Very important thing to note. If you have Aegis, hey, I want Blink. Turn into someone with Blink. Very simple. Speaking of, turn into someone with Assassinate is the call. Even with that World Weaver, it looks like Bacchus is the target, but hey, not in too much trouble. Aurora gets to back up with some ults down. Not a bad look.
Sort of the best ending that Cowabunga could have asked for in the duo lane, to get away and burn some ults while they're at it. Panatom continuing that trek around the jungle, making sure to make his home everywhere. But on the left side,
they're going.
Team with 5Ms, they're there. Glacial Strike out. Should just be free. Closest to seeing would be Jingwei, and Drops On PBM, gets the Gold Fury. Drops it indeed.
Dude, the fact that it just like advertised it to the lobby, as we see Yark have to back up, get some good damage, but not enough to find the kill. Remember, he already used that airstrike to get out of trouble over in left lane. Not going to see any kill here. There's no... I can't imagine you actually had to ult out there. But hey, Sot's cooking, man. That's just Mystical Mail in Bluestone from the Mordred. So got to watch out for that one. But regardless, Team with 5Ms has shown that they're able to pull these objectives whenever possible. Just continue that. And the support trend, everyone's getting those wards now, man. It's like night and day difference between last week. There is a lot of vision on the left side of the map here.
Well, I guess you go from it being that sort of choose your own moment of vision to just this constant illuminated presence. It's so significant. And I know that was something PBM was even talking about. So not surprised to see it, but still fascinating to watch and worth mentioning. The further we get, and as things remain close, but you see these teams make big macro plays. Well, remember, they played each other a lot. They're very used to each other, used to Sot invading, so they know just how to make him pay for doing so. A kill for Scream, third one on the Loki, achieving the killing spree. Could be big for Cowabunga going forward to not have that same presence from Sot that we're accustomed to seeing, Trelly.
I mean, it's such an easy play to make when Sot has been playing like he has. Overall aggression, not leaving anywhere, just sitting at tower line and invading every single blue buff. Very easy to say, hey, guys, just make sure you're here. Get as close as you can to the wall so he can't ult away, and that's what happened. He tried to pursue the weak through the wall. It's the best way to escape on Mordred if you have it, but the option was there. And look at this, man. Mike is just going to wait for SOT to return to lane and see if they have the damage. Ymir ult Sunder into a taunt. And remember, he just he just showed himself. Like, maybe he didn't? I mean, Sot stepped up anyway. Maybe he's not in fear. Anyway, I guess we'll see.
Out. Heart Slash for a response for Sot. They'll buy a lot of time and give a big shield to do even more. Here's the backup for Panatom, and down goes Cherio, and PBM might just be dropping 6 feet deep. That is indeed the case. 6 kills for Cowabunga, and a great response.
Yeah, that was, I mean, a bait, right? Like, Saw was like, oh no, I'm so scared. Please don't, freeze me and go in for the kill. And then Panatom shows up and makes it happen. Yarkor actually pushes to the right side of the map to help grab that tier 1 tower. And I actually love this play because not only are you not losing any farm over and left, your Jingwei you can fly over. It's not like they could pull Gold Fury in the meantime. Just make sure you group up and push with your squad. And that's what happens. Aurora is going to hold the wave for the ADC, and we will have no other issues there. That's a good look, man. Using these teleporters when you don't have any farm to lose on your side of the map is always going to be smart. But something I want to highlight, we have 2 junglers on either side sitting at 3-0. Those shutdowns are going to be very important. So watch out for Panatom, watch out for Scream, but with 5Ms, because the first one to get those kills is going to be sitting pretty.
It's always so tough with these two teams to try to... It's not so much tough to try to predict, but to really follow those mini decisions, those split-second calls that make the difference between the two. I think that's the part that's always fascinated me the most about the quality of player both of these teams bring to the table, is seeing not so much the pre-planning almost as when they get in, what's the reactions to when things go full chaos and the actions in front of you. And we were seeing it. We're seeing big emphasis be put on the solo lane. The more attention goes over. Sot low, Cherry as well. Who's gonna fall? Gonna be Cherry. Can you save Sot is the big question. Oh. Yeah, you can. You cannot bring down that Mordred. A double kill and a rampage for Panatom, and a shutdown on the Scream as well.
Yeah, that's worst case scenario. Giving Panatom the shutdown on the Scream, the guy that was already 3-0, this Odin is gonna, I mean, he's gonna win every 1 versus Loki anyways, that's obvious, but he's gonna win every 1v1 with anyone on the map at this point. Odin is going to be an absolute menace, so just pay attention to where Panatom is, and that's where Cowabunga, that's where they're gonna want to be, right? Wherever he's got, look at his buffs, man. He's a raid boss. He has everything. You can't even see Odin because of the buffs he's holding.
Yeah, it'd be a cool skin if we could see it past all the buffs.
Well,
all right, well, 4-belt Panatom pulling Gold Fury with Cowabunga and jumping forward to 5M, but gets stunned and CC'd, has to get away, gets walled off by PBM, goes back into the cage, and will go down to Benny Q. All those belts, and you still could not stand. Sot does get a return back onto PBM. The Gold Fury goes to 5Ms, but you're still losing members as Benny Q will go down. Second loss, and it's continuing through. Wait, Gold Fury just now goes down to Aurora! I didn't even see it, but Aurora did, and Aurora pulls through and a big-time gain for Cowabunga. Now a pickup of Scream, and this fight divulges in the chaos. This fight goes Cowabunga. They can walk away. They can keep fighting. The choice is theirs. Hello, but the taunt hits. What's happening?
You can't stick around that much. Yarkor continuously dashes in, wanted to find at least 1 more kill, but just couldn't do it. And again, this all starts from Panatom getting a little bit overzealous. Maybe he heard me call him a raid boss and thought that was true. Jumps in, finds a fantastic cage, but he also ate a ton of damage from Benny Q and Cyclone Spin, right? Like, you're not that tanky that you can eat the full entirety of the Anubis ult. And he blinked away too. He chose to go back in while that damage was still there. And unfortunately, once the shutdown came through, it was kind of just back and forth trades until it seemed like Yarkor had a good engage, man. He had tons of damage, but wasn't quite like critting, like you expect from Jingwei. And then it was just that chain effect of like Cherry's like, okay, you're sticking around that long, bro. I'm 1-5. I will taunt you. Like I will stick around and die to make sure that my team gets a kill. And that's what happens. And he didn't die. So ends up being worth, as you said, Fury goes the way of Cowabunga. But they're not done. Cowabunga sieges forward. Yark wants some action, but is getting tanked up by the Queen. Where's the damage?
There's none so far. PBM still standing. Finally goes down. Benny Q should follow. It goes through eventually. But how long did it take? Maybe too long. York lands down. Paul cleans up Cherry. But the damage from Scream, too much for the Jing Wei to survive through. But the Bird Bomb is good to take out Scream. Last one standing will be Cyclone Spin on that Neath. Meanwhile, Sot pushing off in solo as well at the tier 2. Tier 1 has been gone. Cowabunga sitting pretty, 5k gold, 15-8, coming up on 13 minutes.
I mean, they just have so much farm that they're able to grab around the map. Sot didn't even rotate, and that fight goes into Cowabunga's favor. Does not seem like the tier 2 is going to drop. Yeah, one good wall from Mike would have been the end of that siege, but man, it is not easy for Team Boy with 5 ends to make a comeback at this point. The gold is rough. Panatom is still a menace, and of course, SOT hasn't even really been involved in the past couple of fights, so once he decides to rotate in, we're really going to see some issues. Pyromancer seems to be the target for Cowabunga. They're tanking that one up, and unless Benny Q can get there, I mean, I was going to say, there's no way you actually want to hit someone here. Sot's just going to 1v3. That was more of a zone tool, but still ends up working out, right? No one steps up to Pyromancer because of that ult.
Low cooldown and the distance gained as well puts Sot with the rest of the team pretty easily and timed it with the walls perfectly. You get that little bit of extra distance if you can kind of time through the walls to get the longer walls on the map. So very well played from Sot to reposition to Cowabunga. While nothing really to gain as Pyro has already gone down aside from that Queen Naga, it just goes to show even more the control of the map Cowabunga continues to show. And teamed up with 5Ms, they have the skill, the knowledge, everything you'd need in the toolbox, Trilly, to get those answers, but it feels like when it's Cowabunga, 5Ms continues to come up a bit short. What's that big blow-up moment? What's that way in that they can find?
I mean, it's not going to be easy. I think you can find picks on just about anyone except for Paul at the moment. He seems to be positioning perfectly. He has full cooldown. This is the build I was telling you about, where it's just Gemma Focus, Chronos Pendant, Cosmic Core, right? You get as much cooldown rate as possible, and then you just choose when and where you want to go in. Always transform into someone with mobility and someone who gives you an easy way in and out. I think Benny Q, Scream, or Phantom are going to be good transformations unless you really want a World Weaver. So, I mean, shutting down Paul would be fantastic. It's just not easy to do. So, killing the first person in, which traditionally has been Sot or Panatom, would be the ideal situation for Team But with 5Ms. And they know Gold Fury spawns. They know it's up, and no one's here. Do you think that's intentional? Yes, they are getting farm elsewhere. Push the tier 1 in right, because you're not getting the Gold Fury. I think that's the only play they have.
Not Ancient still. This will be the third total, however. So the next Gold Fury to spawn will be that Ancient Fury 2 for Cowabunga. As those buffs go up,
that wall should be dead, Mike.
Getting chased through, but he now gets stuck, and here comes Sot through the wall. We'll catch the Glacier Strike. The Shell, a lot of time being bought. There's the laser as well. It certainly helped, Benny, but it only delayed. And Benny, oh no, indeed, goes down. Cherry takes on the world. I mean, you taunted 3, but those 3 are just going to put you in the dirt.
Dude, the second Mike missed the wall, he's dead. Let it go. Yark, I don't imagine you can lose this, but oh, the World Weaver, that'll help.
Phantom Shell will certainly give some leeway. No, it ended right before the World Weaver hit. So if Scream had stayed around lurking, that could have turned into something, but Scream has to play it safe, because look at the right-hand side of the map. Cowabunga, Fire Giant time. There's no answer for this from 5Ms. PBM, I mean, this is a pipe dream to even make it, so 5Ms will go down even further, as well as lose out on fire at 17 minutes.
Yeah, again, like the second Mike missed that wall, you let him die, you leave. But Benny Q tried to help out, tried to peel for his support. Then Cherry ults in, tries to peel for Benny Q.
Oh, no.
And you just lose everyone. It's not gonna work out. Sot, if he's got his big boy ultimate, can chase down. Here comes the rest of the squad. And it's just SOT, by the way. He has no backup at the moment, but he's still charging forward. Spirit Robe alone is enough to make him tanky enough to do this. But he doesn't end up going for the chase. Probably a smart call to start pushing down these tier 1s, which there's 2 of them. There's plenty of gold here for Cowabunga to try and grab. They are going to do so slowly but surely. I do like this play from Panatom, where he's pushing up the right waves just to make sure that all of the minions are pushing with the squad. because without Ancient Fury, without Runic Bombs, it's very risky to go in for an actual bird here. I'm thinking you grab your tier 2s, wait for Ancient Fury, wait for Pyro, and then we can talk about possibly going in for a Phoenix.
There's so much I wish we had the time to talk about with these two teams, but they just want to fight and they want to pull those objectives at times. Aurora does get away, so maybe there is. I'm looking at builds, and I saw a Sots build. The Soul Reaver after the Mystical Mail was pretty interesting to me, but there's kind of a lot of that across the item charts.
Yeah, I think Soul Reaver is just one of those blanket items that's always going to give you value. If you want to take the enemy HP and get some pen, you'll do just that. Pantom 1v2ing effortlessly. Does not even matter. My goodness, Scream goes down, and there goes Cherry. I mean,
That was gross.
I thought Scream would save Assassinate to escape, but no, used it to go in. Now Phoenixes start to look a lot more plausible. Once you lose 2, you're not so worried about taking the bird up, and they're going in for right lane. They want this bird, and I don't know. It's just Benny Q here to try and stop them for the time being.
Tier 2 and mid should also fall in the meantime. The Queen Naga is going to be up, so we'll see if the retreats are there or if the push forward is the call. 5M's just looking to lightly defend the Phoenix, maybe a full defense. They've got 2 to worry about with not as many members. The mid one will be the one to fall as Yark is there and Cowabunga pivot towards that mid Phoenix, and it goes down. So the misdirection does definitely get 5M's as they still are looking to defend the right, but Pursue the Weak coming through, brings up 2, and Cowabunga looking to blow them up behind that. Instantly 2 dead for 5M's, and the massacre will continue. Cowabunga dude right in to the grand finals. They'll push Scream away from that Titan, and it will fall.
19 minutes in, Scream getting zoned out. Cowabunga take this one. I mean, with time to spare, 10-1. And remember, this game all starts from an all-out brawl at negative 20 seconds into game, which ends up with Pantom getting first blood and Paul getting second blood. And it seemed like from there, it wasn't going to stop. I will say, Teambo with 5M's made a great call early on to pull a Gold Fury and sneak it away. But that was about it, man. Everything besides that was just trying to play catch up, and it just did not seem possible.
Yeah, there was there was so much to unpack. That's one of those games, you know. Shout out to all the content creators who have been making stuff on the Founder series so far and doing really in-depth analysis of those things that in that hyper moment it's hard to fixate on. There's so much to break down between these two teams right now. There's so much going on kind of behind the scenes of their brains, you know, in the moment. And Cowabunga just continues to rise above those moments and just be that step ahead. But as you mentioned, with that Swiss stage now the thing around the corner, Teambo with 5M's is a team that I do not think will be denied for very long, and I'm sure they don't want to be anymore as well. But with that, we have more SMITE 2 Founder Series North America on the horizon. A lot of games to go, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I've been trying to forget, but you won't let me. Something in my brain wants you. I've been hanging on myself, asking for help, but nothing seems to work on you. Yeah, you always make me feel like home. Yeah, you never leave my thoughts alone. Yeah, you're the reason I'm going out my mind. I just you always make me feel like you never leave my thoughts alone. You're the reason I'm going out my mind. Just can't stop thinking about you. Just can't stop thinking about you. You could be my only one, 'cause you are the one that's treating me right. You could be my only one.
It's never been done before.
What's the plan?
When was the last time you were in Vegas?
You want to host an esports event in Vegas for SMITE. SMITE 2. Now you're talking.
The hi-rez Arena, Las Vegas.
Some said it couldn't be done.
Are you guys out of your mind? The Jade Dragons winning worlds can't be beat. Not shouldn't be beat, it cannot be beat.
This January, see SMITE like you've never seen before.
You clowns are gonna need a team even crazier than you. Who'd you have in mind?
Coming this January, Hindu Man's 11.
You're either in or you're out.
I'm in.
You are either in or you're out. The whole thing that this is for, the road to Las Vegas, the Founder Series, the HyperX Arena. You want to be there, so make sure you grab your tickets now. 75% sold out, so they're going quickly. You want to grab them, be a part of history, be part of the memory of the start of SMITE 2, the Founder Series, Las Vegas land, HyperX Arena. I mean, you heard Trelly in the glasses. How could you deny Vegas after seeing Trelly in the glasses talk about it? It's come on.
I mean, I just thought it was so crazy that those clowns could never pull it off. I still love that I was able to get that line in there. And you know what? I will say I didn't write it, so I would never mean to call Dave and Hindu clowns, but I was forced to. As an actor, I do what I must.
Actors make sacrifices. You went to the School of Method. It's all understandable, really. But make sure you grab those tickets now. Malum, Trelly, bringing you more of the action as we are still right around the corner of grand finals, but still some semifinals action to be played. Pretty big bracket today, which has definitely elongated the day, but more SMITE 2 is never a bad thing, especially when it's games as good as we've seen. Scrumptious versus Borch. That's a matchup that on paper is going to be incredible. One I've been looking forward to. I've kind of been hoping to see these two teams match up. Borch has been one that, since their roster announcement, has really grabbed my attention. They are, of course, playing with a substitute currently in the solo lane, with Final K moving to support, with Baskin not being here for this stage of the tournament. Scrumptious also has a new player on their roster as well in the support role, as many are aware. So it's kind of an interesting matchup on paper. And who's going to come out on top of it? A lot of mini storylines to look at. Still the kind of emerging story of Rat Milk being on a team, a very star-studded team at that, and how he can perform. So a lot of questions for both the rosters.
Definitely. And I think because you have, a lot of hard carries that are in this game that can just take a game and run with it, you got to talk about picks and bans, getting those carries facilitated, getting them the characters that they want so that they can just run away with the game. And I think Rat Milk has the ability to just run away with the game. I mean, the man, give him an early kill or two and just see what he can do with that. Doesn't mean, of course, that the same ability is not granted over towards Scrumptious. It's just the fact that it's a fun style of play to watch. That is, I think Rat Milk plays like a hard carry. And because of that, you got to think they're going to be trying to prioritize a jungle pick very early on in the draft.
And it's funny talking so much about Rat Milk as we get into picks and bans. You got to look at the opponent for Rat Milk, which is Nog, and they share a really similar trajectory for Founder Series of being one of those top SCC community amateur players, made names for themselves, and arrived on the scene with big time rosters, with some big names. And for the people that followed these two players through, it's no surprise, but I think moments like this where you're put against each other with your team around you, I feel like that's where you have your moments to really make your mark and kind of get that leg up.
Dude, this is tough here because, you're giving up Fenrir. That was going to be obvious. They chose to ban they chose to ban Odin, which gives up the Bacchus. They had to know picks and bans were going to go exactly this way, because the second you've seen Hecate and Odin, Fenrir is the first top pick, and then immediately after, you're going to want Bacchus and you're going to want... I would say Neith is in that topic of conversation, but I guess Neith was the one they ended up to go for. But then you're giving up Amma, which has such a good matchup into Bacchus. So as far as like how picks and bans have gone so far, I think Borch should be pretty happy with what they see here. When I think of Scrumptious, I think, you know, the Loki's still a possibility. Thanatos is okay, but no, I think it's got to be Loki in the jungle more often than not. But you have double Guardian now. You have Bacchus, you have Ymir. They have so much CC, they have so much lockdown, and it's just gonna be the soul. Leave your jungle. I said they're gonna prioritize jungle pick. It looks like Borch was in that topic of conversation, but Scrumptious said, leave it till the end, man. We don't care.
They do still have some that could be a more unconventional. We have seen a lot of the Mordred as well and not banned. The Morgan will get grabbed up for Pagon. The Sasano continues to be prioritized for Rat Milk, which just makes sense because you talked about getting Rat Milk on a character he can perform well with, is comfortable with. Sasano fits that mold. And even if it is the Fenrir, kind of the same story, should there be some weird flex. There has been a few scenarios where we've seen Sasano go more solo, but how Haddix performed on the Amaterasu, or excuse me, with how we've seen Amaterasu perform today in general, it wouldn't be surprising to see it go solo. But for Haddix, the Bacchus Chalk Ymir discussion for Scrumptious, that gets a little more interesting for me, Trelly, because we did see earlier the substitute for, I don't know, Bacchus has stepped up. The substitute for Borch being Buffoon made Bacchus look a little bit sort of backliney, calm. But we're still seeing from other rosters, Bacchus have that front line that you and JMac have been talking about. So it's hard to really pinpoint who's going where.
Yeah, the thing is, Haddix was like the #1 Ymir player in ranked for like a week or so, but that was with Xerxes Hexstone. Now that we don't have that same level of safety and you have to get Blink if you want to move a Ymir ult, I think it's going to be Bacchus solo every day of the week. I can't imagine it goes any other way. The Chalk jungle surprises me a little bit. It's not as if Chalk jungle is bad. It just takes a bit to get online. You need to stack up your items more often than not. And because of that, Nog is probably going to get off to a slower start, which isn't ideal in this meta, where you kind of want your jungler to be able to fight at like level 2. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But I really do like the way Borch played P's and B's here.
Well, a lot of fighting has happened early, so let's not waste any time. Let's get into game of the semifinals. Borch versus Scrumptious. And nothing as crazy as we saw in the previous one, but we still have a few seconds until we got to that point. Malum, Trelly, and Doug to bring you the action in this semifinals. Winner goes on to face Cowabunga. So lots of rematch potential, lots of bad blood on the line. There's so much to this. This is the Founder Series is shaping up in kind of the most ideal way that it could have, Trelly, and getting matchups like this. I said it last week to you, but we're so back.
We are so back. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And I don't know about you, but I really thought that Pagan was taking Amma again,
Yeah, same. I was kind of looking for it. I was waiting for it to happen and for you to have a kind of a mental boom as soon as we got
a visceral reaction of just getting angry. Probably would have, but looks like Buffoonsky just going to take the Amma into solo and have to deal with Haddix on the Bacchus, who I think one of the most dominant solo laners we have in this tournament. Haddix is annoying, to say the least, when you're trying to deal with just like going up to clear. You're going to get proxied. You're going to get your buff stolen. And that's what Bluestone Bacchus allows. Bro comes out of the gate just swinging at level 2. So pay attention to that guy. Any invades happening? It seems like Rongi would love to go for it. The level is 2, though, and has Sunder, so it's susceptible to a bit of damage here. It'd be a 1v3 if the invade comes through, and it seems like I'd be just trying to kill Rongi here. I wouldn't even go for the buff.
Looks like that's kind of the call. They're reacting to what Rongi might do. It does go the way of Borch onto the belt of Fine OK, and Rongi will step away to try to not get grabbed up. So kind of a calm start compared to what we're becoming used to seeing. I am excited to see Fine OK on this Fenrir in support. New role, a lot of talk about it, not being in solo. As we've mentioned a few times, Baskin, the primary listed solo laner for Borch, not here. Hence the substitution in solo, but Final Case is streaming a lot of Fenrir support. It seems like one of the characters that you might be a bit more comfortable on.
I mean, if you have a ridiculous amount of safety, which Fenrir does have early on, you have the ability to get Sunder because you don't need a survivability relic, which Fenrir has, and then you could just get aggressive in lane. That fits Final Case playstyle and a support playstyle through and through. So I don't think there was ever going to be a learning curve there to try and deal with duo lane and a Fenrir, but August nearby on the jungle. Again, I just don't think he has that ability to find early kills like a Susano does, because he's just a 1-2 and a cloud of dust. You know, like Susano has the pull, as the auto attack resets. Shock just cannot match that level of damage. Give him a defense item or two, and then we're cooking. But it's just, I don't know, man. I don't have the early game faith. I have the item or two faith. So we'll see how Nog decides to pilot this character, and maybe he'll make me eat my words.
Both jungles split to the side lanes. Now they converge in mid lane, and Nog's in a lot of trouble.
Oh.
Will he die? Not quite. That caustic buff, the red buff around the belt of Ratmilk almost paid so many dividends for a first blood, but not quite, and Scrumptious get away with it. It was interesting watching both the junglers sort of mimic each other's paths to the side lane. Okay, I'm not here for this. They meet up in mid. Ratmilk waited around the corner. That's the kind of play that I'm looking for from these two jungles who, as we talked about, are kind of both looking to prove something against each other today.
Definitely are. And as if I'm Scrumptious, I'm playing through solo lane, man. I am sending Chalk over to Haddix every single day of the week because of just how this lane is going to go. Ama does not come out of the gate with the ability to full clear unless she is 2 and dashing the wave, and you don't want to dash the wave against a Bacchus. So you're not clearing the wave. You're underneath tower. And even though we have Buffoonsky underneath the tower, still taking a ton of damage because, again, has not adapted to the new tech of not getting a first item and just getting Chalice 3 potions. Haddix did it, and it still has 2 potions left. So bro has like 3 extra health bars compared to Buffoonsky, which means in turn, oh no, that means you're dead is what I meant to say.
Oh no, indeed. You are indeed dead. First blood for
you lose your
Scrumptious.
blue. That's what I was gonna say, but it turns out you're just dead. Sorry about
Lost
that.
the blue in their eyes. Just the little X's over.
I mean,
that's tough. That's a tough.
That's a 3 health
tough
pot
start.
diff. 100%. Like
Take those notes. Remember we were talking about.
If you're watching at home and you want to play solo, don't get your talisman. Just get 3 health pots. It will help you in the long run.
With the snap turn on the brutalize, fine, okay. That's one of the things too of players of this caliber meeting up in this open bracket. We've seen a lot of it because it's random seeding for the open bracket in the semifinals and onward, where they're kind of fighting through and running into each other in these high end of the bracket matchups. And every time it feels like there's this, obviously the competitiveness and the seriousness of wanting your points and wanting to move on to the Swiss stage. But there's also this like, all right, fancy meeting you here in the new game. Like, what do you got?
And we figured out exactly what they got. Haddix setting up another little bit of a wrong flop there, but red buff is still the target. And Ratmilk, I don't think you want to be anywhere near these guys right now, but maybe I'm the one who's lying. They do step forward, but I still think they can win this. I guess.
Dazzling offensive used, and Nog is gone. Ratmilk will continue to chase forward. Paul's been on the rotation this whole time, and it will work out. Borch took a fight that felt awkward and almost forced and made it look clean.
I guess it was the Pagon rotation. That was fearful, right? When you see the Morgan show up, or maybe it was just called out, hey, I don't see the Morgan in mid. Beats goes down. Final K is going to accept that one. I still thought Haddix had the damage to go for a kill, but I guess not. The ultimate must have been just off of cooldown at the moment. So unfortunately, you lose that one. You do have a gank over in left lane, and Zap taking a lot of damage.
And there's Ratmilk. And goodbye, Zap Man. And Panda hit him with it, too.
Dude, that is storied veteran Panda Cat play. Solo, Zap, and then spam. Well, it wasn't a solo, obviously. Ratmilk was there. But get aggressive, step forward, and then spam lap just to try and tilt him. You love to see it, man. This has been a matchup we've seen for like 8 years. Like it's been a while. We're going to continue to see it Smite too, which makes me happy.
Yeah, they're old, huh?
I mean, all right. Max is not that old, but Zap, yes, he is.
The first Zapman match I saw was pre-launch tournament, and I was still in high school. And since then, I graduated college. So.
Oh man, I mean, Zap will be the first one to call himself an old head. So that's not even rude. Like he will own that through and through. And I have to watch out for a little bit of a freeze. Jumps over it and then backs. Oh man. I'm telling you, you gotta love the way Panda plays. He's so BM, and I love it.
Styling today. Junglers, maybe another breakout in solo. Everybody here. Blue buff out the spawn. Ratmilk gonna look at Nog, doing big time damage as well. The Typhoon, a Storm Call did get through it. Now Haddix turns attention to Ratmilk. will calm down. Nog's just going to go for the run and see how much time can be bought. And maybe there's a chance of getting away, but with Rat Milk still there, those chances are now gone, as is Nog. 4th kill for Borch. 2 for Rat Milk, 2 for Bafoonsky, the substitute for Borch. You know, credit where it's due. 2 kills in a lobby like this is fairly impressive.
Can I just say that I know that I said the Chalk wasn't gonna have a good early, but like this is a really bad early. Like you 2-0-2 is your opposition. Loki was available. I wish I could hear the mindset as to why we're picking Chalk here, because this, to me, this looked premeditated. I could have called this start from 30 feet out. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just so, it's not as if Nog can't get online later, but this to me seems so obvious. I mean, maybe I'm trolling, but I just cannot imagine why the Chungle was the option here.
I like to look where to go and kind of where I want to point you usually. But you've put a lot of emphasis on this Chalk, and I've been watching the build as well. The Teko Kagi, you know, it doesn't feel like it's going to do too much to help the Chalk catch up. Is there an item spike maybe that we can look for?
I mean,
for
dude, Chalk absolutely chunks at 5 levels, but considering how important objectives have been early, considering how much you can get snowballed on if you're not ready to fight at like level 2 and then again at like level 9, you know, playing for item power spikes is so rough. And I think that's exactly what Nog is doing here. You're going to want a Soul Reaver. You're going to want a bit of inch. You're going to want a bit of strength. Like Chalk takes items to get online, whereas Rat Milk, he comes out of the gate swinging. As you can see, Bafoonsky and himself both got 2 kills, 2 assists for Rat Milk. The Susano is a threat, and of course, Pagon can turn into said threat. And now you've got 2 threats, and that's scary. Rat Milk dying here would be big, though.
Supernova, a World Weaver, a Storm Call,
There
the
it
Kitchen
is.
Sink, a dead Rat Milk as well. Vine okay, the last alone, but has some distance between already. So should be all right. Has Paul around the corner, who's in a bit more trouble, and will turn away to try to get away. Pagon might go down here. Excuse me, I said Paul. Yeah, I saw the Morrigan. Compliments to Pagon, right? I mean, you spent earlier bashing. At least I gave the compliment.
You called him Paul twice. I didn't want to correct you because I thought you got it, but you caught yourself, and that's good. And now there's still more action, as you see. Nog wants to teleport to the backline. Fine, okay, gets out of trouble, no problem. But the Gold Fury, Malum, that is the target. And Borch is here just to try and go for a steal. The Scrumptious commit. No, they want the fight.
The wall out, the stun good, the jump forward. Not going to find as much, and Bafoonsky is actually still plenty healthy. So Borch, this presence alone, scare away the full team of Scrumptious from the Gold Fury. That's kind of surprising. I thought they'd be willing to take that fight, but I guess just choosing to take the more veteran approach to it and walk away.
I think they could sense Panda Cat's aura from across the map, and they decided to walk away from it. And hey, Rong, you had a fantastic freeze on the Bafoonsky, but, you know, say what you want. Level 10 Ama is nothing to underestimate, right? Plenty of damage, plenty of movement, and the sustain was enough to say, hey, let's not go in for the pull. This game is bouncing on a knife's edge gold-wise. No reason to take a toss-up, and that seems to be the call. You know, if you don't have a confirmation, if you don't have like a very guaranteed one-man advantage towards the Fury, don't go in for it. And I like that play because, like we said earlier, you're very snowbally if you just lose one objective, if you lose one pick. That isn't something that Scrumptious wanted to dance with. But Bafoonsky, bro's just not in lane. Like, it looks like they swapped. Yeah, Pagon sitting over and right, and Bafoonsky's the one who's clearing mid now.
Lane swap is not something we're as accustomed to seeing in Smite 1. I feel like they're fairly rare when we've seen them happen. I can almost name the ones I remember type of thing. But for Smite 2, they don't feel like they're the worst decision to make depending on the situation at hand. And especially with Amaterasu, who, you touched on this a lot today, Trelly, but with the more unique builds you can go on Ama, it certainly doesn't feel bad.
Never does. Fino does finally go in for a Ragnarok. Sends him to Pagon. Do you have the damage? You sure do. See you later on you. That could be the pick that starts up the Gold Fury. You got 3 over here. Rat Milk's close by. I think that's the call, but how quickly can Scrumptious show up? Jinto's near. So is Nog, but the poll already begins. They might be giving this up unless Zap can show up.
But is that the call? Looks like perhaps not. It's going to be a free Gold Fury. With how much attention was put on it earlier and how much teams overall seem to care about the Gold Fury, it's always surprising to see one be conceded even early on, but that goes to Borch and helps them grow a small gold lead, but a gold lead regardless. Coming up on 12 minutes now, 5-2 as well. 2-1 for Ratmilk, 2-1 for Bafunski. Haddix with the kill alongside Zapman on Scrumptious. And going forward, Charlie, too, I'm looking a lot at Pyro as sort of a big turning point for both these teams because the objective play is going to be that priority. If gold's down, we've seen the teleporter rotations so much that maybe these solos will just take the easy route and we'll all slam our heads against each other at the Pyromancer, surely?
I mean, it could be. I saw Final K rotate over to right for a second and then bailed. He immediately said, never mind, we can't kill Haddix, I'm leaving, which probably smart and probably true. Ratmilk showing up, that changes things. I think with Susana, you could definitely find a kill on the Bacchus, but Queen has been started up. Final K's got the vision. He has Sunder as well, and he's just going to sit here menacingly and understand that, you know what, not worth my life. I'm going to back up. But Haddix finally under a bit of pressure. Can they get the kill on the Bacchus? Seems like yes.
Stone of Binding and Mystical Mail, certainly good items, but not enough tankiness to survive all that damage through. So another pickup for Ratmilk on that Susano, 3-1 at this point. Pagon in some trouble in the mid lane. Does use the Invis to reposition and set up for Final K. The Ragnarok comes out, but they can't bring down Wrong You quite yet. Pagon transitions into Susano for some good damage, but will that transform be enough to bring more? Ratmilk goes forward. Is it there? Yes, but Ratmilk was taking the tower, so goes down to Nog, and the Storm Call going to be interrupted to not bring down Final K, but still will get it through. Has the double kill and ready to stand and throw more hands. Bafunski trying to get away, but Nog torrents back and slams him on down for the triple kill and the killing spree. Nog is just breaking ankles and taking souls. Pagon will go down, but Wrong You decided to be the one to get it under the tower. No fadeaway needed. Scrumptious with a couple big pickups.
I mean, itemization-wise, Nog has one item, bro. He picked up 2 to 3 kills there just off of last hits and diving the tower. Borch did not have to make that play. If you wanted a fast track to getting Chalk online, do exactly that. Like, dive the tier 2 and let him get 2 last hits and an axe kill. Nog is going to come back with much more damage online. And that is a scary thought because he's starting to cook. Yeah, full Triton's Conch build and already going into more. This Chalk is getting tankier and he's getting more threatening. Gold Fury is going to be the target here. Scrumptious finally pulls ahead gold-wise in this game. A solid 2K just about. But man, Panicat has been dashing it on cooldown. Of course, you feel a lot more confident with Fino here. Can you find the Ragnarok? Ooh, jump off the mark, but they can still dive this.
Final K will back out. The tower's only got 500 health left to it, so they could dive if they want to get aggressive. Doesn't seem to be the call. Pyro is up as well, so an ever-looming threat. Remember that Naga buff is on to Nog, which will make those objectives significantly easier. You've got little minions spawning by your side to help things out, and they'll be little in stature, but they can take a lot of hits from those objectives. Speaking of taking a lot of hits, might need to do just that. Wrong You being engaged on by Ratmilk. Just step away. Pagon doing the same thing. The double Susano into the Ragnarok. Everything dropped, but a Storm Call is used in response before they've even killed the Ymir. He finally goes down, but look at the damage done in return. Final K's already been TKO'd, so you can't push the fight further. How will this set up for a potential Pyro?
That was 3 total ults, I think, on a Wrong You, and almost lived through it.
A lot of 4 keys being pressed.
Yeah. Pyromancer certainly is a target here. Alex made the rotation over, but with Bafunski nearby, scary to try and go in for the pull here. Alma still has so much. She's so slippery. Not easy to go in. They're attempting it, though. Just pulling, sort of seeing if Borch will take the bait. I don't think you pull, though. Like, it's not going to get worse than this. In fact, Borch knows what's happening, and they're just going in for the Fury instead. Still have Bafunski on standby to go for a steal, but free Gold Fury, you will certainly take that.
Goes to Scrumptious. An attempt was good, but now can Bafunski get away? Gold goes to Borch, second one there. And the Amaterasu will be all right. Matter of fact, they might have a fight here. Ratmilk has some angles in, looks for it, but gets stunned out. Might have overplayed his hand. Typhoon up for the knockup to get away. Ratmilk not quite dead yet. The storm call will it reach? No, it will not. The engage from Borch after the fact is the airstrike in the middle of the lane, but Haddock still getting kills through all that damage. Panda Cat now ready to stand. Gets one, but gets CC'd out. The Aegis will only prolong it, and Zapman brings down Panda Cat. So Scrumptious with a really great fight, kind of out of the jaws of damage from Borch.
Yeah, I mean, Haddock's almost got the one tap, but then just got CC chain. Finally ended up going down there, lived for a while. This Naga buff could be huge because Fire Giant is also a topic of conversation. Remember, Borch pulled the Gold Fury just before that. They're at 2. Not quite at that 3rd just yet, so nothing to worry about in that regard. But hey, Pagon is still here trying to defend by himself, but he's taking a lot of damage.
Who will go to is the question, and can Pagon find them both? There's one, it's Shinto. Tasano is going to run out on Pagon, so doesn't want to overcommit to it, and will step away. So Zapman will live to see another day, at least until Ratmilk potentially loop around. Here that is. The pull in, the damage. Is that enough? The Typhoon as well. Ratmilk's got to turn for the Typhoon to hit, and it works out. Final K with the credit as Zapman goes down.
Yeah, that's old Smite 1 reflex. Like, now hold that, Nog, because Final K brings another one in. Nog taking a bit of damage. Does he have the teleport? No, he does have the Storm Call, though, to stall. That should be enough to get him out of trouble, but not enough to save a Fire Giant pull. Borch is going to start this one up. Haddock's nearby. So is Wrong You. How are they going to play this?
Got to be perfect on it if you want to get it in the face of members of Scrumptious, or maybe it's another bait. There's been a lot of that today. Borch still on it, at least to this point. Pagon is on the way to help things out. That fire getting lower and lower. Airstrike coming out now from Panda Cat as well. Addix can't step in from the CC. Now Wrongu taking an attempt, but the fire has been slowed down, so isn't down. Ratmilk gonna find Nog. Now Panda Cat takes out one, but Addix steals the Fire Giant. If you can get kills off of this, it's huge, but they're all falling down. Scrumptious with the steal. The steal turns into denial, but Scrumptious just continue to scratch and claw.
Yeah, Shinto had the World Weaver looked for some low health targets. You got Fire Giant on 2 if you're Scrumptious. Just going to be sitting on to Zapman and Shinto. Honestly, 2 of the targets you would definitely want it on if you want to go in for any sort of objective play. But I think Borch is not in a bad spot to look for some engagements once they spawn back. And look at Zap just trying to chase down Pagon. He wants the 1v1. The ult comes in. He gets interrupted. He's dead.
There was a Morgan there a second ago. I promise.
And sometimes you eat 2 ults, you get caught out, and you lose your speed buff. Dude, this is still a good spot for Scrumptious despite losing like 3 there. They should be able to group up on gold. They've got the gold lead. And they've got Fire Giant on 2. Like, despite how bad it looked, they're sitting okay.
20 minutes around the corner. 15 to 11. The gold lead is for Scrumptious, as we've talked about. And the Fire Giant is around the belt of Zapman and Shinto, which is very ideal, for sure. Final K with a defense. A Ragnarok trying to bring back. Going to force the Talisman out. There's a Typhoon. The pull back from Ratmilk. Haddix goes forward. Ratmilk follows. Has backup from Bafunski as well. The Dazzling Offensive going to stun Haddix. Will that Bacchus ever die? Finally, he does, but at what cost? Bafunski is gone, and Final K is low, and Borch have to back up.
Still, Zapman's pushing left, hasn't grouped up with the fight, and Pagon is going to match that presence. All the while, Borch has 3 in mid, trying to keep their tier 1 tower alive for the time being. Panda Cat's still scaling, has some crit chance online, but not quite enough to go for those one-shot autos. And I think Pagon wants to get some revenge. I think he wants to try and 1v1 Zap. Does he catch him backing near the gold camp? There's a wave here, so I'm thinking no.
Attempted to check the bush as well, just in case. Pyromancer pulled. Final K nearby. Ratmilk will loop around the other side of Pyro as it's half. Will they commit forward? Doesn't seem so. Ratmilk isn't fully healthy. Shinto steps up. There's the engage coming out. Ratmilk got popped! And Final K almost followed a killing spree for Shinto and almost more with the ult that came out right after. The Bluestone Tick will not kill. The Scrumptious get themselves a Pyromancer and Ratmilk as well.
My God, dude, Shinto has so much burst. Like, hey, if you're a Neath player at home, little tech. If there's someone diving you, to yourself, backflip away, blow it up. That's what just happened to Ratmilk. And bro got sent to the gray screen immediately. Shinto, so much damage online. Fully stacked Transcendence, Book of Thoth, Cosmic Horror for some cooldown rate and some big intelligence. And of course, Soul Reaver, just an item you're going to see on just about everyone that is trying to do big burst damage. And now, Scrumptious, off the back of a fantastic Fire Giant steal from hi-rez, had the pressure in their pocket. They're going to grab their first Gold Fury in the game unless a steal comes through, and it will not. So Scrumptious gets their first little gold coin, and they're able to set back up for another attempt at Fire Giant. They do have one Runic Bomb in pocket. That's wrong, you. Besides that, I don't think they're going to be going in for any fights if they can help it. It's been fine, okay, more often than not. And once again, goes in for the bite, but wrong you says, nope, I've got my CC immunity, no problems there.
Want to point attention to as well, Zapman has been level 20 for a couple minutes now on that race to level 20, as everyone's still catching up. I mean, comparatively, Panda Cat level 17 with more kills than Zapman. So very efficient farming on that soul, but perhaps more importantly, with the build Zapman's going, Demon Blade just finished up on the soul, Trell.
Yeah, he has so much damage in comparison. Like, just look at Panda Cat's build. Devos, Executioner, Demon Blade, Titans. That's all well and good. Zapdos has the same build with a full Berserker shield as well. Like, just another item. Which, considering Panda Cat's 4-2 and his team was winning up until, like, 6 minutes ago, that's disgusting. Zap, a veteran of the farm game and knows exactly how to AFK in lane and come back and ready to carry the game for his squad. Fire Giant spawning in here shortly, but it looks like Zap's going for a gank onto Buffoonski all the while. No, he doesn't commit to it. He's just hiding in the jungle. It looks like Fire Giant is still what Scrumptious is after. 2 Sunders v2 Sunders, but 1 Runic Bomb in pocket for Scrumptious. That could be the turning point for this objective.
A lot of aggressive wards out for Scrumptious as well. So they got control of vision. They've got damage online. They're the first over to fire. They've also got a war horn, so they got some strong waves pushing through. This is a great spot. Do you pull that trigger? Do you make the call to force fire or force a bait here? Or do you try to wait it out?
No, I'm going for the pull immediately if I'm Scrumptious. You've got the lead, you've got the fed soul, and you just want to fight. That is the call here. You're not necessarily looking to 50-50 fire. You want to find any sort of engagement, and hi-rez standing at the front line. Nog not too far behind. Anyone who walks up. It looks like Fine OK and Buffoonski would be the ones, but the objective has started. Who's going to go in first?
Is Borch to spread as well? Scrumptious have hi-rez stepped up. Nog also playing some defense. Not a hard commit onto the fire, at least at the moment. It's just Zapman firing autos. But it looks like because of the Nagas, Scrumptious slowed down the pace. Now they want the fight. They got the Pagon. What else will they take? They step up to Buffoonski. They've got Rat Milk spread. Final K is low. Everybody is scattering on Borch, if you can even get away. But that's 2 graves already, and Scrumptious step right back to the Fire Giant.
Yeah, you cannot be stepping up, but Rat Milk is hiding in the backline. As he sound out, yes, Shinto finds him immediately. Not taking a lot of damage, just wants to stick here. Wants that Fire Giant to go in his team's favor, but it's not going to be easy, and it looks like the zone is good. Final K's the only one nearby, and he's staying zoned out as well. This should be clean for Scrumptious.
Should be indeed. They might even grab a Fenrir as well. hi-rez going to miss the flop, and Final K will get away. But damage done. Fire Giant to Scrumptious, and Rat Milk caught by Nog, and hi-rez is nearby. This just became a nearly impossible escape to pull off. Rat Milk, the full chase on from Scrumptious. He will go down to hi-rez. A massive pickup from Scrumptious as they begin the siege on the solo side.
Yeah, they didn't even need the World Weaver, and now starting to push right lane is the call. Zapman nowhere near the team. He's just pushing mid. Talk about a farm goblin. But the Phoenix is going to be the target. A true 4v4, and Pagon still has everything up. He died with Blink and ult available, so he could choose to get active here if his team sees the opportunity, but they're playing this one slow.
A lot of damage on Buffoonski. Going to force that dazzling offensive out. hi-rez flops in after the fact. Panda Cat low. World Weaver to Storm Call. The jet airstrike to get away, but can Panda Cat survive? Gonna be tough to do. Same thing for Fine OK. Best thing for Borch is Scrumptious is just now hitting that Phoenix. Meanwhile, 1v1 in the mid lane. Zapman gonna get the better of Pagon in that 1v1. Thanks to the Supernova. Panda Cat on the way with the passive. Will take the fight with Zap and will bring down that soul. Scrumptious got split from it, but they will send resources over to watch Panda Cat as they get that solo Phoenix as well. And Haddix gets Bafunski. Wrong You gets Fight Okay. And Borch are falling apart after the one sign of a positive.
Panda Cat not scared, taking the 1v1 versus Nog, but the rest of the team is on the way. Rat Milk doesn't have the damage to find the kill, and if anything, has to run away, but Panda Cat's standing his ground. He's not running anywhere.
Ratmill can't get away, but Panda's standing his ground. Has been a lot of damage for Borch so far, but Panda can't get to the low ones. Is there enough damage there? The belch, the drops, everything on the Panda Cat's head. And the Jingwei is still on the escape. How is Panda Cat still alive? This might be the only thing that's kept Borch in the game, is Panda Cat being alive.
God.
Oh my god, he's still alive.
Finally.
What a way I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, look how much time was bought. Pigon has respawned. Fine Okay and Bafunski are here. What an effort from Borch, despite the odds so stacked against them.
Dude, it took an unmissable ability to bring down Panda Cat. That is ridiculous. Perfectly timed Aegis. Did not run. Like, he backpedaled, but he wasn't running. He was standing his ground to fight. If he has Deathbringer, I'm betting Borch wins the fight. I don't know. Like, I think if he had one extra, like, crit item, would have been disgusting. Regardless, Scrumptious is happy with how that went, right? They were able to get their Fire Giant. They got right side Bird. There is still one more tier 2 tower to go for, but Ancient Fury is the real prize that they are after, and they will be able to grab that uncontested, which means they have an easy time stepping forward and going for the last bit of these structures. I think tier 2 and the Phoenixes should be an afterthought, considering Scrumptious is about to be up 20,000 gold. The itemization alone is enough for you to just back up and say, we'll defend the base, but we're pretty worried about going into the tower. And considering Shinto was able to finish Bluestone and Obsidian Shard, and is pretty close to grabbing like a Rod of Tahuti or something, like, he is going to be chunking with those World Weavers. Pay attention to wherever he decides to fire one. I mean, not really Ama, but, you know, a carry. You're going to be doing like 1,400.
Borch might have to play Protect the President with Panda Cat with the amount of damage that Jingwei was doing in the previous fight. You can only imagine what that damage could have been like in a more effective 5v5, because the 2v5 looked okay. Scrumptious wanting a challenge odds, step into the Phoenix, and they erase the Morrigan. And quickly, a rampage for Shinto, and Scrumptious have their eye on the grand finals. Whoa. They want to face Cowabunga. They've got walls to do it. They've got Zapman to follow Haddix as the way is led by Bacchus, and the siege begins onto the Titan. Panda Cat, maybe that last line of defense, drops some damage, but has to retreat. Now Ratmilk looking for a way in. Typhoons, drop everything you've got. Throw anything at them, but you cannot stop Scrumptious. Ratmilk will go down. Panda Cat to follow. And Scrumptious versus Cowabunga will be how we end stage 1.
Dude, all right. So if we zone back to when Borch had the lead and when they were going for that Fire Giant, I think Haddix stealing was a big deal. But arguably the bigger deal was Zap just AFK farming, hitting level 20 like under everyone's nose, and then just showing up like, I'm ready to cook. Like, wins the 1v1 versus Pagon in mid lane, was able to push down so much damage. Of course, the tanks were playing flawlessly, but the fact that Shinto and Zap were just so farmed the whole game was such an issue for Borch. They weren't able to kill these carries because of how much damage they had. Think back to when Ratmilk was owning the map, rolls up to Shinto, thinks he has a nice pull, and then just get 2-3 exploded. Like, it was too much damage to try and deal with. Props to Scrumptious for staying farmed and understanding, hey, even if we give up a little bit here, and again, clutch steal ends up working out, we're going to be more farmed, we're going to have more damage, and we're not going to care about these team fights.
I got to say, Trilly, SMITE 2 is fun to watch.
Oh, of course.
That was just fun. That was a fun game. At one point, I was even following the gold lead. I kept restating it. When you pointed out, 20,000, I was like, man, like, it feels like a 2,000 gold game.
Didn't feel like a 20k gold deficit.
Yeah, the tensions were so high the whole time. But the best part is there's even more SMITE 2 left to play. One more match in stage number 1, the grand finals between Scrumptious and Cowabunga. When we get back from break, you'll have it. Don't go anywhere.
Stimulate your mind, we can take it slow. You
got me going crazy now. Falling into you. Cause you're on my mind. Jump on it. Put 'em up, come and show me. I guess we'll never know it. On it. Put 'em up. No second thoughts, just let me change your mind. Put 'em up. I guess we'll never know it. Put 'em up. No second thoughts, just let me change your mind. Let me change your mind. Put 'em up.
And welcome back to the Founder Series, week number 2 for North America here in our open bracket, and one grand finals left to see who is going to be the champion of week number 2. Will it be Scrumptious? Will it be Cowabunga? We'll have to find out that whenever we get into game. But before that, it's J-Mac. It's Lermy joining me here as we get ready to jump into our grand finals. It has been an exciting day of play so far, Lermy, but we still have a best of 3 ahead of us. It's been all best of 1s until now. But now it's no longer, can I just get the one really cool win? Now you got to do it 2 times in a single set. We can take a look at our bracket so you can see what has all happened so far today in our action. With the loss of Team with 5Ms and Borch in the previous semifinals, they'll be playing in our 3rd place match. That one match will also just be a best of 1 between them. But now we are in our best of 3 for Scrumptious and Cowabunga. And if you look at the path that both these teams have taken, Useful Pigs, Look Within, Fun, hi-rez, and Borch all falling to Scrumptious on the opposite side. For Cowabunga, it's that one team, Theater Thugs, Name in Progress, and Team But With 5Ms have all fallen victim to the devastating paths of both of these 2 teams. And now we're back here into the best of 3. Larmy, this should be an exciting matchup.
Oh, it sure is. I mean, everyone would say that these 2 teams are probably the ones destined for these finals. And honestly, I'm hoping that we see a 3-game set here. These teams have been neck and neck, it feels like, in a lot of these games that we've seen previously. So I'm excited to see what they've learned so far from this tournament and from scrimming on CA2 and what they bring to the set.
Yeah, I think that Scrumptious coming out of week number 1 being the champion, being that top team, Cowabunga being in the 3rd spot. Cowabunga also just being the full-time champions of all of the other previous tournament. Probably has a pretty high expectation for a lot of the fans coming out here today. So I imagine that Cowabunga are going to want to reclaim that top spot for them. But we'll have to jump into the picks and bans for game number 1 to see what the priority is going to be like. Now, I think one thing that kind of struck me as a bit different for the Cowabunga roster is we did see a bit of that heavy Bacchus priority from them. But it hasn't been to go into the solo lane. It's actually been going into Aurora's hands, where meanwhile, Sot or Solo or Troll is one of the few players who are still actively going towards the Mordred solo pick.
Yeah, Mordred's very interesting because he does have a solid early game. Like, arguably, he's got one of the best laning phases in the game so far. You could argue he falls off a bit in the late game. Not a crazy amount per se, but enough to where you kind of have to think about it, right? But that goes into the strategy that Cowabunga wants to bring. But I'm going to be shocked if this is not a Fenrir lock-in from Cowabunga, to be honest with you. Yeah, okay, that's what I was going to say. Fenrir on CA2 is the free SR hack, if you ask me. If you have a jungler that knows what they're doing and is playing this god, they're going to do well.
I mean, you build into a little bit of lifesteal if you want to, pop his second ability, brutalize anything in existence, and that's just free HP back for you. Also, just an insane amount of damage that this god can do. And the flexibility. I mean, we've seen this god played competitively into 3 different roles. We've seen solo lanes, we've seen jungles, we've seen support. So there's always that level of ambiguity as to where this god can go. Opposite side for Scrumptious, they pick up the Neath and the Bacchus. And we've actually been seeing a decent amount of flexibility with Neath. In the weeks before and the turns before, it's been like Neath mid and Neath mid only. But we've seen a couple of times so far this weekend where Neath has actually been finding her home over in the duo lane.
Yeah, I think either option is possible, really. I think Zap and Shinto are very flexible between what they want to play. And honestly, it's going to depend a lot on what these next 2 picks are, because if there's a lot of heavy CC, they might want to opt into the Soul. I mean, Ymir is certainly a character that will do that. Soul can get through the ice wall, but has to wait a little bit for the Sapper to go off. But not too shocked about the Morrigan here for Paul. That is the Paul special, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm very excited to see Paul run it back one more time on this Morrigan selection.
Yeah, when this Akate has been banned away, Paul has most often been going to this Morrigan. Sometimes he also flexes over to the Neath, but obviously with that one being picked up by Scrumptious having to go to what we'll call his 3rd pick in this case. And speaking of picks that maybe strike a bit unusual, but the performance of it in the previous set was pretty powerful by Nog. This Chalk has kind of surprised me. Whenever we look back in some of the previous tournaments, Chalk was kind of like the 3rd jungler that people would go to. If you take the other 2, you take one, you ban one, you take the other, the next team has to go for the Chalk. But seeing him kind of find a place back into the jungle and not in his more traditional kind of solo lane has been a refreshing breath of fresh air more than anything for a lot of these teams out there. But will be Jingwei and once again the Mordred for Cowabunga. So I think it's pretty simple, at least if you've been kind of keeping up with the teams and keeping up with the general meta as to where a lot of this roster is going to kind of fall in place for the Cowabunga side.
Yeah, definitely. Although me personally, I'm very torn between these two teams on which I think is better. I mean, me personally, this is just my personal take. I've always been a Chalk hater. But here's the thing, is that Chalk is a character that does not die to the Morrigan. However, the Morrigan does get a really good transform into the Chalk. Chalk gets a lot of mitigations in that ultimate, able to kind of panic transform if they need to immune out a lot of damage or just be really controlling in a team fight. Chalk is a really good transform for that. Fenrir is also amazing for that. Bacchus does the same thing. And of course, Ama, our newcomer this week, is great for that as well. So honestly, Paw's got a lot of transforms. It's going to have to be on the performance here of Nog in the jungle with this Chalk, because I'm really doubting it's going to be any other character in this lineup to prove that this character does belong in this role.
I wonder which god that Rongu is going to be taking for that support role, because we saw that Haddix had taken the Bacchus in the previous matchup, and then Amaterasu has that flexibility to go to the support role. I'm not sure if that's fully a Rongu style of god, but we've seen Rongu kind of flex over the course of his competitive career what gods he ends up liking to play and what gods he can excel at. But at the same time, we could just see this Bacchus go to the support role and throw the Ama over for Haddix, kind of up in the air with what these players want to do. And that's kind of the beauty of Smite 2 right now, is that there is just so much flexibility in the roles and the lanes that you want to put some of these gods at. So I'm curious to see where Scrumptious is going to kind of fall in place with this. I wonder if that's this soul that we have seen this weekend and that we're going to be seeing in this game. Is it going to be going the strength crit build, or are we going to be seeing it go back towards more along the lines of the int build that we had seen prior? I believe what we had seen in the previous game was Zatman going towards a little bit of crit, but going super, super heavy in attack speed, even throwing a Berserker shield in the mix, which is something that I've had to experience a couple of times in my games, where I'm just sitting here, I'm like, all right, cool, I'm a crit Jingwei, no big deal. Why is this soul autoing me for more than I'm critting for her? What's going on? Oh, it's Berserker's playing a whole part. So it's been interesting to see where that item is starting to slot its way in the build.
Yeah, honestly, I don't hate it, especially against the Morrigan. You do have to be worried about out of nowhere burst, right? So I think that having a little bit of safety just ready to go for you is definitely a great idea. Me personally, I'm probably opting for a Shell or an Aegis here if I'm playing this soul. Even the Neath, I could consider that as well, just because I want to stay alive, get my abilities off as much as possible, and really try to be that carry, because Scrumptious has gone for a triple tank. I mean, you think so, right? Triple tank comp. Their carries need to be carrying, or they're going to have a tough time.
Well, it's the grand finals here in week number 2, a best of 3, but it all starts here in game number 1 between Scrumptious and Cowabunga. Scrumptious, your week 1 champions, hailing from North America. Cowabunga wanting to try and reclaim that title. It's J-Mac, Larme, and Doug here to bring you the action for game number 1. Now, in most of the matchups that we've seen from Cowabunga, especially grand finals, whenever they're able to make it, it hasn't been particularly close. I mean, we even dial back into the Cowabunga match that we had just watched prior. That was a fast game that they had against Team with 5Ms. Like, I mean, we're talking like 19 minutes, and it's all because we saw a scrapping early, just like this. Unfortunate for Nog, it's not going to make it out of this one alive, but the kill will go over to SOT on the Radiant Mordred.
Yeah, that's not a bad place to do it. I mean, we talked about how Mordred has one of the best early games in the game, and when you're giving him the first kill of the match, yeah, that's going to look even better. And just for clarity here, yeah, Rongu is going to be taking the Ama into support, which surprises me a little bit, but Haddix is going to run back the Bacchus, which, keep a player on something that they've been playing if they're hot on it. So I do think that that's a good choice for team morale, team mental. So I'm a big fan.
Wall, actually, the first option. It took me a second time seeing it for it to really sink in, because I was watching that gank onto Nog, and I was just like, all right, where's like the freeze from Aurora? Where's the ice carpet for the slow? And it didn't process in my brain that he had Wall at rank 1 to block off an escape path, and now has it here. So doesn't really have the clear in the early stages, but does at least have, if a gank comes this way, has a way to disengage or allow the team to continue their engagement. Do see a little bit of poke thrown the way of Yarkor. We'll be able to sustain back up. SOT, one more ability, one more in-hand, anything. Could have gotten that kill onto Haddix, but not going to do so. That level 2 spike from the assistance of that first kill really puts SOT in a great spot in solo.
Yeah, this is exactly why you pick Mordred if you're playing around this kind of composition. You want to get that early pressure in that lane, play around some blue buff invades, play around some red buff invades. Those are the kind of things you should be looking for when you select this character, and all because Sot has been able to gain this additional bit of XP at the beginning from that kill. He is going to absolutely own this lane.
Well, Aurora, finally at level 2, has access to some damage in kit. No, it's no longer just the frostbite passive kicking in. Does not like to go just towards clear. More than anything, I think having that too is great. It's such a low cooldown as well, which means you can just spam it 1, sometimes 2 times every single wave in the early game, and then late game. I mean, you have any bit of cooldown rate thrown in there, you are just spamming that second ability on Ymir. So, do you see Panatom making a rotation over to Haddock? Sot actually fell pretty low in a gauge. I think he tried to take a fight under the tier 1 tower, took a couple of tower shots earlier, but able to re-sustain back up. But this is some patient play out of the junglers who have now spotted each other inside of the jungle. I guess more so Nog had spotted out Panatom and kind of thwarted the plans of this jungler going for a gank in solo.
Yeah, Sidon's not afraid of 2v1ing here, I would imagine. If he wants to take this fight, he certainly can. And, you know, maybe Panatom will stick around, maybe he won't. I do think that the junglers have their back camps coming up, so that's probably the better thing for them to be doing at this point. But nice freeze there from Aurora. Doesn't scare Zapman too much, so he's going to back off. Gets a nice poke there with Stellar Burst onto Yarkor. And we're going to slow down just a bit more. Buffs are going to be respawning rather shortly, so I'd imagine we might start to see some support rotations or even jungle invades on either direction. I'd hope to see it over on the solo side for Cowabunga. They've got so much pressure already there thanks to Sot's amazing early game performance. So maybe a little blue buff invade for the boys here.
Could see, but it's 30 seconds until that blue buff is back up, so Sot not able to get anything this time around. Do you see Panatom, though, making a rotation back over, which could call for the invade that you were kind of maybe hoping for, if anything else? Red buff's going to be down for a little while longer, but I mean, we saw how willing Panatom was to just give up a little bit of farm to try and get some pressure in solo lane for SOT, and they're going to do just that. Panatom standing outside of the grass, SOT in. Jump in by Panatom, and an ultimate by Sot goes for the pickup, but there's not going to be a whole lot of damage follow-up just yet. Panatom goes for the Brutalize, stunned out by the belt from Haddix, but this should provide some pressure for this blue buff. Both Sunders available on the side of Cowabunga. The only one that's available, at least for this invade, will be the one from SOT. Don't even think it gets used, and instead it's Sot's life taken down for it. Not playing very cautiously on the right side of the map. It's first blood for Sot, but then immediately now a return back for Scrumptious.
Oh no, and now they're invading on the other end as well. They do actually steal it as well. That's going to be the ultimate coming out from both the jungler and the solo laner. Haddix put under tower, but he's going to be alright for now. Tanky enough is this Bacchus to survive a tower shot or two. And both the jungler and the solo laner Scrumptious are going to retreat with an amount of victory on their side that we haven't seen as of yet. But hopefully it shall continue for them.
I'm so confused as to why Panatom didn't just blink under tower with him. Like, he could have gotten Haddix to the tower so much faster if he had just blinked over the wall, but
I'll be real with you. If I can be 100% real with you, sometimes I forget that it's a combat blink and I just don't think about it. So I could see that definitely happening where Panatom just has so much muscle memory of blink not being combat blink in Smite 1 that Smite 2 is a completely new game, ladies and gentlemen. You gotta be ready to use that blink even in your abilities, because that's one of the coolest new things that you can do in Smite 2 is, are you in the middle of an ultimate? Doesn't matter. Still can blink. It's awesome. It's amazing. Ooh, buff invade goes pretty well there for Panatom. Seems to have at least taken some of that experience away. Hopefully got the buff there for himself. But ooh, teleport on the left-hand side as well for Rongyu. Does have the speed whip that he stole earlier. And doing a bit of a flank here.
if they can get anything, Freeze will be immune out by Dazzling Offensive. Ultimate used by Aurora, but will it be enough? The shielding not quite enough HP, just barely able to scrape out 10 health, if that, for Aurora, able to get out of the fight, out of danger. But those were some narrow margins for Cowabunga's support. I mean, Aurora tanked up nearly the entirety of Supernova plus Dazzling Offensive. Surprised he was able to walk out of that one alive.
Yeah, that's a big thank you there to Yarkor being the supportive ADC, getting the Phantom Shell, able to keep his support alive. We shout out our supportive ADCs over here for sure. Jump into the middle tower, gonna force the beads there. Panatom uses the ult to trade out for the Neath there. Not a big deal. That's honestly what you like to see out of a carry with no CC immunity. Might be seeing him wrap around again and perhaps try to go for a second gank. Or, alternatively, we could even see Paul try to transform into the Fenrir at some point and grab him himself.
Now, this is an interesting start from Paul, not one that I'm used to, just because of how potent stacking items have been. Almost any god that's going to be just building a full int style of play tends to rush that Book of Thoth right away, but you said see Paul go for the Gem of Focus right out the gate. Not the most powerful item at its base value, but once you have that passive stacked up a bit, provides you quite a bit of intelligence. But it's interesting to see it gone first. Like I said, Book of Thought just feels like it's so potent and so powerful to get this early on in the game. So I'm shocked to see that Paul didn't rush for it.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you that Book of Thoth is good if you're trying to play the long game, but for Cowabunga who wants to get active early and often, I'm not surprised to see Paul go for something like this because really he's looking for the utility of being able to be fast, get into these fights, transform, and get something done. So I could see that being the POV for this mid laner is he wants to be more of the supportive kind of Morrigan versus the I'm waiting to the late game to one-shot you kind of Morrigan. I'm getting in there and transforming versus, being too concerned with what the Morrigan herself does.
Now, we do see two slightly different styles of starts for the supports. Both of them going in for that selflessness starter item. Honestly, very powerful, especially with the amount of CC that is on both sides. But you see the Talisman of Purification from Rongyu, that AoE team CC immune cleanse that can be provided over to your team, versus Roar, who has gone for the Eye of Providence. And in all honesty, with this patch coming out, Eye of Providence, it seems to just be one of the most efficient stat stick items. Even just ignoring the fact that you get a free ward every 60 seconds, getting the amount of protections and health you do from this item just feels like it's kind of now overtaken what used to be that Gauntlet of Thebes slot.
Yeah, it definitely is very efficient, and of course wards also did receive a huge buff, so that's just a no-brainer for those supports that want to keep the vision up and often. So I do appreciate Aurora going for that item, but I also do think that Rongyu going for the Purification Talisman is a good shout because, again, a lot of the strategy from Cowabunga is going to be this double Fenrir ult, as we see Paul doing just that, transforming into the Fenrir, and there's the pop of the Talisman, just like we were talking about.
Hey, Paul goes for the blink strat. That's what I was looking for earlier from Panatom. Paul puts on display. So if the if the fans are wondering what in the world we meant by you can combat blink during the ultimate, that's the case right there. But unfortunate for Paul, the moment he goes for the bling, as you highlight, Talisman of Purification put to good use by Rongyu. But that's a long cooldown, only expended for Rongyu to be able to escape that bite. So now Paul's going to have that communication to the rest of the team saying, hey, this really powerful, really good active, not available for Rongyu. Could I easily see Panatom try and make a rotation of one of these players to abuse that case?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, your easiest target is going to be Shinto because he has no CC immunity in his ultimate or kit, really. But that's the thing about getting Talisman of Purification is that Shinto has his beads, and he's got Rongyu's beads, too. So as long as Rongyu is around, if Shinto doesn't have beads, you have to be equally as worried about Rongyu's cooldowns, just to make sure that that's not going to be an issue for either of your Fenrirs in this case.
So as we start to crest towards the 10-minute mark, normally this is the point of the game where teams are going for Gold Furies. We're starting to really get set up for, the first really big team fight. But neither of these teams have really pulled any kind of significant lead to try and go for one of these objectives. You look at the top, and it's only 1,000 gold between these two. And that's despite the fact that this game started off with a first blood pre-zero. Great body block by Haddix. Actually stops the Mordred ultimate from going through the wall. And because of that, it is a solo kill for Haddix. One of the biggest downsides of playing that Mordred put on full display there for Haddix.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sot and the rest of Cowabunga not able to snowball as much as I'm sure they hoped having picked the Mordred. And just excellent awareness there from Haddix to be able to step in front. I mean, barely clips that. Like, I didn't even know that was going to go, to be honest with you, but very, very good awareness there from the solo laner Scrumptious to be able to get in the way, sunder for a little bit of extra damage, and take him down. Excellent solo kill.
Now with that kill for Scrumptious, brings the lead a little bit closer towards each other. It was sitting around 1,000, now only about 500 between the two. And I'm going to be keeping eyes on Paul. Paul has and probably will forever be one of those players who loves to kind of farm up until he hits that level 15 to 20 mark. Get 2, 3, 4 items online. I know that's through a lot of numbers, but it's sometimes God dependent for him.
Oh, no.
Prasad, I mean, he's going to get a double root from the ultimate. It gives him a lot of extra healing, but not enough healing to deal with 2. Maybe some backup from Cowabunga. Paul's rotated over, jumps over the wall, goes for the blink onto Haddix to pick him up with the Ragnarok under the tower, and Haddix is cooked by Paul. Nice return kill for the Cowabunga mid laner. I was just talking about how I'm curious as to when Paul was going to start getting active. Turns out they just needed one little trigger call from Sot to get active.
Yep. That is, unfortunately, both the strength and the weakness of Mordred, as he's gotten to the mid stage where Mordred starts to slow down, but thankfully the rest of the boys are there to help clean up. And like you said, excellent rotation there from Paul to pick up the pieces. And returning onto Haddix, which is honestly really good that they were able to grab that kill onto the soul laner, as he hadn't taken a death yet. So a bit of farm slowed down on that soul lane, and hopefully they can mend the bleeding there from this Mordred to get him back in the action and feeling like he can compete.
So now what does Paul do with this little bit of a lead he's gotten? Level up over Shinto, which is not an easy thing to do at any level of play. You talk back to the Smite 1 era. I mean, Shinto was the most efficient farming mid laner in the game. Paul probably right behind him, but here's a good way, at least for Scrumptious, to answer back. Gold Fury picked up 12.5 minutes in the game. I mean, this is normally the point where we're talking about second Furies, but just because of the pacing of this game, first major objective of the match goes over to Scrumptious, not able to get them their first lead of the game. Not a large one, but small steps is what's needed to take down a team like Cowabunga.
Yeah, there's a lot of respect between these two teams. We definitely have seen these guys take it nice and easy and play like these guys are going to fight back. And we see a bit of a chase here. Roar's got no wall, so I doubt that Zapman's in any real danger. But good to at least force some pressure onto the side, as we see Panatom making his way over up top, trying to fight Nog. We do have Paul on the way as well. Big group up in response, though, is Scrumptious, and this speed buff seems to be the target.
Speed buff is going to be secured by Panatom. Goes in for the Ragnarok, picks up one, gets the Purification Talisman from the support. So Ron Yu not going to have that CC immunity. The Mordred ultimate from the side, runs through the walls, chase down their target and pursue whoever they can. Not able to close the distance on Nog, but still able to get the kill nonetheless. And all 5 members of Cowabunga there to clip out that kill. Knockup is good by Yarkor. He's still going in for the fight. Freeze on Wrong Yu is good, and Sot has not left just yet. In fact, wrapping back around, the soul is falling low. Zapman gets into separating time, but Wrong Yu repositions with the airstrike, and it's big damage in from Paul under the tower to get the kill. Sot able to add an extra one to their notch. 3 kills for Cowabunga between the towers. I mean, tier 1 tower is not even dead, and they're fighting at tier 2 at this point.
Yeah, they might be grabbing this tier 1 tower here as well. Paul's got a couple minions at his side, at least going to be able to grab this last tower bounty for this tier 1. So that's a lot of gold there for Paul. He's not too mad about that. Going to be able to grab a little bit of extra farm here from this side chest camp, so he choose, but going to go back to base, add some more onto his build here. Going a really heavy cooldown style. I mean, they are really going to commit toward this double Fenrir combo, it seems. And Fenrir will continue to be a good transform, but Paul is so much more ahead of Panatom. So actually getting Panatom's items, and he's gone relatively tanky as well, is an interesting choice. We do get the Pyromancer coming out and going to be successfully confirmed by Cowabunga, so that is a big, big dub for them in terms of getting some mad pressure. They've got a bomb. Oh, but Yark has to be careful here. Is a little bit low to be picking this up. Ultimate coming through from Neath, going to get eaten by a Roar. But the Naga's going to go back, and that might just trade sides.
Picked up by the Ragnarok is one. Nog dropped out, uses the ultimate in response, but this is a tanky Fenrir has built towards defense and is still continuing their onslaught forward. Yarkor takes down Nog, and the Queen Naga herself is still in combat this whole time. Airstrike by Yarkor goes backwards into the rest of the team. Paul picks up Haddix and gets the double kill, taking down Wrong Yu. And now this opens the door. Cowabunga,
yeah, no way, right?
Looking at Fire Giant 15.5. Sunders are both down, but The only person alive on the side of Scrumptious is Shinto, who is going to tank up this fire for the Cowabunga
Nagas.
team. It looks like it's going to be the Nagas having that queen buff picked up in the middle of all of that fight will allow this team to grab the objective. And finally gets reset, but it's over onto Panatom. Not ideal, but as mentioned, Panatom fairly tanky for a Fenrir. It did go Avenging Blade into that immediate Mystical Mail, and a great team fight for Cowabunga.
Yeah, insane turnaround there from Cowabunga to be able to turn a fight that didn't look so good into a fight that was incredibly good. Just not as grouped up as Scrumptious needed to be to fully take care of that fight like they were hoping. And now Fire Giant on the side of Cowabunga. Gold Fury respawning as well. And I can imagine they start to get a little bit further ahead here, but it's going to be all on this Gold Fury. How many members of Cowabunga will show up to defend this?
So far, it's just 2, but those 2 are terrifying enough for Scrumptious to back the entire team out. Panatom, Yarkor, Aurora group up finally and knock down the second Fury of the game. Cowabunga now with a 5,000 gold lead. Tier 1 tower on the left side, standing on its final bricks. Meanwhile, mid might be the next call for the Cowabunga roster. You got 2 in left, 2 in mid, and Sot still just hanging out over on the right-hand side for now. Keeping Haddix busy feels like more than anything else is the goal of SOT on this Mordred.
Yeah, now that SOT's back, though, we are seeing a bit of a grouping on this left-hand side. I'd be surprised if they let this Tier 2 go for free, but all the while, they're keeping the attention of Scrumptious on this left-hand side so that Panatom is free to go for that middle tower if he wants. Yark's got to be careful. Silence not coming out from Soul, but it looks like most of it dodged away.
This is a crazy positioning by Yark, standing in the face of 4 players of Scrumptious and not even batting an eye about it. I mean, he took the Neath ultimate mid-dash, so he's not able to get anything done with that. But he didn't even care. Didn't pop his ultimate, didn't pop any relics, just stood in the face. I mean, I guess he popped his Phantom Shell, if anything. But when when you have the confidence of a Jing Wei to stand in the middle of 4,
oh, big pickup.
It is crazy. Big Mordred ultimate by SOT into the backline, grabs Nog. Meanwhile, Haddix gonna try and take down Aurora. But Aurora standing his ground. Ultimate from Yark goes back with the second round of the airstrike and a pickup by Panatom, and he's still not done. Dives under the tower while Sot roots 2 in place. Oh no. Unfortunate for Paul, gets the bite, but it's cleansed out immediately after the blink. Zapman low, Zapman 1 HP before he goes down. Panatom diving the Phoenix while Tier 2 still stands
look at Paul,
tall.
look at Paul, look at Paul. Yeah.
4 down. Paul not giving up his chase. He's got to spot it out. Zapman, can he even get this? He's waiting for him to back. Needs the stun to get the guarantee, but misses. Just not enough range on it. But Zapman goes back. One more in hand from Paul. Does he have it? No, he misses. Paul chasing Zap to the ends of the earth for the kill. Doesn't manage to get it. But all that while, look at Cowabunga pushing up the left Tier 2 and left Phoenix taken off of the map with just a few more in-hands needed. Still standing tall, 300 health.
My
Triple ult by Sot, but he's not looking for the ult. He's looking for the escape. The Phoenix still stands. Scrumptious hold on to their structure.
That was a series of unfortunate events. On several levels. That Phoenix lives with 1 HP. Zapman lives with 1 HP. Sot had a huge ultimate, frankly. Unfortunately, though, it did get him killed. But that was a solid amount of pressure put forth by Cowabunga. Gonna have to hold on tight now because Scrumptious are not done. They are fighting back with full force. And Yark here looking for a sneaky fight on Zap. Oh, Yark just barely missed him.
I think if he would have waited like another half a second, would have seen him and maybe gone for it. But for now, we'll back away, head into the lane, clear up some of those minions while the rest of the team dealing with Pyromancer on the right-hand side. Left Phoenix stood, I believe it was about 175, I think is the number I read on the health bar of that Phoenix. So like two more basics. Probably could have gotten the job done, but unfortunately not able to close that one out just yet for Cowabunga, but still holding on to a nice, healthy, and confident lead. Gotta give props to Sot. Had a massive ultimate, but like we were saying, that is not the proper time to get a 3-man Mordred ultimate. That's the time where you wanted a whiff, so that way you can escape into the wall.
Yeah, unfortunate timing here, but Yark able to start up this Naga. Both gold and fire coming up at very similar times, so I could see a bit of an argument here for Yark to go solo the Gold Fury because he does have the Naga buff on him. And realistically, he could do that. Everyone else could put pressure on FG. And then Yark with the Jingwei passive flies on back in and picks up the fight right where it left off, assuming that Scrumptious is none the wiser. But they've got to have some inkling of an idea, right? Because they did see the Naga fall off the map, and they don't have vision of Yark right now. So, ideally, they get aggressive. They try to pick Yark, or they try to pick everybody else. Or Yark's just not going to do any of that, and he's going to regroup with the boys, which, arguably, a lot safer of a choice. Not as funny, though.
Will say this game, I haven't seen Paul make any transformations that wasn't the Fenrir. It seems that is just the playbook call for Cowabunga is, okay, I'm going to go in with my Fenrir ultimate. I got their purification, or I got their beads. All right, Paul, it's your turn. You go in there and get the job done. It really kind of feels like the easy step 1, step 2 playbook that Cowabunga is going for here in game number 1. And it's worked out well for them, at least for now. 22 minutes in, 13-5, and aiming for second Fire Giant is Cowabunga, though they're not going to get it without some kind of fight. Panatom spotted out by Zapman. Takes a little bit of poke. Going on to the retreat. Panatom's not done. He's going to walk in, get some damage with the Brutalize. As Sot walks up, half HP on a wrong U, uses Dazzling Offensive, but Aurora mutes it out and gets the kill. Double pickup by Sot on the Mordrin, and Panatom and the rest of the team will collapse in for 1 kill. Haddix low on the back line. It's now a dive towards Nog, who's fighting off 3 versus 1. Panatom takes down Haddix. Sot gets the kill on the Nog, and everyone on Scrumptious down. It's a deicide for Cowabunga. They can just march up mid, take this tower, take the Phoenix, and look to close out game number 1.
This Cowabunga team just plays together as a unit. They are so in sync, covering each other whenever they are in danger. Their comms must be incredible because they just know exactly what is going on at each instance of this team fight, and they might be going for the end here.
Wrong, he's got to put up a hell of a defense. 1 versus 5, but no Dazzling Offensive. Frozen in place, picked up by the Wolf. Zapman here to try and play backup, but the purification on the side of Cowabunga, and game number 1, just around the 24-25 minute mark for Cowabunga.
Just so clean from Cowabunga. Of course, a couple little mix-ups here and there. That happens when you have, certain, pressure in particular lanes. I won't say any lane in particular, but you can look at the stats. However, I do think that they went into this draft knowing that was going to happen. And they were totally fine with it. That was their game plan all along, to get Paul to the late game, to get Panatom to the late game, so they could keep performing this double Fenrir combo and just playing like a unit. Like I said earlier, I mean, they just are covering for each other. We saw plays from Yark to keep Aurora alive. We saw plays from Aurora to keep everybody else alive. It was just everyone going off together, and it was awesome to watch.
Yeah, it was pretty much just a case of Cowabunga getting everything that they want. I mean, sure, Paul may have wanted Hecate over anything else, but you saw the team ban Hecate.
I mean, did he want Hecate though? Let's be honest.
That's a fair point. I mean, it was Cowabunga that bans the Hecate, which has been Paul's kind of go-to pick for the last few events. But maybe walking into this tournament, they said, okay, here's our number 1 strat that we want to do. We want Fenrir, and if we get Fenrir, we want Morrigan right after. I think that's now got to be the adaptation for Scrumptious. If they let Fenrir through, they cannot let Morrigan get through as well, because Paul and Panatom just put on a show this game. It is absolutely crazy what these two were able to do together here in game number 1, but there's still plenty more to go. It is a grand finals. It's a best of 3 between these two teams. We'll have to see how Scrumptious can bounce back in game number 2 right after this.
Baby, I'm sorry for the things that didn't mean a word. Yeah. If I say it in 100 ways, you believe me when I say, oh, tell me what's it gonna take? 100 different ways to say I'm sorry. It's cozy in here. I don't want to leave. Don't know what you wanna achieve, but make 'em believe you know where you're going. Doesn't matter when you're with me, I like you for you and all that you're doing. I used to be just like you, trying to meet the expectations of this life. But I wrote my own set of rules, you should write your own too, so we can feel alive. Let's get lost in the night, lost in the night.
Welcome back to the grand finals here in week number 2 of the open bracket for North America. Game number 1 between Cowabunga and Scrumptious goes the way of Cowabunga, which means you still have one more match to go. At the very least, one more game to go. We could see if Scrumptious can bring us all the way to, I believe it would be our first Game 3 finals in a while. I'm J-Mac. I got Lerma joining me here as we get ready to break down game number 1 and kind of get prepped up for game number 2. But before we do that, we do have the results of our third place match between Team But With 5Ms and Borch. And this one ends up being a Team But With 5Ms victory. And, well, Larry, I don't think I need to do too much digging to see where the success came from this team. 806 Benny Q on the Hecate. It's probably a pretty quick place to take a look and see where some of the success lies with this squad.
Yeah, it's a very interesting set of matchups here. We got Cyclone back on the Neath, which is awesome. But looking on the other end as well, I'm surprised to see Pagon taking the Jingwei mid. Interesting choices from this tournament so far, but I do think that overall this team is still very, very talented and doing a lot of what they do. They're still experimenting a lot. I mean, back in Smite 1, Pagon was also known for the experimentation. This team just loves to try new things. So I am excited to see what more they bring the next one, but congratulations again to Team with 5Ms for the dub. I do think that they just absolutely owned through that mid lane. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, I mean, the Hecate has been one of the most powerful mid lane picks over the course of this weekend, over last week, really over, I would say almost her entire existence so
Yeah,
far here in
considering.
Smite 2. I mean, this god has just been slowly kind of been getting into the hands of more mid laners to really get that level of practice. Because your average Hecate player probably not going to be putting up that same level of performance. It's the ones that can truly understand how to utilize that ultimate and how to use that Spell Eater second ability as well that can really kind of make or break this god with the amount of damage that she can do and whatnot. But that was our third place match results. We still have our grand finals. Picks and bans ready to go here for game number 2 between Cowabunga and Scrumptious. Now, previously we had Hecate and Odin as the first bans. And I think for Cowabunga, their mentality is probably very similar to what they did in game number 1. We're going to ban Hecate. We're going to hope that they don't ban Fenrir. And then we're going to pick Fenrir on the side of Cowabunga. Now, if Scrumptious goes with this plan and they decide they're going to ban the Odin and let the Fenrir through, I would love to see an adaptation of either taking the Morrigan away or coming up with some form of backup strategy to dealing with that combo, because it really was Paul and Panatom who had created such a difficult issue for Scrumptious to really try and overcome. I mean, you look at level 1.
Ooh.
Actually, wow.
That-
Morrigan was not what I
That's
expected on the
big
ban.
shout. Okay. I respect that a lot because honestly, I would have thought that Chinto would have been happy to play that. But honestly, that's not really the way that Scrumptious has been playing. Cowabunga slap blocks the Fenrir. Honestly, huge respect. That's exactly what they should be doing. This god is so good right now. I would not be surprised to see Scrumptious respond in kind with the Odin. God, let me say it first at least. And after this, of course, Bacchus is a great selection. Definitely still top of the food chain for this supportive type character. Probably going to be seen over in solo still because Haddox has been on a hot streak with it. But I could see this Odin going jungle, solo, or support, honestly. I think that it's just such a flexible character. And it does do a lot of the things that you need him to do, considering it's got such a high win rate and, has a lot of tools that just many of the characters that are in Smite 2 right now cannot deal with.
I mean, primarily we have been seeing the Odin go over either into the solo or the support, but we saw just earlier on in the tournament that Panatom was willing to run the Odin in the jungle. So that triple role flexibility for him, the double role flex for this Bacchus means that Cowboy doesn't quite know exactly what Scrumptious may want to do with this roster. But if history is any indication of this player likes playing this pick, I mean, Haddox has been having a field day with the Bacchus so far in solo lane, so I wouldn't be surprised if that goes to him. And then Wrong You grabs this Odin. The question now for Cowabunga is with the Kate band away, with the Morrigan band away, does Paul go to the Neath, which has typically kind of been his third pick, or does Paul wait to see what Scrumptious locks in and then maybe takes something different? I mean, we've seen him go to Anubis once.
This is not the game for Anubis, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right. With an Odin, probably not ideal. With a Bacchus, still not fun to deal with. But I mean, that's just a fourth option that I've seen him go with, but we rarely see Paul have to go to a fourth.
Yeah, my thought process is they have to pick the Neath here. If they don't pick the Neath, they're probably in a lot of trouble for at least the mid lane, because a lot of the other options, I mean, Kukulkan gets stuck in the cage, gets run down by Bacchus with a knock of immunity, and Odin also has knock of immunity as well, to be frank. So not the best matchup there for Cuckoo, other than just outputting a lot of damage. I mean, Anubis, I'm sorry to say, is just not performing the greatest across the board. The Ymir selection, I think, is totally valid, but if this isn't an ETH, I'm going to be a little bit concerned here. I think, okay. I mean, I think that Scrumptious just snap block the ETH here. And if they don't pick it, then Cowabunga got almost everything they wanted.
I do wonder if this Soul is slanted for the dual lane, or if maybe Paul is going to be kind of dipping his toes into the selection just a little bit. We'll have to wait and see what at least is drafted here for Scrumptious, and then what Cowabunga elects to go with in the second half. And already with Odin, Bacchus, Fenrir taken away from the jungle, so you still have option if you want to go for Loki, if you want to go Susano. Nog has been going towards the Chalk more often than not, which does give you another tanky option to give you kind of that triple tank style of frontline, even similar to what we are seeing in the Fenrir. I mean, Panatom has not played this Fenrir like it is an assassin style pick, like it's a big burst damage. It is the sustained, just constant poking around. I'm going to get to the back line. I'm going to be super tanky, bring you guys to my team. So I wonder if that is maybe the reason we're seeing this Chalk as a response, because you can build similarly like the Fenrir does, where you just kind of act as that third tank for the team.
I do really like Chalk in this comp as well. I think that especially because Odin can put people in cages and, getting a big knock out the silence on everybody on the enemy team would be pretty nice, wouldn't it? I do think that that combo is really solid if they do want to pursue that, but the question is, like, would they rather pick up Ares or Athena for support, throw Bacchus in solo, put Odin in the jungle, because that's still an option. Bacchus jungle, I don't really see as too much of an option, as Clear's just not good enough for that. But I do think that I could see a little bit of movement around here for this Odin, depending on what kind of support pick that they want to go for. I think their jungle and support are the most flexible right now, but the options are getting pretty limited here for their mid lane. I mentioned Jingwei is also still on the table. She's just a very solid all-around character that is arguably one of the better ADCs at this point. And to take it away from Yark, who was so hot on it last game, is a pretty good idea, I think.
Yeah, I think trying to take it away from the hot hand could be a good answer for Scrumptious, even if they just kind of want to take it to put it in maybe their duo's hands just to keep it away from Yark. A lot of options and potential that could go over for Scrumptious. We still wait for it. It will be the Neath that you talked about earlier, which I think is the right call. You want to make sure to take one of the safer mid laners that you have access left to. But this is not what I expected to see. A Kukulkan as well. So not only have we taken the Neath, still one of the top mid laners remaining, but now the Kukulkan. So that is Neath, Kuku, Morgan, Hakate, all removed from play for that mid lane. Now, this could all be for who cares what not if the soul is still going to mid. But this does limit the options for Paul if he doesn't want to go for that soul. You could go for the Kernanos. We've seen a little bit of that mid, can play that kind of burst style. But against this composition, Kern is just not the most safe pick to go towards.
Okay, hear me out. Hear me out.
Listening.
Jingwei
Okay.
for Yark. Ares for Sot. Ares pulls all those guys. Every single one gets pulled.
Okay.
And even though he gets stuck in the cage, he does provide a really solid buff with his passive and his 2. I think that it honestly could work out, especially if they opt for some more Phantom Shells, or even you could swap it up and put Aurora on the Ares. I mean, that's just a tale as old as time, right? Aurora loves that character, been spamming the absolute crap out of it in Smite 2. That guy knows how to play that character through and through, even with the changes coming in Smite 2 to a lot of his kit. I do think that it's a bit risky in comparison, but it's still an option.
There's always an option. There is still a chalk that could be picked up on the side of Scrumptious if you want to go that way. Could see Cowabunga go towards it if they really want to maybe take it away from Nog and maybe kind of knock him off his balance a little bit, because Nog has been getting pretty comfortable on the chalk pick. We've seen it the last couple of matchups, at least that Scrumptious has gone towards. So wonder if we do still see that consistency in going that direction for Scrumptious. Do we see Cowabunga kind of break from the mold a little bit? There is still always the Mordred option available. We know how much Sot loves Mordred. One of the few players still consistently playing that. And in the solo lane, it's one of those roles where, like, you would think, okay, Mordred, this fits really well. It feels like the ideal solo lane, but we've talked about how the early game to late game drop off of Mordred is kind of harsh compared to some of the other gods. He's got a really good, like, 1 through 10. And then after that 10 is where you start to see a little bit less damage. His CC can be blocked, as we saw put on display by Haddock. So I am curious if we will see the Mordred go that direction for SOT. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if that ends up being the call.
Way.
I'm going to be so real with you, Lermy. I literally played a game of Zeus last night. Forgot that it could have even been an option. This is a crazy pick to go when you are staring down Bacchus Odin. That is insane.
Okay. I'm not trying to be a hater, because Paul is the absolute GOAT when it comes to mid laners.
Right.
But this is not on my list of selections if I was going to make one. But listen, it's Paul. We got to be trusting Paul here. If this is what he wants, you give it to him. Your mid laner says, I want to play Zeus. I think Zeus is going to win this game. You let him play Zeus. You let him bring Zeus to the table. And if it doesn't work, you got a game 3.
Paul does what Paul wants. I think that's just the statement at the end of the day. If I'm in a game and it is do or die, and Paul walks up to me and he's the one person I have to depend on, Paul could walk up to me and say, I want to play Ymir mid. I'm giving that man Ymir. I am trusting that guy with my life on whatever pick he wants to win the game, because Paul's just shown over the course of his entire competitive career with Smite 1 and even the short time here in Smite 2, that he is just one of, if not the best players and one of the best mid laners in the game. I mean, you look back to the first 2 tournaments that we had during AWE 2 and AWE 4, this guy was heralding like a 76 KDA.
It was
Like,
insane.
legitimately did not die for an entire one tournament, gets to the second tournament, dies a combined 2 times, and his KDA increased. He went from 76 to 81. I don't know how you die more and have a better KDA, but Paul has done it, and he has just proved over the course of his entire competitive career that he is one of, if not the GOAT of mid lane. And this Zeus, I've got to see what he's cooking on this Zeus, because I am thoroughly intrigued by this pick.
Me too. This is honestly such a fun mid lane matchup that we don't get to see too much. It's a lot of your hunters, a lot of your, Morgans, Hecate, but these are 2 OG mages. We're bringing it back Smite 1 style with this mid lane of matchup, and I think that it's really exciting to see just all the new stuff that these 2 characters have gotten throughout the years and coming into Smite 2 on display right in front of all your eyes.
We'll have to see how game 2 plays out. We are ready to jump into our second game of the grand finals between Cowabunga and Scrumptious. And it will be Paul, for sure, taking that Zeus into the mid lane. It's J-Mac, Lermy, and Doug back once more here in our grand finals. A best of 3, potentially 1 final game for Cowabunga. If they can close it here, Scrumptious have the option and the potential to take us to that third game, and we're seeing another invade. I doubt that. Oh no, don't fall for the same trick twice. Surely you've learned your lesson. Okay, Zapman's in the bush. He's making the call and saying, Nog, do not walk in that jungle. You stay at that tower until I tell you otherwise.
Honestly, Zap could be in danger here. If they have the foresight to walk towards this speed buff and get active, I mean, Haddox is on the other side of the map. That probably would have gone well for them, but understandably so. I don't think Aurora wants to start with this wall 2 games in a row, so they're not going to pick much of a fight here, and instead, they're heading on back for ye old standard start.
No shells on the side of Scrumptious this time. 2 Sunders, a Blink, an Aegis, and a Beads. So not going to have a way to get around these Ymir walls. Meanwhile, just a single 1 shell over for Yarkor.
Hey, but that one's going to be really important, considering they have to get out of the Odin cage.
They do have to get out of the Odin cage, and I think that's the important call for there. But also, we saw the use that Yarkor was able to use with it in game number 1, where he literally shelled his support to live from dying it to an early 2v2. So now we see Paul. Okay, I was a little curious as to what ability Paul would go first. I think Chain Lightning does make the most sense, because you probably don't want to be walking between waves this early in the game.
Yeah, I would imagine, especially when Cuckoo can just zone you from so much space. It is nice to have that little bit of range to be able to get some clear going. Good pressure here, though, in the duo lane from Cowabunga. Over in the solo lane, already brawling. Sot, though, at the clear disadvantage. Going to be able to get a solid heal back, though, from his first ability, should he want it. And, of course, ticking up nice and easy because of those pots. Nobody really in any danger at this point in the game, but it's all going to depend on where those junglers start to head at the beginning. And both of them on this right-hand side, trying to group up and just make sure they're securing their reds.
A purple buff apiece for the duo lane of Cowabunga. As a Roar and Yark able to get that left side. What's the technical term we've landed on for that buff camp? Is that just the rotating buff camp?
I don't know if we have a technical term. I think it's just the rotating camp.
You know what? New technical term. We're coining it right here, Lermy, on broadcast live here on Sunday, September 22nd. The rotating buff camp, and it's a rotation towards SOT. The chalk slow from the rain is good. Jumping by Panatom. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? Haddox chasing. He gets the shoulder charge to be able to get out of distance just in time. Zot goes for the screen, but it's not going to be quite enough. Panatom doesn't find the jump he was looking for on Nog, and it is first blood going to Scrumptious.
That is tough for the Mordred. As you all know, Mordred's got a crazy early game, but getting slapped on the wrist there at the beginning of the game is not an ideal scenario. Nice double root there from Zap, able to get Cowabunga in a bunch of trouble here.
Oh, Aegis away from beneath, a backflip out for Zapman. Keeps himself alive. Yarkor now able to resustain up. Potions in hand gone from Yark. Only has that first ability for any kind of extra healing. Meanwhile, Aurora, plenty healthy with all of those potions from the Chalice to heal himself back up to near full during all of that. Get a bit dicey there in the duo lane, but fortunate for both teams, no bloodshed.
Not yet, at least, but these two teams just love to get active early, and that's always the fun part about watching them, battle, is seeing just how quickly they start with these rotations, and they're just not afraid to fight in lane either. Jungle rotations, who needs them? We'll fight on our own.
And Paul just has to essentially sit here for the majority of this early game. This is the biggest downside to Zeus, is just that you really don't have clear until like that first item comes online, maybe hit that about like level 6, level 7 mark. You just kind of have to sit there at the mercy of your enemy mid laner, especially one that has as efficient a clear as a Kukulkan does.
Yeah, Kukulkan's also got pretty solid poke when it comes down to it as well. Zephyr's on a relatively low cooldown and does do quite a lot of damage if you're hitting them successfully. Sot, though, unfortunately losing a lot of pressure over here after that one death. And this, honestly, is exactly what Scrumptious should be doing, but on the other side of the map, we're seeing Panatom get active.
Picks up Zapman, backflip through, blinks past Wrong Q and needs to jump in a little bit more. And Panatom in the 2v1 is able to grab the kill up against the enemy. Scrumptious losing out on their carry. And SOT much faster this time on the trigger of using that Pursue the Weak, able to get through the walls and back to safety. No death this time in the solo. Instead, it's answered by the jungler. What a wild scenario for Panatom to find that kill.
Yeah, that was insane confidence there from the jungler. But if anyone's gonna know how much damage it takes to take down an ETH, it's gonna be Panatom. That guy is a master at this kind of combat. So it's been incredible to watch thus far, but I do think Sot's gonna need some help over here soon enough. We saw Nog sitting over in this lane a little bit, and you see the enemy Chuck returning over to this side as well. He is not done. He's gonna be bullying Sot till the cows come home.
I keep just looking at this border skin. It just looks so good. These Radiant skins,
Dude, it really
man.
does. It's awesome.
Like, I've seen a few of the Radiants, but for some reason, this Mordred one just hits different over anything else. And putting it onto a pilot like SOT really gets to put this skin and this god on full display to see what he is capable of. Rotating buff camp, this time being looked at by Scrumptious. Hasn't spawned in quite yet. Instead of Roar, gonna walk up and try and stop this one. Does appear that at least Scrumptious were able to secure that one for themselves, while Yark just got to deal with some of the minion wave. I feel bad. Every time we pan over to Paul, he's just sitting at tier 1 tower line. Instead, we pan over to Panatom.
Oh, no!
Goes up for the ultimate, waits out the chocolate, but doesn't have the timing to go for a bite afterwards, so not going to be able to pull anybody back. Plus, the blink being on cooldown. Even if he does grab, he can't really put anybody in a super dangerous situation.
Yeah, that is tough, because Paul does have the Lightning Storm should he go for it. And honestly, I do think that Nog would have been within kill threshold if he'd taken a charge or two of that ultimate. A little bit sad that we're not getting to see Paul get super active quite yet, but I'm sure we'll see a lot more of him in the late game, or at least when he can clear this wave in less than 3 abilities.
I think 3 is being generous, Larmy. He needs like 3 abilities, like 18 in hands. Like Paul needs a lot to clear these out.
He's doing his best.
Like he's keeping as much out of tower as he can, and I think if you can keep minions out of tower in your first like 8 levels on Zeus, I think that's a success right there.
Mm-hmm.
We do see the rotation from Aurora to the mid lane, both supports. I had to for a moment I saw the box and I went, man, what's Haddock's doing over here? But Haddock's not taking the box, I think, for the first time today, instead being on that Odin. Kind of threw me for a loop there for a moment, even though we've literally panned over to him multiple times. It's that brain muscle memory. You go, all right, this guy's been playing this, and only this.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's a little bit different. So let's see how Wrong Yu is able to pilot this pick for the team.
Yeah, but honestly, Haddock's being on this Odin is going to be really, really key towards the late game as well. And I'm honestly glad that Wrong Yu's going to get to try something a little bit different, because the Ama last game was not looking too hot in comparison to what we know that Wrong Yu can do. So I'm thinking that new god, new game, new mentality. It's time to run it back and do it better this time. And I'm feeling like he's got all of the tools that he needs. I mean, we've seen how strong this Bacchus can be throughout all stages of the game, but he's got to be careful here because Panatom is lurking right in the jungle, right beside him. So can't get too crazy just yet.
Paul and Panatom team up a little bit in the mid, help clear out that wave, while Aurora's just playing zone duty with the wall, just keeping eyes on where Wrong Yu is, keeping eyes on anybody who might be rotating through. A little gold camp at least on the side of the mid, will go over to the side of Scrumptious, and a Warhorn, I believe, as well, going to Haddix this time, who has just been getting the better in the solo lane. Sod, even despite going down for the first blood, has found a little bit of fight back in him. Just try and maintain relevancy more than anything on this right side.
Yeah, Panatom here trying to grab some pressure, maybe even just looking for what camps are available, trying to keep track of enemy timers to know exactly when these buffs are coming up. And oh look, a red buff, a jungler's dream to be able to steal away enemy farm. And when it happens to be either of the better buffs in the map, being the red or the speed, you are one happy puppy.
But knowing that Panatom's on the right side, Scrumptious have gone for a pull of the Fury. Panatom didn't have a Sunder. Doesn't really necessarily need it. That Queen Naga, the minions that it spawns in coming into play. Is Aurora trying to pull this Fury back his way? See him throw out the ice carpet while the Nagas are still at work. Trying to steal this one away. Aurora? She just steals that one away. Ultimate plus Sunder. Enough damage. Cowabunga support grabs the Gold Fury.
Gonna have to be careful though, because Haddix is gonna put him in the cage. And honestly, Aurora, you did your duty. 07's in the chat for a support that secures the gold and gives up their life.
Panatom. I think Panatom wanted to get the ult, grab somebody there, but hit that tab button, look over what Rongyu's got first slot again. Talisman of Purification. Anybody he does grab and tries to Ragnarok blink away with, it's going to be purified right away. So holding on to that ultimate, holding on to that relic for now. But you're right to say, Aurora goes in, he gets the Gold Fury, loses his life. I mean, that is a tale as old as Smite 1's lifetime.
Back again in Smite 2 as well. You were mentioning the relic choices for both teams, and I want to look over at Scrumptious. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that Zap has gone for this Aegis. I kind of get it because, you know, there's going to be a lot of burst damage coming out of Paul towards the end of the game. That is one thing that Zeus does very well. If he does one thing, he does damage. So I get it, but at the same time, I do feel like a lot more of the concern coming out of Cowabunga's comp is going to be this Fenrir, is going to be this wall and freeze coming out from Aurora. So we'll have to see just how ready Rongyu is to give up that Talisman of Purification for those situations that Zap might need it.
And Naga's not really giving Harkora a break in this duel, and maybe Panatom can give a little bit of relief to his carry. Nog just wants to steal away this speed buff. Believe he is able to do so. Belly flop in. Spirit of the Nine wins. Doesn't find its home, and Paul just trying to look for a stun. Drops down the lightning storm. Nog has nowhere to go. Supernova cuts off the path and cuts off his life support. Scrumptious loses out on their jungler, and they may be losing out a little bit more. Rongy with the double flop. They blink out by Panatom. Aurora is gone, but Yark is right behind him. Yark needs one more shot, but it's Paul to deliver the killing blow. Panatom not done. Gets the Aegis away from Zapman, and that is a victory for Panatom. Pulls a massive relic cooldown off of the carry.
Yeah, meanwhile, solo, still solo laning, but what a huge fight that was around that speed buff. Interesting to see how offensive Scrumptious got, and unfortunately Nog just was not able to get positioned back into place with the rest of his team. They were all backing up, and he's like, guys, I'm chalk. I'm in here. Alive or dead, there's no choice for me. I'm here till the end of the fight, and unfortunately the end of the fight resulted in his death.
Yeah, just stuck around a little too much. You know, bullying Yark, that's one thing. You know, smack Yarkor around, throw a couple of axes at him, keep him from getting his farm, no big deal. But when you stick around that deep into the jungle for that long, Cowabunga is definitely a team that is going to punish you for that. Aurora missing the freeze, nice little quick torrent by Nog, able to avoid him. Even with all of this back and forth, even with one Fury so far into the belt of Cowabunga, not a substantial lead. I mean, we're setting 500 or less gold at this point of the game that Cowabunga has in favor of Scrumptious. So we are at a dead even standstill here. 3 kills apiece for the two teams. And I think that breaking point is really when these solo laners are going to get active. A lot of action has happened around the solo laners, but the solo laners themselves haven't really made themselves a part of the show just yet.
Exactly. I mean, taking a look at the builds too, Nog is really close to a huge power spike here. If he's going for Conch, that's going to be a really nice boost to both his strength and his int as one of the best hybrid items that you could go at this point in the game between both of the powers. You're loving a little bit of that, especially with a little bit of defense on top of it for a character that does have to get in there at some point. So I think they probably want to slow down and wait a little bit for Nog to get this power spike, because him surviving in this next fight is going to be crucial.
Panatom goes in aggressively, gets the bite, the pickup, but immediately purified out. Nog, 1 HP and a dream. Can they survive? The answer is yes. Not quite enough distance. Panatom wants it, but a Neath ultimate. Spirit of the Nine wins. Gonna be off the mark. A little preemptive there, and Aurora might even lose his life too. And if so, that should be an easy call for Scrumptious to go towards this Gold Fury. I don't think that Paul or Yark want to sacrifice their life to stop this objective. So Scrumptious will pick up not just 2 kills, but a big objective along with it. And with the Queen Naga slithering alongside them, I'm sure there's going to be a follow-up with it. Never mind, they'll just take the Fury.
That is an unfortunate series of events there. Panatom gets a little bit greedy, sees the red coming through with that Neath getting very low. Vrongu also kind of a little bit available at that point, and with not getting away at 1 HP, they're probably just itching for a kill. But gotta be careful, because Zap was quick on the trigger there with the ultimate, and Shinto just knows exactly when to be following up on those abilities. Able to use Spirit of the Nine Winds and really force a lot out of Cowabunga. Able to grab that Gold Fury, and now we move on to Gold Fury number 3, meaning that we're 1 step closer to Ancient Fury, which we'll see breaks the game wide open.
Yeah, that Ancient Fury providing you the ability to disable all structures on the enemy side of the map for a duration just makes it so much easier to siege, and really kind of opens up the door for team fighting, because now that there is no safe haven, no, oh man, we're losing our fight, let's go run under our tier 1 tower, because they surely don't want to dive our tower. But when the tower doesn't fight back, really easy to make that decision. Fight here in the jungle. Aurora able to rocket jump out on his wall. Spirit of Nine Winds doesn't connect onto Aurora, but does clip Paul. Meanwhile, Panatom trying to put up a show all his own. Picks up Zapman, but Sot runs right past him. A little zoom tail away, but still Sot able to get that kill. Blink out by Panatom and ult by Nog. Does not find a home. The Pyromancer has been brought into the battle, and Sot's life will go down. Aurora walks back in, freezes onto 1 only. Haddix hit by it, but Haddix is chasing down Paul. Gets the sun on the suits.
No.
Aegis pulled out, but Paul's life will go down. Rung Yu and the rest of the team take up the tower. Aurora lived for quite a long time, but finally goes down. It's up to Yark to see if he can get anything in return. It was a 1 for 3 kill on the side of Scrumptious.
That is really tough. I do think that Panatom made the right play trying to go for that Neath, but as soon as that Aegis is popped, you need to be ready to back off, because you're just no telling how many people are going to be there and respond to it. And clearly, all of Scrumptious was there to get active. A little unfortunate mistiming there with the Ragnarok. Also did not help out, I would say. You could argue that. But, Yark is doing what Soul does best, and that's push towers. Except we've got to get that last auto. Thankfully, Yark does do it without getting too close to Shinto there, and is going to be able to back off successfully, having taken down that tower.
Yeah, I think that was probably the most unfortunate part about that entire fight, was the slight miscommunication between Panatom and SOT of who's going to go for the killing blow of the ultimate. Is it going to be Panatom who gets the bite and brings him back to the enemy team? Or is it going to be Sot who dives in with that Pursuit of the Weak? They both end up having the same target. Sot misses everybody else after that, and then just kind of gets stuck and put inside of a cage by Haddix on the Odin. It's a level 16 Odin right now. Highest level in the game. Tied with Hardcore on the Soul. And now that we've started to see the Soul Laners get a little bit active, we're starting to see maybe the, at the moment, lack of impact that this Mordred has compared to what Haddix is able to do. It's a pretty clear-cut difference of, I dropped a giant wall that nobody can walk out of, versus, oh no, I accidentally missed my charge and now I'm stuck here.
Yeah, it is really tough, because if you can get this Mordred to the late game with a lead, he does go crazy. The problem is getting to that point can be tricky against really strong foundational teams like Scrumptious. So I do think, especially with the Odin coming through, it's a bit of a tough situation to ask for the Mordred to be able to pick up against, because Odin is just by far and away one of the top solo laners right now in terms of the god itself. And of course, Haddix being here, playing and piloting this god like an absolute pro, helps as well.
A little bit of dewarding for Cowabunga. Takes one of the wards away from the side of Scrumptious. Third Fury spawned in, started up by Scrumptious, dropped almost immediately. So all 10 players on the map have now grouped around this left side objective. It's going to be a lot of eyes to see which ultimates come up big in this fight. Fury down to 7k HP, reset once more. Odin Cage locks in the Mordred, but the Mordred going to walk right through that wall and pick the wrong you on the 360 back around. Paul in a bit of danger as Haddix and Dog chase him out. SOT has traded out his life, and Paul doesn't have too many options left on where to go. Aegis to immune the damage of this Odin, but it's not enough. There's too many other abilities, too many other gods on the map. Aurora trades out an extra, but this might just be a full-on deicide. Scrumptious take out everybody on the Cowabunga squad and will now beeline it to the Fire Giant.
Fire Giant kind of slaps, boys. I mean, Haddix is very tanky, right? I do think that that is a very fair call to make, but I am a little bit concerned that this is going to take enough time for someone to get up, and you can see Shinto already a bit worried about that, is going to investigate, at least maybe throw down a ward or check it out, or maybe he's just not concerned about it at all. He's just grabbing the red buff. He's chilling. Never mind. They got this. They're chilling.
Yeah, just had to get the caustic buff. Make sure you get a little bit of extra damage here on this objective. Fire Giant throwing out that giant cone, and I've been a victim to walking through that by accident a couple of times. It can do some serious damage, but not enough to deter Scrumptious. They grab fire, and oh, look what has also spawned while Fire Giant was being dealt with. It's Pyromancer for the next objective of Cowabunga. Hits a little bit less hard than fire, but just as equally valuable in what you can get from it. A runic bomb in pocket makes these objectives, makes these sieges so easy for the teams that are able to pick one of those up. And when you've got two of them sitting in the back pocket like Scrumptious has, you have a lot of damage in hand to try and be able to deal with these towers and with things like the Gold Fury.
Yeah, and they timed that Fire Giant kill so well as well on top of that, because all 5 members of Scrumptious have got it. Nobody on Cowabunga coming up here to defend this regular Gold Fury. Who needs a regular Gold Fury when Ancient Fury is up next? But even before the Ancient Fury, Cowabunga has to have a plan to deal with the rest of these Fire Giant gamers, because they certainly will be bringing it between all of the prots and the power and the sustain that they're getting. It's a lot to have to handle at 20 minutes into the game.
I'm intrigued by the build style that we've been seeing for a lot of these Fenrirs and a lot of these kind of tankier jungles. Is this Avenging Blade, a brand new item here in the patch where you'll see an enemy in the jungle, smack him with a basic attack. You make him a little bit slower and you remove some of those protections. It has been just kind of a key pivotal item for almost every tanky jungler that I've been seeing. Even just non-tanky junglers that you get. Ragnarok picks up Zapman, and well, SOT's got to do the same thing. Drop him right down onto the floor. Aegis buys Zap a moment. But a moment is not nearly enough for what he needs. Aurora tries to rocket jump out. Paul throws the storm on top of Aurora to try and help out as much as he can. Aurora lives for probably a lot longer than he should have, but still falls down. You see that Paul actually throws out the storm and just heads to his backhands. He says, Aurora, I don't know how much longer you got in you, but here's what I'll do for you. Meanwhile, Cowabunga pushing up right Phoenix. This is not the team with Fire Giant. This is not a team with Ancient Fury. This is the team that has been losing up until this point. Haddix trying to take the 3v1. Shell comes in from Yarkor, and it's just going to be a cleanse from Haddix. He's got to jump away while the Phoenix is batted out again. Immune is Yarkor from that ult by Nog. But Yarkor's got to stand his ground. Spirit of the Nine Winds throw it out. Yark is still standing his ground and fighting in the middle of 3, but finally goes down.
Yeah, Yark unfortunately did not have the option to walk away from that one. Had to pick the fight. Panatom might now be in a load of danger, considering that's a Spirit Arrow straight at his face. Or sorry, World Weaver straight at his face. And, Panatom, considering he's got 2 movement abilities, he's a very fast doggo. He's not going to get caught up here. But what is going to get caught, you might think at least, is this middle tower. Hanging on by a thread. And it's got to be going down here with these 2 tanks running through with a wave of minions. They put this Fire Giant to good use, and I gotta say that right-hand Phoenix was pretty scary, but honestly, not that much damage dealt to it. It's half health now, and yes, it does sustain a little bit, but you're not too worried about it.
Panatom v Nog in the jungle. Panatom doesn't want to take that battle right now. Doesn't have the same level of sustain that Shock might. Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower in mid finally taken down. All of that delaying that happened on the right side kept those towers alive probably a lot longer than Scrumptious had wanted to. Paul's hitting level 18. Once this build comes online, once we hit that level 20 point for Paul, I feel like that's when we can start to see his impact. But Paul's kind of been zoned out of a lot of these fights. You notice back to that Gold Fury fight where Scrumptious wins out in the 3v5, or the 2 kills for the full 5 up against Cowabunga, is that Paul never really got to join the fight. He's being ran at by Haddox, being ran at by Wrong Yu or Nog, and is just unable to ever really get into the middle of a battle to drop that lightning storm effectively. It's always just been a, oh god, everybody's on top of me, drop this and hope I live.
Yeah, it's very tough for Zeus out here on the Smite 2 streets because although he does bring a lot of burst damage, his survivability is low. And having to deal with a character that can trap you in one place and then another character that can knock you up and stun you and, you know, make you drink a little bit, into another character that can silence you for a long time and knock you up again. Yeah, there's a lot of things that affect this Zeus and stop him from playing the game. And realistically, that's been the plan of Scrumptious from minute 1, even into the draft phase, was do not let Paul get a character that he is comfortable on. And they have masterfully drafted around that and forced him onto the selection that, you know, while Paul is still an incredible player, arguably, this is not his top pick.
No, this is not a pick that Paul ideally wants to be on, especially against a team composition like this. I think you highlighted perfectly. There's just too many gods that deal with Zeus too efficiently. I mean, all Haddox has to do is walk up, press 4, and then leave Paul alone. You just lock him inside of a big old box and say, you're out of this team fight. Sot gets jumped at by Haddox, who has taken effectively no damage at this point. Drops a wall around multiple.
Oh, wow.
Lightning Storm is good in the middle of the cage. It's not doing a ton of damage. SOT trying to deal with Shinto all on his own, while it is unfortunate for Panatom that he's left by himself. Nog able to clean up that kill, and SOT unable to close out the one he was dealing with. Shinto is low. Paul and Yarkor, the last 2 alive for Cowabunga, but health bars are a bit worse for wear. Scrumptious can't go for the Fire Giant just yet.
They might not be able to, but they've got quite a bit of time on these respawns. They could honestly go for this fire on the comeback if they wanted to, or they could just ball straight for the Ancient Fury. Either one will work in this scenario, and while I do think that getting this Naga is going to help for Cowabunga in the long term, it might not be the most helpful right now because Yark is draining precious life resources that he does need to hang on to in case Scrumptious starts gunning it for this fire.
It is the Naga's down. Fire Giant started for Scrumptious. 11k HP on the objective, but Aurora is on the way. Relics up, Sunder, but now it's going to be a cage dropped one more time by Haddox. Aurora, he's got nowhere to go. It's just his own coffin every time he rocket jumps into the Fire Giant pit, gets a freeze, and delays the objective once more, but it's picked up almost instantly by the Scrumptious roster. Maybe now SOT can try and make some splash there, but instead will back away. It just will be an Ancient Fury instead. Picked up by Cowabunga. They say, well, we can't contest Fire Giant. We already lost Aurora, who delayed it as long as possible. Let's send the 2 carries over to deal with the opposite objective, and arguably one that you definitely want to keep away from this Scrumptious roster. Only 2 towers left, but 3 Phoenixes still to bat away for the Chaos team.
Are we gonna see a base race?
It's
kind of looking like it might be.
This is very possible. There are no minions available for Scrumptious, so they're going to take tower damage dealing with it. So both teams are going to be hitting for roughly the same amount, though I will say Yark is doing a lot on his own. A lone soul is shredding through this Phoenix. I don't think he can do Titan, especially with Nog going back to base, but if they can just leave Nog only by himself, I mean, this could be a win for Cowabunga. They've already taken the Phoenix. Meanwhile, right side has not been dropped by Scrumptious yet. Wall thrown up by Aurora, delays it a little bit longer as Yark is going to get chased out by Nog all the way through the jungle. There's no chance in the world this soul is going to get to back to base. He's going to have to walk on foot all the way or take the 1v1.
Yeah, Paul is going to have to hold down the fort there because Panatom's thinking about trying to come and help Yark out, but Yark's going to have to pop everything he's got to stay alive here. Really good damage coming out from Nog and probably going to be taking him down in the next few seconds.
Mid Phoenix still standing though for Cowabunga. Rocket jump out for Aurora using that wall. Yark does fall to Nog. It's still the left side Phoenix for the right and now mid Bird. It's going to be a 4 versus 5 for the next 45 seconds. Scrumptious, if they can get Nog to rejoin the team, they can make it the full 4 versus 5. But for the time being, it is just slowly batting away at these birds on the side of Scrumptious. Sot throws out a little bit of poke. Aurora wondering if he needs to use the wall to save the bird or to try and save his life later. For now, puts it in front of the Phoenix, holds on. Sot grabs 2 with the ultimate. Spirit of the Nine Wind doesn't find anybody. Instead, it's Sot still living, but he's caught inside the tornado, and Wrong You goes down after. Now it's a 4 versus 4. Nog finds a big ultimate. Aurora uses the wall to jump as far as he can, but it's not far enough. 2 more down on the side of Cowabunga.
Oh my God.
It's just Panatom
Oh
and
my
Sot
God.
to try and live on through the day. Sot gets 1 more hit. He's in the 3 versus 1. Goes for the Pursue the Weak, but he's got to take a long circle around. He can't find anybody. Into the wall he goes, but Yarkor has now respawned and instead can start pushing back in. Sot, though, gotta be careful not to chase out. And what a wild series of fights on the left side.
Yeah, absolute hero play there from Aurora and Panatom. Paul doing his best to throw out as much damage as humanly possible. And honestly, all things considered, not a bad series of events for Scrumptious. That's still 2 Phoenixes down in comparison to the 1 that they had lost on their own left-hand side. However, it is going to be very important for them to start pushing it down on the left-hand side to make sure these fire minions do not make it to their base. You can already see their Titan's been moderately affected by those fire minions. And we saw in games earlier, those fire minions are deadly. They can take down the Titan very quickly if left unmanaged. So they should really start to focus on slamming it down this left-hand side, grabbing that final Phoenix, and honestly, if they can do that, and then grab fire, and then grab another Ancient Fury, or they might even just wait for that, that might just be case closed there against Cowabunga.
So for the time, Cowabunga playing on the back foot. It's been about, I'd say almost 15 minutes having to play on the defense for this team. It never really broke a lead for themselves. I think 1,000 was the highest that Cowabunga's gotten here in game number 2. Meanwhile, Scrumptious have taken themselves a commanding lead, 9,000, 10,000 up to this point, just before that final scuffle on the left side. Ancient Fury has spawned in, and Scrumptious are going to take this objective instead, saying, well, we don't want to deal with taking damage from this bird. We don't have to deal with having to fight 5 people plus an objective plus a structure. So they will take the Fury, they'll take the Queen Naga as well. And that should make this final siege that much easier for them. But with Fire Giant coming back up, if Cowabunga can avoid getting Aurora trapped inside of another wall from Haddix, their team fight could go so much better. But Haddix has just been saving that cage to lock Aurora in every single time. And because Yark is so far away, he can't use that Phantom Shell to bail out his teammate.
Yeah, it's really tough because if Yark does stand closer to Aurora, it does put Yark in the line of fire, and they need this soul to stay alive for them to be able to get stuff done in team fights. They are sincerely not able to break through this seemingly insurmountable front line of Rongyu, Haddix, and Nog, and all 3 of those tanks are quite tanky at this point, and poor Paul has just been getting run down all game long, trying his best to do Zeus things, but it's hard to do that when you are constantly at threat of getting silenced, of getting put in a cage, of getting knocked up, any of those things. And Zeus is just a very vulnerable character at the end of the day, and they don't have enough resources to protect him.
Well, from Aurora, locks out 2. Rongyu jumps over, goes to the belch, and is frozen in place. And Scrumptious are hunting for Aurora. They get him inside of the cage. Pursue the Weak, though, from SOT. Gets to the back line and finds 1 on landing that will be met with an ultimate out of the mid laner. Sot is falling low, but he's still living for a lot longer than he needs to. Finally, a jump in by Haddix. It's not quite enough. Another heal from Sot keeps him alive a little bit longer. Sot is staying alive for way too long at too little HP. And now Yark on the scene, batting auto after auto, basic after basic. And finally, after so much fighting, 1 member of Cowabunga down, but it's a 1-for-1. They lost Zapman, but now Yark falls for sticking around too long. 2-for-1 trade for Scrumptious.
Yeah, that is the power of Polynomicon on Kukulkan, especially considering that Polynomicon no longer has an internal cooldown. Being able to press 2 into basic, into 1, into second basic, that is a ton of burst damage just waiting for any unlucky carry that happens to get CC'd in front of Shinto's face. And that's what Shinto's been doing all game long. That's how he's been getting to this 8 kills that he has this far in. And he's probably going to get a couple more, I'd say, before this ends.
Paul's just not able to really get this damage that he needs to kind of close out these kills. I mean, he locked Haddix inside of Lightning Storm for probably a solid 2-3 seconds, and it didn't even feel like Haddix's health bar was moving at that point. I know that Haddix has access to shield. It's an easy one to throw up, but Paul really needs to get this last item online. It needs to be a big pen item as well to really break through these defenses on Scrumptious. There's 3 left standing for Cowabunga in the previous fight. 4 for Scrumptious. Mordred ultimate, pursue the weak, slams into Shinto. That's half his health gone on landing, but that's going to be all of SOT at the end of the day. Lightning Storm is good. Wrong you. Falling low. Paul standing to the backside and waiting for anybody to walk forward. Another 1-for-1 trade, this time mid laner for Solo.
Yeah, one good thing that did come out of that past fight for Cowabunga is that the left-hand side Phoenix did go down for a second time, so that does give them a bit of leeway. And honestly, if I'm Cowabunga, I am more than happy to trade Sot for Shinto here. That is a big chunk of damage onto the objectives taken down, and they're just going to be able to recoup their losses a little bit here. Panatom keeping mid cleared out, keeping these Phoenixes alive, and that's going to be what's important to re-establish an even playing field for both teams.
Cowabunga has been fighting at a deficit for nearly 20 minutes of play. Fire Giant started up by Scrumptious, and it is going to be a 4 versus 4 for the entirety of this fight. But maybe both teams just wanting to have their last player spawn back in. With that left side Phoenix down, you've almost got to send someone there just to make sure the Titan doesn't die during all of this. Cowabunga have plenty of time to play with because they don't need to have anybody on that left side. Matter of fact, Yark can just go work on Ancient Fury and just have that as an extra back pocket measure for Cowabunga. But Scrumptious are going to know that at least one person was missing throughout that. Nog is going to be the one to spot him out. Shinto gets picked up by Panatom, and Panatom could go for the chase, but Shinto has popped his beads. He is out of this team fight. Panatom is fine. He'll take that trade for now. Nog manages to catch him with the storm call, and Yarkor goes down in the middle of 4. Panatom accidentally sacrifices the life of his carry, and that's a full minute that Cowabunga is without their carry.
This might just be a free Fire Giant for Scrumptious. It was incredibly good that Yark was able to grab that Ancient Fury by himself, and the rest of the team did buy sufficient time, but their time might be running out if they can't keep this left-hand side defended, because that Titan did take quite a chunk of damage from those fire minions.
Man, Shinto having to go back just to play defense. I mean, that's at least a third of the Titan's health gone from those waves starting to sneak their way in. And that Phoenix is still down for a little while. That might just be enough to really delay this game. In fact, Panatom might just be hunting for Shinto, because since Shinto's the only one back defending on his lonesome, knowing that beads are down, Panatom's just spotted him. He could just go for the kill here. Shinto's getting a little too close to the rest of the team. Panatom has missed his opportunity for the kill. Paul might have lost his opportunity to live as well. Goes with a lightning storm, still living for a moment. Pursue the weak, doesn't find a home just yet. Seeing if SOT can get the distance on anybody. Zapman is by himself. Spirit Arrow, Serpent wins everything being used just to try and keep Zapman alive, but he goes down to SOT and Aurora. Purification used to keep them up. Sot falls down. All 5 credit for assist on the kill of Solar or Troll, and now Panatom is just buying time. Delay the inevitable because the Phoenix is only just now respawned. There's got to be a minion wave pumping over, which is why so many members of Scrumptious have gone back to base. They've got to defend this bird because they don't want their Titan to die to fire minions.
This is such a neck and neck game right now between both of these Phoenixes getting incredibly low, between Cowabunga's middle Phoenix, Scrumptious' left Phoenix. All of these objectives happening at the same time is a lot for any team to handle, but the fact is that these are 2 of the best teams in all of North America, and they are holding down the fort. They are keeping the line held, and they aren't going to give up until one of those Titans goes down.
I think it's safe to say, I mean, you are correct in saying the 2 top teams, but this is also probably the first time for Cowabunga that they've really had a neck-and-neck matchup in a grand finals like this. An AWE2, AWE4 closed alpha tournament, swept through it with seemingly ease. But here against Scrumptious, the first time that they might be pushed to a Game 3, the first time that we might see a Game 3 Grand Finals, not just in the open bracket, but in all the previously mentioned tournaments that I had just named off. This is an intense match here for North America. And what's crazy is when you think about the bans that happened, it was all off the back foot of a Morgan ban. You do see Haddix jump in, has access to the cage. Who will he lock in? It's only gonna be a Roar. Hit by the damage of the tornado, but it's a lightning storm in response by Paul. Sitting to the back, Spirit of 9 wins is good, but a Xerxes actually bails a Roar out. We haven't even seen this item all weekend long, and a Roar is able to find use of it. Panatom picks up one, but Haddix is able to break out thanks to purification from the support. Paul is full HP throughout all of this. All he needs is one good chain lightning bounce, one good detonate to turn the tide of this team fight. It is balancing on a knife's edge at the Fire Giant.
Everybody getting low. Nobody out yet, though. Paul's going to have to back. It's going to leave a bit of a hole in Cowabunga's defenses. They're 3 versus 5, still strong. Looks like Haddix wants to go back to base, though. Might take his time in making his way back. This has been neck and neck for these two teams. No one has really broken through as of yet. And it did seem like things were going to be over shortly, considering that Phoenixes were down. I mean, they're back in full health again. It's like the base was never even broken in the first place. It's kind of crazy, all things considered, just how hard Cowabunga has held on.
Cowabunga standing firm throughout the entirety of this game, having been down for the majority of this game and still finding avenues to get back in. The tenacity of Panatom to keep getting to a backline, pull a bead, pull a purification talisman, whatever it takes just to keep the game going a little bit longer. Fire Giant under half HP. Sot is here. You've got a couple of Sunders you have to deal with if you're on the side of Scrumptious, and Sot is going to try and deal with everything. Fire Giant is down to 2,800. Who's going to get the secure to take this away? It's wrong you to get the Fire Giant for Scrumptious, and the team fight after is the most important part for Scrumptious. Low HP. Panatom is down. Sot is low, and Paul is gone. The door has been swung wide open. Kick open the revolving door. Scrumptious to take the Fire Giant, to take the team fight, and to take us to our first Game 3.
What an excellent fight around the Fire Giant. You could argue that that seemed like a bit of a 50-50 move, and honestly, I was a little shocked that Shinto dropped the Spirit of the 9 Winds so early, but that's the thing. I was shocked that happened, and so was Cowabunga, I bet. They wanted that Fire Giant so bad, and they just had to go for it. They had to try something. They're not going to sit there for another 20 minutes waiting for something to happen. They're the ones who decide their destiny, and they're going to Game 3.
The first team to take Cowabunga to a Game 3 in a Grand Finals. The first Game 3 Grand Finals that we have had since we started running esports in SMITE 2. And I couldn't think of two better teams to have taking us to the full distance. And really, Larmy, this feels like not just a play on field, but this really felt like the one singular switch up in the draft for Scrumptious is what made the difference. We were talking about, okay, well, if you get the Fenrir on the side of Cowabunga, you gotta at least take the Morgan away. But instead of just picking it up and giving it to Shinto, they decide, hey, what if we just ban the Morgan? Then we don't have to deal with it all, and we get the Odin on top of it. I think going into Game 3, the picks and bans may just be the most important part of this entire matchup. We're going to take ourselves a quick break, kind of recoup it and regain ourselves, and we'll be back for game number 3.
Mm-hmm.
let him get you down. Gonna make you stay just fine. 이대로 모자라지도 넘치지도 않아. Cause I got my collection. 따뜻한 물에 bathe 향기 가득한 로션 촉촉해줘. My cocoa bomb. Oh, I don't care what they say. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want. Oh baby, say it and make it a day brighter day. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want. Oh baby, it's alright to be right. Goes on and on, yeah. Detour 한 개 하얀 벚꽃만 바랬던 날. 그랬었길 바랬던 예전 소원 이룬 날. 너의 문자 사탕 같은 말. 숨길 수 없는 payday. Goes on coffee, yes, could go on and on. Collect them all, but I don't care what they say. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want. Oh baby, say it and make it a day brighter day. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want. Oh baby, it's alright to be right. Goes on and on, yeah. 사라질까 두려워, fight for it. To make it stay just fine, yeah, yeah. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want. Oh baby, say it and make it a day brighter day. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want. Oh baby, it's alright to be right. Goes on and on, yeah.
Welcome back to the grand finals here in our second week of the North American Open bracket in stage 1 of the Founder Series. I'm J-Mac, joined one more time by Wormy as we get ready to go into game number 3. And what a back and forth battle we had in game number 2. Lermy, for the majority of that game, it was Cowabunga on the back foot, just playing defense, try and hold out, get ourselves to the late game. And multiple times we saw them make some small little plays. Okay, I'm going to grab an Ancient Fury, and then we're going to split push and try and base race style of play, making sure that we can get a Phoenix. And it just kept delaying and delaying more than anything. But I think the biggest problem that we both kind of observed by the end of that one is that there's just nothing to really deal with this Odin pick out of Haddix. It felt like this was the quintessential like game changer from game number 1 into game number 2, that I think that if you're in the first pick position, you should probably just be taking that for yourself this time.
Yeah, I honestly felt like Odin did a pretty solid job of even dealing with Fenrir, right? Because Odin does what Fenrir does, but to everybody, right? It pressures everybody who's in that cage. And even the people that are outside of the cage now have to say, okay, am I killing the cage? Do I need to be worried about people coming out of the cage? Do I need to be worried for the people in the cage? There's a lot that you have to think about that goes through your head when you're playing against an Odin, whereas Fenrir is a little bit more one note, you might say. He is, I'm going to pick up one person, force some beads, force a purification talisman, and that's kind of it, right? And then he just kind of exists as a pretty strong character and it can do a lot, even in his base kit, right? But I do think that Fenrir wasn't on the same level as Odin here, and we need to see a lot more priority towards that.
Yeah, I think that for picks and bans in game number 3, which are now ready to roll, I think you're right in that Odin probably needs to be a priority if you're in that first pick spot like Cowabunga is. So I would not be surprised if we either saw a ban or a pick of this god if it is left open, because it really did kind of make the
Oh,
big
there it
difference.
is.
And we do see the Odin ban from Cowabunga recognizing that pick, given the team composition that Cowabunga had, didn't really have a lot of great answers to dealing with that cage. I mean, Soul has to wait for the Saprate to end, either walk through it or to have a Phantom Shell, the only one for the team to try and bail out. Aurora constantly getting stuck inside that cage. If Paul is on the outside, all he can really do is throw a Lightning Storm and hope that it does enough damage, but just wasn't able to get anything through. And then Scrumptious are going to continue their ban of making sure to keep the Morgan off the table. But for the first time this matchup, we get to see Hecate left open. And I wonder where that level of priority is for this pick in particular, because I feel that this is one of Paul's best gods in Hecate. And now that the Morgan is taken away, I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe saw priority pick towards it.
Yeah, honestly, I would agree with you. I think that Hecate is definitely a choice to select with, but it is going to be between Hecate and Fenrir for me. I really think that either of those options would work, but only one of them is going to be the selection here, and it's going to be Fenrir.
Yeah, for this Fenrir, a great first selection. It's one that Panatom has already played a couple of times this game. It's one that's worked out really well for him. Even in that previous game, it was a difficult matchup to really kind of play for him, because playing around an Odin is never easy. Playing around Bacchus, not the easiest thing as well. But I think for this Fenrir, did end up working out well for Panatom. So just keep going towards that one. And I think it now kind of opens that question for Shinto. Is Shinto going to be able to play the Hecate if they want to draft it in this next phase, in this first selection? Because I feel that if this Hecate is left available for Cowabunga to grab, Paul's just going to want to take that one. I do think that taking the Amir is a great option for Scrumptious, one that Aurora's been so comfortable on throughout this entire set. So taking some of these comfort picks away is very crucial for Scrumptious, but I just feel like that Hecate, if Shinto is willing and capable to have played it, I felt like that was the time to have taken that pick.
Yeah, I do think that just grabbing two really powerful frontliners is a very solid option here for Scrumptious. They're kind of letting Cowabunga decide, do you actually want the Hecate, or is it something that we can take for ourselves? I think either way, solidifying this frontline is never a bad choice at all. So I do think Scrumptious made a pretty smart decision here, but now it's going to be up to Cowabunga. What do they prioritize next? My thought process is probably Solo Lane needs to see a little bit of a mix up here. I don't want to see the Mordred again. I do think Mordred has his time to shine, but I think it's time to switch it up for Sada. Unfortunately, just did not have the best game in the world last time. It's time to, again, try something new, freshen it up, get a good clean slate, and go from there.
Well, now with the Amir taken away from Aurora, I wonder what his selection will be. Hecate makes sense for Cowabunga. Just get that one now. This is your best opportunity to grab it, because I feel like if you leave it at this point, could just get scooped up by the Scrumptious roster. So grab that now. But what do you go with for Aurora? With Bacchus and Ymir off the table, you can still go towards the Amaterasu if you want to. You can go for Ares or Athena if need be. And maybe just waiting to see what Scrumptious wants to go for in their next two can give you an idea of maybe what Aurora wants to aim towards. I think the Ares is already a great one into the Bacchus, throughout the chain, no belly flop available to it. We'll have to hold on to that one, because it's going to be Hecate and Neith selected. So throwing that Neith back over in the dual lane once more.
Yep, that is a very solid selection here for Yarkor. Excited to see him on the Neath this time versus the solo the Jingwei before. And of course, Jingwei just being a very solid pickup. Kind of, not really a throwaway pick, right? But it is kind of something that you can just say, we want to see what else you got. What else are you picking up here? Jingwei is not really going to show or tell all that much. She could honestly go mid if she really wanted to. And just a safe character all around is not a bad thing at all. And the Chalk, I would imagine this is going back to Nog. Actually played very well last game, had like 13-2 stat line, and was just a sleeper performer in our last game. And hopefully he can bring a repeat of that one in game number 3.
And it's a god that dealt really well with the carries. I mean, Yark really was not able to take 1v1s against this god at all, being able to keep just enough distance away from a soul to where the in-hands aren't going to hit, the Stellar Burst is going to miss, and you can close in the distance, drop down an axe, and back away. Then use the rain to sustain yourself back up. So I have been really enjoying this pick from Nog. I think it's worked out really well, even in the game that they lost in game number 1, and especially for how well it did in game number 2. So now it goes back to Cowabunga, and at this point, we are looking at what are going to be the other two frontliners to go along with this Fenrir jungle. Or do we see the swap away from the Fenrir jungle? Maybe put Panatom on an actual kind of hard carry style of pick, the Loki, the Susanoo, all options and available. But I think based off of the meta that we've been seeing develop today over the course of this tournament, even the course of yesterday's tournament, it has been a lot of triple tank style of play. Now, you can do a little bit of hyper damage for your jungler, maybe get a little bit of power early on in the game and then start flexing more towards that defense. Do a little bit of both, get a little bit of offense, then defense, then offense, then defense. We saw a little bit of that in Panatom style of build, but that really feels like that's kind of become the meta right now for the jungle, has been to pick a god that can perform really well, whether they are damage or tanky. And more often it has been pick a god that can do really well as a tanky style of frontline. And this Fenrir has kind of fit that bill perfectly for Cowabunga.
Yeah, honestly, here it's a tough toss-up here because you've got Ares and Athena as your traditional supports that you would typically see, right? And I do think that they're fine options. Both of them are fine options. I mean, Aurora on Ares, again, is a classic. It is one of his favorite gods in all of Smite history. So putting Aurora on Ares is not a bad choice. I think especially into the Bacchus, who's especially vulnerable to it, but also pretty good at dealing with it in some ways. They're pretty even when it comes to how they trade out kit for kit. But player for player, hard to say on top of that. Beyond that, we've got Bellona deserves a mention here. She's pretty all right. Again, I kind of mentioned I don't really want to see the Mordred again, but just considering how limited the god options here are in Smite 2, the Susanoo is a pick that I was not super expecting. Your call on the, maybe we put the Fenrir somewhere else and go again. That's going to be a roar on Fenrir support, which honestly is almost as iconic as his Ares.
But are still going to go back to the Mordred. So Sot stuck in his ways on this solo lane pickup. But we will now finally see that break away from the triple tank front line that these two teams have kind of been putting out there every single time. It is still going to be triple tank style for Scrumptious. Ymir, Bacchus, Chalk, make no mistake. Those are going to be very tanky characters. But Susanoo's not one that pilots like that. Susanoo is an all-in, high damage dealer. I'm going to walk up, kill your carry, get out, come back and do it again on repeat style of play. And Panatom has been very well known to play that style over the course of his competitive career, and even just in tournaments prior has kind of made that way to going that direction. Kukulkan once more for Scrumptious seems to kind of be that next up mid laner, where if Hakate and Neith are already kind of taken away, then Kukulkan and I guess the Morgan adding into that 4 slot there, then Kukulkan is kind of the next go-to. And I think it's just because of that level of safety that Kukulkan offers. While he doesn't have a lot of traditional movement, has the situational dash, has the movement speed increase depending on which way you utilize that second ability. Just the ability to sit super far back, say, okay, I'm not actually a part of this fight, but I'm kind of a part of this fight, has really continued to hold a level of relevancy for this god.
Yes, exactly. I completely agree with you. And the one thing that I think that Cowabunga is adapting to here is that the late game of last game really turned into who kills the carries first. Fenrir, that's a hybrid, not going to do it as well. However, a full damage Susanoo can definitely do it. It's going to be all about who is going to get to the backline first, take out the carries, and move on from there. Because honestly, the carries are going to have to fight for their lives here, man. This is a scary comp to be any of those characters on the back end.
Yeah, I mean, a Chalk is not going to match the same level of damage output that a Susanoo can. So if the Susanoo can get back there fast, it's probably going to be a quick kill onto the carry. But we shall delay no further. Game number 3 of the grand finals here in week number 2 of our open bracket. This one to see who is our champion of week 2. And make sure you're still sticking around at the end of this one. I'm going to give the shout here first. Myself, Flurmy, Doug, here bringing the action one final time for week number 2. But make sure you're sticking around after this game is done, because we have the Swiss draft show. All the teams that have drafted up into the top 16 after these 2 weeks of play. Got to figure out who their matchups are going to be for week 1 next weekend. So continue to stick around even when the game is done. But now as we jump directly into game number 3, I'm taking a quick look across the board, just kind of getting an eye for relics, eye for any kind of starts. Nothing seems too out of the ordinary here, except for maybe Yark taking the blink on Neith. I think that's the one that maybe stands out to me the most, but it's not super uncommon. We've kind of seen this back and forth decision for carries of, do I need purification beads? Do I need blink? Do I need Aegis? Which one's going to benefit me the most, or which one can allow me to maybe make those kinds of plays? at least for Yarkor, feels like that blink is going to fit right into his play style.
Yeah, I do think that Yark is the kind of person that wants to get active, right? And Blink does give you a little bit more option to do that. And really, one of Neith's big weaknesses is just how predictable she is. You know how far Neith's backlip is. You know, these guys have played the game 10 plus years at this point, and they've played with and against Neith for that long as well. But when you add in that little element of surprise, that small amount of movement that can be adjusted whenever during any part of combat, that is where things get a little bit spicier, both offensively and defensively. So realistically, I do think that it is going to help him out a lot. If Chalk gets too close, blink out of the way. If Haddix is about to get a stun off with a burp, blink away. Any of those options exist. And over here in the solo lane, Sot, unfortunately not able to maintain the pressure on the first wave, but might be able to clean it up here now that he's got multiple abilities, extra healing, movement speed, and shoulder charge.
Yeah, having access to 2 abilities and an extra dash that will consider a third ability does give you a little bit of extra hand on that side. Aurora walked in. Did that Sunder actually secure that speed buff? It seems so. So the rotating buff camp goes in favor of Cowabunga, and a good buff to have gotten access to early is that extra speed buff for their team. Aurora going to go over and try and deal with the gold camp. It's going to be a battle of the supports for a moment. But without his carry nearby, Aurora not going to sacrifice too much of his health bar to try and deal with that camp. Instead, we'll give up at least the larger of the 3 minions to the side of Scrumptious.
Both
and if we thought that
kind of splitting up, you know, you're seeing one go to the left, one go to the right. Neither of them really seeing anything and heading on back.
I think if last game is any indication, and when you get to these very important moments, such as game 3s of a final, you really start to see the pacing of the game kind of slow down a little bit. They're playing a lot more carefully just because they know that one wrong mistake, one small misstep could be the end of the match, could be the end of the early game for these teams. I wouldn't be surprised if we're still going a couple more minutes before we ever see a first blood spilled between these two teams. Paul already having to use his Aegis. Not the funnest start to have to deal with as Akate in mid, but this is a bit of the struggle of Akate's. These first 4 or 5 levels are some of the roughest ones for this mage.
Sometimes, though, you want to use your Aegis a bit earlier just to keep yourself in lane. Kind of think of it as like using it as a resource versus using it as a safety. Paul's doing that to make sure that he doesn't have to leave versus him needing to, you know, eat all that damage and go back to base. He would have lived there no matter what, but he wants to stay and keep his macro up and equal to Shinto, who arguably just has better clear than him, straight up. So he needs to be extra careful that he's not missing many minions.
I wonder what first item for supports are going to be, because it has mostly been Eye of Providence for Aurora versus the Talisman of Purification for Rong Yi. That's kind of just been the go-to for both sides. When you're playing against something like Fenrir, Hakate, Purification just makes sense as a support. Really quick, oh, we're about to get hit, 3 people hit by and open the gates. Let me just pop this giant AoE cleanse for the team. But at the same time, the Eye of Providence, I mean, we talked about the stats in the previous game. It just feels like such a stat-efficient item to pick up as a support.
It really is, and sometimes the stats are a little bit more important than the passive right away. It really depends on the situation, but speaking of a situation, Panatom is in one. It's time for Sot to come through and help, though.
Typhoon is there, open the gate, maybe off the mark, but it's just enough to scare off Nog, and First Blood goes over to Solo or Troll on the side of Cowabunga. It was looking dicey for Panatom there for a moment, but the rest of the team rallies together to get that first kill.
And well done by them. That was a scary situation there for Panatom, as he's got 2 tanks barreling down at that blue buff that, you know, you would think you'd be safe at, but sometimes that's just not the case. Ooh, tough there from Sot to try to use the small ultimate of Mordred's to get a little bit of extra poke off, but going to be unfortunately wasting that wrath and going back to the basics here for this next set of fights.
First Blood going on to SOT, a great one, because in game number 2, this was a struggle lane for Solo or Troll. Aurora goes in, gets the bite on top of Rong Yu, because Panatom is here, gets the pull in, rooted in place, and charging up that Shard of Ice, not going to do anything for Rong Yu. Panatom strikes over on the opposite side of the map. Dual lane kill. Goes over to the side of Scrumptious. Warhorn for their solo lane, but not going to be too dangerous for the time being. Hold on, a World Weaver used against the Jingwei. Panatom thinking about diving in, even Aurora stepping forward saying, if you want to commit to this, I'm here for you. But maybe making the wise call not to dive that far into tier 1 this early.
Yeah, I do think that 2 shots from that tier 1 tower would have taken down either Panatom or Aurora at this stage. Neither of these two really having all that much in the way of defenses, whether that be natural stats or items in the case of Aurora. And yeah, that would have hurt. That would have been tough. And honestly, really solid for Zap had he gotten a little bit of an advantage there. But gonna have to just continue on the Jingwei and continue getting stacks on that Devos. It's actually crazy how much of a glow up Jingwei has had between Smite 1 and Smite 2. Oh, open the gates here. Not going to be hitting, but it does provide another opportunity for things to get a little wild here in the mid.
Ooh, Panatom takes him down. The help of Paul, even with open the gates missing, still more than enough damage on the Hecate. Starting to stack up that Book of Thoth already. And it's a great start for Cowabunga compared to the previous couple of games where it's been, I would have expected maybe now would be the time we're seeing First Blood, but Cowabunga catching us all for surprise and getting 3 on the board at 6 minutes.
Yeah, I just love seeing Panatom on damage characters. I just love it.
It feels right.
It is really exciting to see Panatom unleash. You know, maybe Fenrir was the dog off the chain, but Susano here is really making a big difference, being able to actually take down the carries like his job has been for the past couple of games. It's really getting them quite a bit of an advantage here, but Aurora, now the one on the Fenrir himself, trying to make a play on the Jingwei.
Well, we'll drop the Jingwei into Yarkor's waiting arms, and pop goes the Zap Man. A 4th kill for Cowabunga. And the crazy thing is, when you think about it, we talked about in the picks and bans and all throughout the last couple of games, the way that Panatom was playing the Fenrir is exactly how a support would play it. You build him a little bit tanky, maybe you throw a damage item in there. So why not just have your support play that pick and let your jungler just go carry mode like Panatom can on the Susano. Another Warhorn for Scrumptious. Another kill for Cowabunga. 4-0 to start off game 3.
Yeah, I think the most important thing about this playstyle shift is the mentality shift that comes with it. Last game, Shito goes, yeah, Panatom's gonna walk at me, but I'm not gonna die. I'm just gonna have to waste a lot of his time. Now, though, Shito's in danger anytime he sees that Susano, man. He's got to be ready to react, to be able to hit that ultimate if he needs to, and not be so worried about expending that cooldown, because him surviving is going to be way, way more important than Spirit of the Nine Winds being off cooldown.
We'll say it is funny seeing players still get used to the adjustments of some timings of camp spawning. You know, just see Panatom throwing the jet stream right past the oracles before they spawn in.
Always get you.
There are some moments where you're just like, all right, cool, I'm going to throw this ability now. Wait, that did nothing. Where are they? What's happening here? So, fun little moments that happen sometimes, but doesn't matter. Still able to grab the oracles regardless.
Ooh. The Arc almost got a little bit of an advantage there. Zap was ready, but Aurora not going to be able to push that luck any further at this point. But there might be some things to invade in the near future, so you might see a bit of a grouping on this upper left-hand side in the near future, depending on how active Panatom wants to be. I feel like it's been a minute. Panatom's ready to go in again. He's down to get a little active here.
Down to clown just a little bit on the Susano. 2-0-1 for the team. Gotta talk about how Zapman in this matchup still goes for the Aegis. Panatom steals the shield away by grabbing that back Harpy. Nog not able to clear as freely as before. Nog wants to fight so badly just because of how the last couple of games have gone, where it's just like, okay, it's a Fenrir. Here's not going to do a whole lot of damage to me because he's going to build tanky. This ain't a tanky Fenrir no more. There is no tank dog. There is just damage here for Panatom. Jet stream out, belly flop off the mark, and that'll be the end of the engagement for Scrumptious.
Enough movement there that Susano's not too worried about it. I was watching Haddix come along that backside and I was like, oh no, he is going to be in danger. Unfortunately though, for Scrumptious, not fast enough on the rotation, and Susano just equally as fast on killing that mid-rotating camp. Going on to Rongu now. This might just be as good as cleaned up.
Oh, good body block. Forces out the shards of ice. Typhoon hits one and a spirit arrow. Plus World Weaver combo, pulls back one, open the gate, doesn't quite hit, but Nog He goes back in. I don't think he realized he still had the axe down, and he will fall to Panatom. SOT taking a couple of laps in the pursuit of the week, but it's right down into the damage from Cowabunga. Zapman 1 HP, none no more. Our Roar credit for the kill, and Cowabunga 7 unanswered kills to kick off game 3.
Now this is the Cowabunga we've been seeing for weeks and weeks on end. It really does feel like a different team has loaded into game number 3 here, and they are absolutely controlling this matchup so far, especially because it feels like Paul is on a character that has gotten to get a lot of effects off in terms of damage, in terms of making some space with Open the Gates. That ability is just so crazy, man. It's so cool to see how these incredibly talented players use it, even beyond the damage area.
I mean, the secondary effect with the Open the Gates is, sure, you can teleport an enemy player right to you, or in some cases, maybe you use it to teleport them away from you if they're right on top. But you got to remember that your allies can now take that portal to come back to safety or to re-engage and go a little bit deeper into the play.
Ooh.
Speaking of, Paul, just off the mark with that triplicate form. Doesn't quite hit wrong you, but just enough to keep them scared away. And you see Nog tossing an axe out of the mid lane into the jungle just to let Cowabunga know, like, hey, if you go too far, I'm still sitting around right behind y'all.
Yeah, Panatom is lurking, looking for that purple buff that is going to be coming up relatively soon, but he's decided I'm not going to stick around for that. Got some back camps coming up on the right-hand side, and it looks like Aurora's also interested in trying to make some space on this side. No objectives available at this point in time other than this Queen Naga, and Aurora looks like he might want to get active and try and steal it.
Oh, one pulled back. It's Nog who didn't pay attention to how close he was to the edge of the circle. Queen Naga still being tanked. It's an ultimate in from SOT, but where will he land? It's right to the back line. Picks up wrong use, slams him down, but not enough damage to follow just yet. Aurora needs one more in hand to take that one away. And the Queen Naga is actually picked up by Cowabunga through all of that SOT. After slamming Rongu down, is able to grab that buff and steal it away. It is all going south for Scrumptious right now. Haddox runs into Panatom. Panatom takes about 40% of Haddox's HP and is able to walk out safely from all of it. Good lord, Shinto's health bar a bit worse for wear at this point. Not used to fighting the Fenrir out of the support role. He's been so used to Panatom's style of play. He's not sure what Aurora is going to be doing. Hold on. Okay, can I just point out how much damage Panatom is doing? How many shields did Nog just have stacked up and it did nothing? Excuse me?
That's a lot of damage, it turns out, that Susanna can do. This is why we love to see Panatom on the damage characters. It's a completely different player.
Is Panatom piloted by Phil Swift? Like, what's going on here? I don't get it. I saw how big that shield was on Nog. That shield took up like a third of his HP bar. And Panatom shoot through the whole thing plus. What is happening?
Just a lot of damage. And this is one of the best Susano players in the world, if not the best at it. And this guy is the GOAT when it comes to those damage junglers. And I'm so happy to be seeing him rocking it again in Smite 2.
Pyromancer here. Cowabunga starting to group up. Panatom might not care as much about it. Could just go for kills if need be, but will help on taking down the objective. Halfway already on the Pyro, and Cowabunga going to go uncontested on this objective. Apparently, all it took for Cowabunga was a quick loss to kind of shake their heads back up and go, wait a second, hold on. We might actually lose this? No. Let's flip this back into high gear, and they've done just that. In game number 3. 9 unanswered kills, Pyromancer, a Gold Fury. Scrumptious are just trying to find scraps right now. That way they can try and keep up in levels.
Yeah, speaking of that, Shinto, same level as Aurora. Aurora, same level as Zatman. Aurora ahead of Nog in the jungle. And of course, also ahead of his direct counterpart in the big dog form, forcing the beads out of the Kukulkan. Big pull, big damage.
That one was almost catastrophic considering Panatom pulled 2 out of the Open the Gate, but still to get it anyways. SOT, well, surrounded by 3, goes down under his tier 1 tower, but and that's a 2-for-1 trade for Sot. The tier 1 tower in mid for right. I think Sot's fine taking that trade considering how much he got done and a Gold Fury added on top of that one. yeah, that's a worthwhile trade for SOT.
Oh, absolutely. He is not mad about that at all, except for his KDA. But that's okay. If you get to end up taking home the dub in this set, that's got to be worthwhile at the end of the day. And honestly, with that Gold Fury going down, I might think it's Fire Giant time. It's about to be pretty close to that, if not that time already, ladies and gentlemen, because we've just been seeing this game get broken wide open, and I do not think that Cowabunga wants to slow down at all.
Our core, probably the calmest moment that we've had in the game in a while. It's just walking back into lane. Like, it's been nonstop action for the last almost 10 minutes of play. It's a nice breath of fresh air, tuning back over to just seeing Yarkor clearing a couple of minions. A nice little palate cleanser before the storm inevitably brews once more, because once Panatom gets on the hunt, the only thing stopping him is usually himself, but also if there's, maybe 3 or 4 enemy teammates to try and fight up against him. But when you've got some backup in a 3v2...
Oh my god, where'd he go?
Yeah, Shinto's not used to this. Shinto is used to seeing a jungler and going, okay, that's like 4 damage, no big deal. He's not used to losing half of his health in this set, as he's popped like a cherry and immediately pulled back. It is Panatom again, who picks up a massive kill. 6-0-4 on the Susano. You were calling for a Fire Giant. Fire Giant's here.
Oh yeah. We're still gonna see some contest here. Sot actually gonna maybe think about opening the door if he really wants to go through there. Gonna cost him a little bit of health if he does, but Nog and Haddix are around to try and say something about it. Haddix goes up, down, goes kind of crazy with the damage, but unfortunately, nobody is low enough to warrant being able to take them down. Lots of space made here by Sot, but it does seem like the Fire Giant is on pause for now. Aurora getting a bit distracted trying to chase out the enemy team. It gave them enough time for Shinto to come back up and make it within arm's reach of this fight.
Queen Naga sitting around Zapman in the bush, trying to go for the 1v1 against Yarkin, is losing because there's now 2 people here. SOT will not let a 1v1 happen on his watch. Assisted kill by Panatom puts Panatom now at unstoppable 7-0-5 and looking for even more. Nog just has nowhere to run. The support has a higher level than him. Panatom has got 3 levels up. Typhoon's not enough for a kill just yet. Aurora won't chase under the tier 2 tower because guess what? There's still a tier 1 tower standing there. We're chasing to the depths of backlines of towers when previous structures are still standing.
Yeah, Shinto's like, yeah, I'm done with this, bro. I do not want any piece of this next fight that you guys are doing. Have the Fire Giant for all I care. I need the farm. I cannot be getting picked on as much as I am. So, I do respect that from Shinto. I wish that he did come to this Fire Giant because you never know. Spirit of the 9 Winds could be the deciding factor, but there are plenty of Sunders available on the side of Scrumptious. But speaking of Scrumptious, Haddix is about to be making a Scrumptious meal for Cowabunga, taking him down for the 2nd time this game, marking kill number 17 for Cowabunga.
And 1 less Sunder to have to deal with if you are Cowabunga. Should they go for the Fire Giant? It does not seem that will be the answer or the call just yet. Instead, grabbing that Pyromancer, putting 2 runic bombs in the hands of Cowabunga, a 7,000 gold lead for the Order team. Zapman hunting for any morsel of food that he can grab, just within the jungle, a lane, anywhere. I think you're right to call Shinto split pushing on the outside. He wants nothing to do with anywhere that Panatom is on the map. If he sees Panatom, he's hoping there's at least like a 500-meter gap between the 2 of them, and then hopefully at that point he'll be safe.
Yeah, poor Shinto has not been able to get fully online as of yet. Still working toward the next item in his build. Is still, despite it all, able to keep up with Paul. He's probably the most relevant damage dealer on the side of Scrumptious. So they're going to have to see if they can take down this Mordred, but using the ultimate to get out is Sot. Playing it very skillfully to extend the duration of his ultimate by going through a very long wall that will last until you exit the wall once the duration has expired. So bought him a lot of space. Unfortunately, cost him a lot of wrath. So not going to have that if they decide to get aggressive around this FG fight, but that'll be up soon enough.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot right now that Scrumptious can do to try and get back into this one. I say that, but 8,000 is not the worst lead that we have seen a team delay or come back from. I mean, look at Cowabunga game number 2. They were down 7 to 10,000 gold for a majority of the second half of their game. Pick up by Aurora, grabs Nog, throws him right into the damage. Yeah, to the grayscale. That's where he goes. That's where he stays for a while. The Abyss welcomes Nog once more as Cowabunga group up around Fire Giant. 2 Sunders available. One for Rongyu, one for Haddix. But they've got to fight into 4,000 damage that Cowabunga have at their disposal with the 2 Runic Bombs, 2 Sunders. Paul's going to keep Rongyu out of this Fire Giant. Meanwhile, on the backside, it's not even possible for Haddix to even get in just because Panatom is dealing too much damage to him. Fire Giant has been delayed for just a little while. The damage not quite there because everybody else is just gone on a hunting frenzy. Sun not there. Damage is, though. Panatom takes down Haddix with the help of Sot and the Fire Giant for Cowabunga.
At last, they're able to take down this fire, and they've got a couple minions waiting on this side, but being grouped as 5 will allow them a decent bit of health bar to chew through before they have to be too worried about that. Making some good headway here. Everybody's got a back, but honestly, I don't know if they can defend this structure. It's going to take a miracle here for them to not get this Phoenix, considering how tanky Aurora is, how tanky Sot is, and how much space they're making.
Ooh, Yark eats a Serpent of 9 wins, open the gates, doesn't bring anybody back this time. Scrumptious only losing out on their right side Phoenix. Maybe a couple of resources and ultimate used by a few members of that team just to stay alive, to not get pulled back from that Hekate ultimate. Cowabunga, though, 20-1, 12k up. It is becoming difficult for Scrumptious to find their leads back into this game. And Ancient Fury would be a good one just to deny it from Cowabunga, but we're still a couple of minutes from that. Zapman ran as far and as fast as his little legs could take him, but he's not able to fly far enough. Panatom picks off Nog, and they 2v1 in the jungle. They might just say, hey, you know what? Let's take another 2v1, maybe a 3v1. No. Finally, Panatom shut down after a 9-kill streak, but it took 4 different players over 2 different fights to bring him down.
Yeah, unfortunate turn there for Panatom. Right into the Kukulkan ult. A bit too much damage for even the previously 9-0 jungler to take with a Fire Giant on his belt. Even still, a lot of progress has been made in knocking down the structures on this map, including 1 Phoenix so far. They did use a bomb on it, but they're about to just replenish that stock by taking down the Pyromancer. And oh look, what's that? An Ancient Fury spawning in the next minute and a half? That might be a good thing to go check out in the near future. Go ahead back and spend all that gold they just made after knocking down all those structures, and who knows, this might just be the last push of the game.
Did you just see how much gold Paul was sitting on?
A lot.
He was sitting on like a couple of tier 2s. Finished out a Rada Tahuti and full bought an Obsidian Shard after that.
Listen, sometimes fights go crazy and you lose track of time a little bit, and you go back to base and you're like, oh man, I had 4k gold in my pocket this whole time, huh?
And we thought Paul was hitting hard before.
Oh yeah.
This man's about to be chunking. Even if you're a tank, it does not matter anymore. Before those 2 items are picked up, it was like, okay, he's kind of putting a little bit of poke towards Haddix, maybe a little bit of damage to Rongyu. Yeah, no, not anymore. Now with Rod and Obsidian Shard picked up, this man is going to be slamming through anybody who likes to classify themselves as a tank. Zapman just saw 3 people appear on the minimap, and he says, I'm out of here. I ain't standing nowhere near this lane.
Yeah, I was like, this is a bit of an odd place for Zap to be. I do think that this is a fine thing for Scrumptious to be doing, but Sot looking for the pickup there. Not going to find it. Swing and a miss here, but Aurora is tanky enough that it doesn't really matter. Everybody on Scrumptious has got to back, though, because the threat of this left side Phoenix going down is very significant, but Sot's doing all he can to stop Rongyu from backing.
Open the gate, doesn't grab anybody. Aurora delivers one to the back line. It's Haddix and Nog right at the forefront. Zatman trying to pump out autos as he can. Paul down to half HP, drops out the Spell Eater, and Shinto is the first one to fall in the fight, immediately followed by Yarkor. Panatom grabs another. It's a double airstrike in by Zatman. He just needs a little bit more damage. Pull from Panatom, and the Spell Eater damage is good. Paul's still alive through it all, and so is Aurora, staying as healthy as he can. But Paul gets a slam right into Zatman's dome, and Paul can just keep going a little bit further. Aurora jumps in. Paul throws out triplicate form. Spell Eater slams right down. Nog gone. Paul with his 4th kill of the game, and Wrong Yu has not even been able to go back to base properly. It's been Sot chasing him across the map this entire time. Finally back to the mid Phoenix. Sot gets the grab with the ult, but will fall after a crazy fight across the entirety of the map. But it is a deicide for Cowabunga. Unfortunately for them, their health bars will not allow for a push to the end just yet.
Not yet, but what a fight back there from Scrumptious. They did end up getting a couple of kills there and tried to force him out. And listen, I can appreciate the slick move that Zap tried to do. Did it work out? No, but he went for it, and I gotta respect that.
Sometimes you gotta make a risky play just to try and slow down the competition. If anything, Zatman delayed a little bit longer, and because of all the damage he had dealt, started whittling down those health bars of Cowabunga so they couldn't go for the end of the game. But it's a mid Phoenix down. Right one has respawned for Scrumptious. But Cowabunga doesn't care about that. It's Ancient Fury for Scrumptious. I like this as an idea just to keep it away from Cowabunga. Don't let them get an Ancient Fury. But at this point, I don't think that Cowabunga cares about an Ancient Fury. They've got a weak, a half health Phoenix on the right side, an already exposed Titan, and a Fire Giant waiting for them. Cowabunga, they'll go straight to the objective and deal with that one.
Yeah, they've got to be a little bit careful how long they spend on the objective. Sot's here trying to at least distract for as long as he can. That Phoenix is going to be the price that Cowabunga is going to pay, or will they? They might just be giving it up because Fire Giant there took a little bit longer than expected. Sot is really doing his best to make some space. Phoenix goes down, forces out the Jingwei ult. Nice knock up there from Panatom. Is going to stop the enemy jungler from being able to retreat, but it's really Zap versus the world right now as he runs for his life.
Paul is not done. Paul is just keeping eyes on where Zapman is tracking throughout the jungle, and he's just feeding that information to Panatom. Zap turns around, says, I'm gonna fight. Paul doesn't even need Panatom. He takes him down all on his own. Zapman off of the map. Nog still down for 30 more seconds. And a 5-force Fire Giant of Cowabunga can start barreling down the left side of the map. Phoenix available for the taking, but Yark and Aurora will team up. Wrong Yu tries to go for the freeze, but doesn't get in. Instead, he's picked up, pops the Talisman of Purification, but is rooted in place. Slammed and backflipped by Yarkor. It's Cowabunga taking down 3 of Scrumptious, but one's about to respawn in. Nog is 2 seconds away. Shinto has got to land a critical ultimate in this fight. Maybe it can be onto Yarkor, maybe it's onto Paul, but it's got to be towards somebody because this Titan is going to start falling fast. Haddix, low HP, gone by Aurora. Teleport back in with the open the gate. The ultimate is down for the chalk, but it does not get anything. Paul takes down Shinto, and Cowabunga will be your Week 2 champions.
What an absolute change of pace from the previous game. 33-4. We talked about sweeps before, but that was nearly one of them in that game 3. Wow, I am blown away from the recovery there from Cowabunga. Now that is a team.
And this comes down again is something that we discussed at the end of game 2, the beginning of coming into game number 3, was the draft. Switching up something on the side of Cowabunga, whether it be a single ban that they need to adjust, whether that be the priority of their picks, something needed to change between game 2 and game 3 to make that kind of a momentum shift. And similar to how in game number 2, we saw Scrumptious say, okay, if we take the Morgan out of the equation, there's no problem. The opposite side of that, at least now for Cowabunga into game 3, is, well, if we take the Odin out of the equation, now we don't have anything to worry about. But it's also that switch from from Panatom's Fenrir over to Aurora, and just seeing Panatom return to classic form. May not have had the highest damage in the lobby, but definitely controlled and dictated the pace of this entire game.
It was incredible to watch. We saw Panatom play Facilitator, and of course, Facilitator Panatom is going to be better than 99.9% of the people in any of our lobbies. However, when it comes down to the wire, when Panatom needs to perform, put him on a carry, because he will do it.
Paul, a 7-0-17 finish, 26k damage to end out game number 3, and Cowabunga to bounce back and be your champions here in week number 2. It has been a long battle for all of these teams for these first couple of weeks of play to all importantly hit that top 16 spot, because these teams have been fighting for the chance to make it into that Swiss bracket, which the drafting of that will be coming up in just a little bit once we have locked in and solidified what all 16 of those teams are going to be. But one thing is for certain, we will be seeing these two teams make it to that Swiss bracket, make it to that Swiss stage. And speaking of a bracket, let's just take a look back at what's all happened today, because this has been a long, action-packed day for all of our teams involved. Cowabunga, your number 1 coming out of week number 2 after their victory. It was a 2-1 battle. Again, our only game 3 out of all of our grand finals from our alpha weekend tournaments, from our first closed alpha tournament, and now even here in our 2 weeks of open bracket. Cowabunga really fighting to earn that number 1 for this week. A team with 5 M's finding themselves a win down in the 3rd place match up against Borch, which means Borch takes 4th, Scrumptious takes 2nd for the week, and even some of the big teams all along the way. Fun Havers making it to the quarterfinals. Food Drive for Globe, they had a strong performance in week number 1, fell just a little bit shy here in week number 2 up against Team, but with 5 M's. This has been an insane weekend of play. These last couple of weeks have been so much fun to watch, and I'm so excited to see what we're going to be getting out of the Swiss stage come next weekend. And again, at the same time that this Swiss stage is happening, if you didn't quite make it into that top 16, there's another open bracket that's going to take place over the same course of those 5 weeks to try and get yourselves another chance to make it and play against some of these Swiss teams.
Yeah, it's not over for a lot of those teams towards the bottom of those brackets. There's still more chances to improve, find new strategies, have new patches come out that change the meta, shift things up. There might just be a meta waiting for you on the end of a new patch that will change things up drastically for some of those players. And I'm just excited to see what the future of SMITE 2 competitive holds, because that was awesome.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing to really continue to have as a talking point down the road, is that because of the more aggressive patch style that this alpha has, every 3 weeks is something new, a couple new gods pop out, maybe some new items and maybe some big changes, whether it be balance and whatnot, are all sweeping across this map. It's going to be changing the pacing and the style of the game on essentially almost a week-to-week basis. And it's going to come down to what teams have the best adaptations over anything to be able to emerge victorious and kind of crawl themselves up to the very top of it. But that's all that we have here for the open bracket stage of this weekend. I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in for it, but make sure that you stick around, because we still have the Swiss draft show happening in just a few minutes. Stick around and we'll be right back.